Attention the pits, attention the pits. Exhibition cars, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Exhibition cars, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Hot rod, same thing. You should be in the lanes, please. So exhibition cars, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. Hot rod, you should be in lanes 2 and 3.
All right, so starting things off here at the exhibition. Only got a couple showing up this morning. Coffee hasn't kicked in for the other old guys. Here we go, starting the California Hot Rod Reunion off with a pair of exhibition cars this morning. And hot rod, hot rod, hot rod. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. And I know there's more of those here this weekend. Hot rod. Need you to the lanes, please. Hot rod, to the lanes. Also, racers, keep your numbers on the right side of the vehicle. We have a right-facing tower. So we need the information on the passenger side or the right side of the vehicle. Here we go. Still Brander having some trouble this morning. Big old Mega Block Mopar. Gonna watch. $14.51 at 89 miles an hour. Gets down there. A little reset right now for Sill. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. D, David Gass needs you to lanes 4 and 5. D, David Gass to lanes 4 and 5. Come on down. D Gass to lanes 4 and 5. Oh, Mike Rice is on his way up. Ooh, that didn't sound good. I think in 1959 they were just after who could make the car with the biggest wings, and I believe Mopar got it done. 1337 at 120 miles an hour, and here we go into Hot Rod. Hot rod, hot rod, hot rod. Here we go. So Kenny Sims going to start things off that 63 Falcon out of Bakersfield. Over there in the three-way Chevrolet side, Norm Bergman. The roofer out of Concord, 1966 Mustang. 408 cubic inches of all Ford under the hood. Sitting in the Budweiser CP side, the Carrillo. Rods and pistons. identical 001 reds. Real close. All right, three-way Chevrolet side gets there. 1050 with a 9, 125. 1083 over there for Norm Bergman. 122 miles an hour. Bob Sanders and Dale Thomas. So here we go, Bob Sanders. Good-looking Chevelle over there. Budweiser CP Gorilla sided. Dale Thomas, retired phone man. Once again, attention to D-Gas. David Gas needs you to lanes 4, leads you to lanes 5. D-Gas, lanes 4 and 5. 10:04 gets there first. 11:12 cross that finish line second at 121 miles an hour. Dave McGuide, the student-built Auto Shop Project Camaro. 71 Camaro out of Running Springs to the Rim of the World High School. And Tony Citro out of Oakley, California, the fabricator, set 1975 Camaro to 496. Good green light start. Let's go. 043. Game the guy. 1047 gets down there first. 1064 for Dave McGuide. So Don Thomas sitting number 1 in points, 1964 Fairlane and Steve Madrigal. Don Thomas getting that red light out of the way early, 971, 139, 940, 146 for Steve Madrigal. Herschel Ward coming up next. The elevator mechanic. Those things that make you go up and down. And Chris Browning. 67 Chevelle. Top man getting down there, 10:16, 132 for Herschel Ward, 10:20, 135, crosses that finish line second. Next up, we got George Thomas and Lloyd Anderson. Vega out of Visalia. Good looking hot rod down there. 440 Dodge under the hood of the Vega. I like it. George Thomas at a Mariposa, 56 Chevy wagon. Should have saw him last week at that Tri-5 Association. That'd have been cool. There's a couple cars that I saw here this morning that could have made it. Once again, attention in the pits. David Gas needs you to lanes 4 and 5. George Thomas, 045 green from Lloyd Anderson. Getting that red light out of the way early. Looks like that wagon's getting down there first and does. 1049, 128, 1099 for the wagon, or for the Vega. At 123 miles an hour. Here's another one that would have fit right in. Gasser, 55, and Ken Moore. So Warding Enox, former mayor of Murrieta, and he owns a Gasser. I want to live there. That car's been around the block. Whoa, whoa, hang on to it, bud. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, took out a 1,000-foot cone. Yeah, he was doing something all the way down kind of funky, so we will give that a quick look. But hey, taking the long way, the scenic route around that Budweiser CP Carrillo side. So nearest Walmart in Wasco if you need to change of shorts. So we'll give a quick look at that, make sure there's nothing out on the racetrack, and we'll get back down to business here pretty quick. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, Dog Pound is open. Breakfast burritos, hot coffee. Well, so I think the mystery is solved. Apparently, Mr. Warnie Enox was putting a little water down below his tires, and yeah. Water on drag slick mid-track equals bad. So we're going to drag right through it, pick that up, and get back down to business real quick. Just a reminder while it's quiet, folks, 87.9 on the FM dial so you can hear all your class calls and lane assignments. And while it's quiet, I need D-Gas. D-Gas to lanes 4 and 5. D. David Gas to lanes 4 and 5. Hot Rod, you guys are still rolling in. Hot Rod, Hot Rod, Hot Rod. All right, just a couple more minutes down there on the racetrack. Just a little water, so easy cleanup. So like I said, folks, couple more minutes down there as we got equipment down there just drying up some water. All right, so it looks like all the degas is in. Folks, if you guys are walking around, we got amazing things to eat, drink, and look at here. The swap meet is starting to take shape. The vendor midway is open and ready for business, and also the dog pound here ready for breakfast, burritos, hot coffee, all kinds of good stuff to eat and drink. And for those of you guys watching online, it's way better in person. Get down here. Sights, the smells, the tastes, all the stuff that the internet doesn't provide. You know, the reality. So it's going to be interesting on Sunday here in Hot Rod. Just talking about Hot Rod. We've got Don Thomas, current leader with 186 points. And Greg Racio with 175 points, not that far behind. Wes Isinga, Norm Bergman, and Tony Citro rounding out your top 5. And Dennis Paz could play spoiler. William Sinclair, if they're here. Herschel Ward, I know, is here. And Justin Crosby sitting in the top 9. Bob Sanders rounding out the top 10. So it's going to be an interesting fight to the finish here in Hot Rod. So that's looking promising. Stuff's starting to clear the top end, and we're going to get back down to business here pretty quick. Well, the problem you never think about in Bakersfield is it being too cold to dry anything up, but it is October. It is a brisk morning, so it takes a little bit of time to dry up the water. So we got torches and tractors and all kinds of stuff down there. So we'll get it all up and then back down to our time session for Hot Rod. The one and only one. Nope, they get second time session today, about 12:15, 12:30. So making progress down there. Just heard that finish line is about ready to go. So drivers, if you've strayed away from your vehicles, might start making your way back toward them. Well, that's really good sign right there. Equipment, the equipment is starting to clear and being parked. So that must mean we're ready to go racing again. Just like that. Thanks, guys. And look at that, folks. Riding the quad. The big show starter himself, Brad Hardy. Wave to your fans, Brad. Wave to your fans. Here we go. So Vince Generalo. Nova. Good looking car there. And Joy Tucker. The 1966 Satellite / Coronet works for Cal Fire out of Reading. You guys have been busy. So, next pair. All right, here we go. Vince Generalo, Joy Tucker, Chevy Mopar here. Staged and ready. Red light start, Joy Tucker. Top end Nova 1033, 131, 1165, 112 for Joy Tucker in the Mopar. Douglas Holmes out of Tehachapi, 64 Chevy 2. And Mike Thomas. Thomas had a Camarillo, 64 Falcon. Reaction times will need some help, but top end gonna be Mike Thomas, 1092.5, 123. Douglas Holmes, 1144, 118. Bill Beatty, former Mayor of Moreno Valley. And Marvin Rolls. Marvin turned on every win light here back in May for the March meet, ran in May. And Bill Beatty, he's turned on win lights at every racetrack. Marvin 084 better. The reaction time's 093 for Bill Beatty. Top 10 win light going to be Bill. He's going to going to go 986, 135, 1147 at 86 miles an hour at Fort Marvin rolls. So something fell off there. Dan Davis, 64 Polera out of La Quinta. And Larry Warren, contractor out of Tehachapi, 55 Chevy. He was here last weekend for the Tribe 5 deal, and he actually was the first to sign up to win a crate small block. And he was carpool, and he won the small block. So he started the weekend with a free engine. 1069 at 125. Dan Davis, 1344. So Ed Cooper out of Yucca Valley. '65 Coronet, 426 heavy under the hood. Like that. Volkswagen Bug over there in the Budweiser CP side. Problems for the Bug. Ed Cooper 020. Top end Ed Cooper 1177 at 150. So Mark Beeben, the Beebs sawing down trees. And Tom Stansel, Bakersfield, health and safety worker. The Corvette. Queen Creek, Arizona, Mark Beeben. He moved. He lived in Fresno before and moved out of California. Good for him. 72 Duster. More red. 001 red. 1008 130. 11014 from Mark Beeben. John Bobby. Out here. I believe it's the only one. I think those wheelies. Andrew Presimoni, general manager under Las Vegas, 76 Nova, 38 Chevy Sedan 540, former champ, Don Munger. Big old heavy Chevy, puts the wheels up in the air, he's 012 and reaction time is 117 and half track. Top end, how about 917 of 143. Getting down there eventually, 1427 at 58 miles an hour for Andrew Presimoni. Dale Hicks, Goodyear, Arizona, 68 Camaro. Jack Molyneux, or Molyneux, out of Bishop, 67 El Camino. Now a little move toward the center of the racetrack with an 038 light. El Camino a little tardy with a 2 light. Dale Hicks top end 961 140. El Camino limping on down there. So drove by the short gate. We got Justin Crosby and Jeff Newcomb. Jeff, the forklift driver, 55 Bug. That's what I'm talking about. I love me a Bug and I love an oval window. And then Justin Crosby, good to see him back out here in Big Booty Judy. Yeah, got the air conditioner on it. Got some big fenders on it. Something doesn't sound happy. Foot out of it at about 800 feet. He rolls through 1072, 1144 for the Bug. Drivers meeting at B-Gas at 9 a.m. for Jim Black's pit. Drivers meeting for B-Gas competitors in Jim Black's pit. And AFX Old Yella, another drivers meeting at 9 a.m. at the AFX pit of Old Yella. John Hillsbury. It's not a reunion or a March meet without John Hillsbury. 923, 143. Love that coupe. Left side or the three-way Chevrolet side, 950, 144. Todd Ferguson out of Lakeside, 56 Thunderbird, 292 Hemi. Yeah, I buy that. Bill Freeman. Bakersfield, California, 57 Chevy, the Texas Gold. He was out here last weekend in support of the Tri-5 Association. Todd Ferguson. 292 Ford in the hood, under the hood of that Thunderbird. Doubt it. 292 Ford like that. A little shuffle out of the back. 006, 111 for speed at half track. Top end. How about 996, 138? Got 11. 1160 in the left lane at 117. Kurt Camerly. Redondo features in the aerospace industry. 003 in the action time. 011 red for the Vega here. Budweiser CP side. 1008 134 for Kurt. 1465.7. Here's a guy. Greg Racicott. He is sitting number 2. And Purple Haze. 55 Chevy out here last weekend. Rounds. I think he put like 18 laps on the racetrack last year. 55 Chevy out of Ventura. Greg turning on that red by 3,000. Top end, Greg gets down to 1141, 115, 1133, 115, 4. William Sinclair, the Nova. And how about this thing? Junkyard Blues. Gotta love a wagon. Up. Can't love it when you're getting pushed. Hopefully they get that thing fixed. That's a beautiful car. Oh no. Something puked. I hope they get that thing fixed. I'd like to talk about that guy. William Sinclair on a solo. $12.28 and $108 for William Sinclair. Dan Jordan, 65 Pontiac. A few more cars here in Hot Rod, and then we're going to switch gears into D-Gas. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NE3, need you to the lanes, please. NE3 to the lanes, 6 and 7. And Tech, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are just getting in, Tech is in the lanes. Or excuse me, at the scales. Tech is at the scales. So Dan Jordan. Transmission Racing Stable. He gets it on down there, 980 at 133. I believe this is Tyler, but it's one of the Fries. New car out of Missouri, I believe. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 3 needs you to lane 6 and 7. top end of the racetrack for that Vega, 1040, 127. Hey, they got it fixed. Carl Camerly, 56 Bel Air. Brother of Kurt. So that 56 Bel Air goes 1194, 113. And they got the wagon fixed, the sedan delivery. I love it. So the sedan delivery, don't have the driver's name yet, but it's called Junkyard Blues. Yeah, so he's got still some water pouring out of it. They're gonna have to take it back to the pit and fix it right. All right, so the final car in Hot Rod, the Chevy Royale. So Wayne Carroll out of Temecula, that 37 Chevy Coupe. Wayne Carroll. I'm going to wrap things up in time trial session number 1 for Hot Rod. And then we're going to get into degas, and I'm going to hand the microphone over to the voice of the Hot Rod reunion. Don't matter, it's practice. 115 and a half track. Let's see, 9:36 at 1:45, and that's going to do it for me. Bob Beck going to slide on in, take you through degas.
All right, we're back into degas now. The cars are coming up. Vega and Camaro coming your way. 1968 Camaro taking on the Vega. Vega was Chevrolet's answer to the Pinto. I don't think they read the question quite right, but it was there. Hot Rod Ingenuity has fixed all the problems with the Vega. Wayne Carroll out of Temecula, 37 Coupe. Was the last car to go down. Now we got Dave Brown out of Visalia with the 72 Vega. Bill Rogers out of Bakersfield with the 68 Camaro. Big block in the Camaro, small block 350 in the Vega. A little bit of checking going on in the starting line area. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here. You're at famous Famoso Raceway. Glad you could be here with us. So Dan Brown, a 24-year-old field supervisor, getting ready to go with his Vega. Found the Chevy V8s shoehorned in quite nicely. 68 Camaro, second of the Camaro. 1062 for Daniel Brown. 1085 for Bill Rogers. Been a couple of years since this gentleman's been able to get out to the track and race. Ron DeHoop out of Bellflower, California. 67 Chevelle from Lucas. 427 Power. Steve Barta out of Bakersfield. 62 Nova. 400 cubic inches with a small block power. They are neck and neck. Coming up on the finish line lights, the nasty Nova gets past. 1065 for DeHoop to a 1072 for Barta. 1966 Mustang here in the Budweiser lane. Norm Bergman out of Concord, California. A roofer, 66 Mustang with a 408. Dave Milguide out of Running Springs, California. Auto shop teacher, 71 Camaro with a 427 big block for power. The elusive number, 1060 for the drive. Yeah, here's coming up in the air for over in the left lane. The three-way Chevrolet car gets there first. A 1056, just under the number, to a 1050. They run identical ETs. 1056 with a 9, 129 left lane, 125 in the right lane. Road Kings member here in the right lane. Al with his GTO. Over in the left lane, three-way Chevrolet car, 048 reaction. And they're coming up on the stripe, looking for the 1060s, way under for both. 1048 in the left lane, 1043 right lane. Second gen Camaro in the Budweiser lane. Gabe Uriaga out of Santa Ynez, California. 67 Camaro, 498. Tony Citro out of Oakley, California. 75 Camaro. They went to the big bumpers. It's a 496 big block, taking on a 498 big block. Coming up on the finish line lights. 1063 for Tony, 1055 for Doug. Seagas lanes 2 and 3. Seagas to the lanes. This is your call to the lanes. Seagas to the lanes, please. Nova against Pinto. Ron Workman out of Wasco, California. 460 big block. The Chevy's leading the way. And he goes right under the number by a foul. 1059 with a 9 to a 1066 with a 9. Jeff Patton out of Alta Loma, California. 71 Vega 505 big block. Mark Storms out of Acton, California. Retired firefighter. 57 Chevy with a 515 big block. There's some Tri-5s coming up to the line right now. Got a second gen Camaro. Stones goes 265 under. And Storms goes 1033 at 129 miles an hour on a 1060 index. He's way under. Yeah, low ET. All right, Flying Falcon. Kenny Sims, 63 Falcon out of Baker, California. James Burt out of Kingsburg with the 55 Chevy. Bel Air, Tri-5. 427 big block. 502 big block Ford in the Falcon. Reaction advantage huge as Burt cuts an 027 light, but the left lane drives right past him. 87, so way under for Kenny Sims and a bunch over for James Burt. But this is only first round. Seagas, Seagas, Charlie Gas to the lanes. Charlie Gas, Seagas to the lanes. Vincent Reilly out of Elk Grove, California. 71 Nova. 421 cubic inches with a Chevy power. Don Cordero out of Sundale. front. Angler holding on to a lead. Is it going to be too quick? No, he's got it there with a 10:69 to a 10:66 for Vincent. Good runs. All right, Charlie Gas, C Gas, we need you to the lanes. Charlie Gas, C Gas, come on up to the lanes. This is your call to the lanes. C Gas to the lanes. All right, beautiful weather here today, and it is going to be a great day for running. Little track prep there on the starting line as we get ready for the next round of racing action. Thanks for coming out for the first day of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Yeah, let's see, this is the 29th running of what we are only going to do it once, and it has been fun. It keeps getting bigger and better every year. We're glad you could be here with us. Head through the Manufacturers Midway area and check things out. And don't forget, get your event shirts early. They always sell out in different sizes, especially the one you need. So get your event shirt. Prove that you were here for the 2021 running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. And check out some of the other goodies they've got there. Walk along Manufacturers Midway. Check out some of the manufacturers, some of the great stuff there. Don't forget AAA is back there as well. And one of the things I'm waiting for is later on today, the root beer truck will be opened up and we'll be getting those cool root beer floats. So lots to do, lots to see. Glad you could be here with us today for the first day of the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Hot Rod Bob. Glad to be here with you. A lot of improvements here at the track. I haven't been here in a couple of years and it is getting better. Charlie Gas, Charlie Gas, Charlie Gas. C Gas to the lanes and Nostalgia Eliminator 2. We need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 and C Gas. We need you to the lanes. C Gas. Hurry up. You're about ready to start running. All right, NE3 is pulling out onto the track right now. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 is coming out. If you're in NE3 and you haven't made the run to the staging lanes yet, you're late. They're coming out now. C-Gas, we need you to the lanes. You'll be following NE3 and Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You need to be to the lanes as well. Beautiful Corvette coming up here in the right lane. It's Ed DeSante. Stout out of Rosemead, California, retired, 76 years young, 62 Corvette, 509 in the mud lane. Still in quick technology, the altered over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Budweiser Carrillo lanes got Ed DeSante. Rosemead, California, 62 Corvette. This is a mainstay of cars that come out here. They're moving up into the bead. It's pre-stage light. But that altered is moving past him. They're looking for 960s. 896, way under the number in the three-way lane. 956, a little bit too quick. He'll be able to slow it down. All right, dragster coming up. Lindsay Lister out of LA, California, 33-year-old personal assistant, 72 Shoemaker chassis, 383 small block. Dennis Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming. He's a 75-year-old classic auto salesperson, 2017. Got a Madcap 436 in the three-way Chevrolet booth. Does run a classic car auto sales lot in Wyoming and Wheatland. He's definitely into it. Lindsay Lister out of LA, 72 Shoemaker chassis. Been watching Lindsay race since we right those they go. He'll go way up with his back. He pulls the front end up. 50 and a 970. Can't under by a 10. Over by a 10, but that's all right. Both of those are workable. And this is only first run. Nostalgia 3 and C-Gas. We need you to the lanes. Nostalgia 3 and C-Gas to the lanes. Gabe Brown out of Reno, Nevada, 34 Coupe in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 355 small block in the 711 Coupe. And Ron Azalone out of Los Osos, 23T. Always love watching this six-cylinder car head down the track. 23T Chevy 292 cubic inch six-cylinder. Gets this baby moving. 960, the elusive number they're trying to hit. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 3. We need Nostalgia Eliminator 2 and C-Gas to the lanes. NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, and C-Gas to the lanes. Please pull up, guys. Please pull up. Full stage for Ron Azalone. Reaction time will be identical, and Ron slowing down. So Brown scoots to the finish line with a 9:54 under the number. Ron doesn't run it the way he wants. Goes 13:43, backing out of it. So Lindsey Lister right now is the number one qualifier in the group with a 970. Got to cut down it by a 10. Don Mallory out of Citrus Heights, California, 23T in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Another T here in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Oh, and the right lane just rolls through the beams. He's got to back it up. You're a little too far. I know you think you need a head start, but we actually all stage with the front wheels, please. We'll get him backed up here. Welcome to the 29th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here. And we've got something out there. Starters checking. Oh, he found the contact lens. Nothing serious. All right, Mallory out of Citrus Heights in the 23T three-way lane, 383 small block. Not sure in the right lane. Very green light, and both of them a little sleepy on the reaction time. And it's Mallory coming to a stop. Not sure what happened there. So 14:26, not near the number he wanted, but both had 1 second reaction times. And Mallory goes for slow ET of the day at 25:29. Lakeside, California, 38-year-old trucking dispatcher, 32 Roadster with a 400-inch small block Chevrolet for power. Don the Kid Morris out of North Heights, California. He works for the state parks, a 23T with a 350 small block in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Couple of Model Ts built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. You're looking for 960s. That's the index for NE3. NE2 and C-Gas, you should be in the lanes. NE2 and C-Gas in the lanes. Down track, reaction advantage over for John Miner to off pace 1070 for the Kid. Jeff Fulton out of Mission Hills, California, 23T with a 452 big block. He is in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Mike Gillespie out of Concord, California, 2017 Dart 565 in the three-way Chevy lane. C-Gas, you should be suited up, ready to go. C-Gas, you should be suited up, ready to go. 960, still the elusive number we're trying to hit. They roll into the beams, full stage. Chevy lane, 038 to 056, still reasonably good, coming up on the stripe. 944 under the number, and Jeff Fulton goes to the number one spot with a 961. So Jeff Follett is number one right now. Pulling out a 961. Just a 100th over the index. So he's got a good run to start with. C-Gas, you should be suited up. C-Gas, you should be suited up. Nostalgia 3, you need to pull up in the lanes. Nostalgia 3, we need you to pull up in the lanes, please. We got some more racing action to happen. Qualifying going on. C-Gas, you should be suited up, ready to go. C-Gas, suit up. You should be ready to go. You'll be coming out now, doing a little track prep, and we'll be ready for you in just a moment. Nostalgia 3. Nostalgia 3. We need you to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 to the lanes. All right, beautiful, sleek T. Rotten Robbie Udell out of Irvine, California. He's a realtor, and he's got a lot of real estate there. Look at the back of that thing. It's got a picnic table mounted behind the driver. Udell looking for 960. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 is coming out now. NE2, you should be in the lanes. NE2, you should be in the lanes. C-Gas, you should be there as well as we move on with qualifying. Thanks again for being here for the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you can be part of this. 071 reaction, 1-3 first 60 feet. It looks like he's slowing down a bit. Well, no, right there, 962 becomes the number 2 qualifier. Rotten Robbie Udell goes 962, 137, right where he wanted to be. It puts him in the number 2 spot behind Jeff Follett. Dragster coming up over in the left lane. All right, Dragster moving up. Love watching the cars here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Oh, Dragster goes way forward. Now he's backing up rapidly. All right, Dragster moving up. We don't have all the tech cards in yet. We will have them. We'll be able to tell you who each and every driver is by the end of the day. So the Dragster rolls in, looking for the elusive 960s. C-Gas comes to the line next. The 60-foot and reaction times are nearly identical as they head down track. He's looking for 960. Goes 10:18, not quite where it needed to be. All right, C-Gas coming your way now. C-Gas, and we've got an interesting little Brit car here in the Budweiser Carrillo Lane. Going to take on the Vega in the three-way Chevy lane. Gary Lynch out of Silmar, California, 1958 Austin sedan, the 383 Chevy. Randy Harmon out of Bakersfield in the 75 Vega, 434 cubic inches worth of motivational power. Little bitty Austin barely weighs anything. Short wheelbase can make a little bit. 069. Lynch is out in front and almost tight. 957 under the number, and Harmon goes to the top with a 961 in his C-Gas. 961 in his C. Bill Becker out of Paso with a 34 Willys sedan delivery. Alan Brown out of Vista, California, 34 Ford Coupe. 475 cubic inches worth of motivational power in the coupe. The Willys 565 mountain motor getting ready to go. Up the line. He's out in front with the Willys. Alan Brown trying to close in. Can he get the win? That's only qualifying. 963. Becker goes to number 2 spot. 959 with a 2 run by 80 thousandths of a second. Beautiful flamed Corvette. My favorite style Corvette. Ernie McAllister out of Norwalk, California. Maintenance director, 65 vet. Takes on Tom Christensen out of Reno, Nevada. 66-year-old retired guy with a 67 Nova. 522 cubic inches worth of motor. 2-8 reaction from Ernie. He got the train. Let's see if he can hold on to it. 962 to a 958 under for Tom Christensen. So Ernie McAllister goes up to the number 2 spot. Billy Teague out of Arini, California. Reed Lane 67 Nova. Going to take on the old school sedan. Novas were introduced 1962. Chevy Lane. Neck almost perfect. Reaction time here in the Budweiser Lane of 965 and 969. Good runs. Mighty Mopar here in the right lane. Taking on Cale Mallory out of Bakersfield, the 69 Camaro. Last of the first generation Camaros over in the freeway Chevrolet lane. 555, big block for power. Big old Plymouth getting ready to go. Still looking for the 960. That's the magic number. 960 with a 6 for Cale Mallory. He is the number 1 qualifier. 949, the Mopar goes under, both at 138 miles an hour, but Mallory right on the number with a 960. Crazy Connie Wold over in the three-way Chevrolet out of Buena Park. Wheels go up in the air just the way she likes it. Goes in at deep stages. Chris Robbins leaves the line with an 053 reaction. Goes 961 to a 979. Robbins out of Mariposa, California, the 64 Fairlane, goes into the number 3 spot. Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada, 41 Ford pick-em-up truck with a Brodex 496. Going to take on the Pinto here in the Budweiser lane. 960 still the number to hit. This is your C gas category vehicles. Pinto stage, the pint-sized Ford charges off the line, wheels up, 019 reaction to a good 059 for Roberts. Roberts taking the truck down the track out in front. He goes 966 to a 971. So Roberts where he needs to be. Kid Combs out of Galt, California. 67 Camaro, first of the Camaros, 565 big block ticket on Bryson Kleeman out of Leonardtown, Maryland. 67 Camaros a pair, getting ready to go. Well, he says 67, but that looks like a 69 to me. Wheels come up, and they're gone. Two first-gen Camaros headed down track. Side by next as they come up on the halfway point. Coming in at the stripe. Oh, a 961 to a 965. Kleeman moves up into the number 3 spot. Combs goes to number 7. Mustang and Malibu getting ready to go. Mark Capps out of Madera, California. He owns the Mustang Ranch. It's hard to herd those things, I'm told, but 67 Mustang with a 570 big block Ford for power. Taking on the Malibu. RPMs are up, and it is capped with a hole shot, a huge one. 033 to a 386. The Malibu pulls the wheels up high, but he's looking for that 960. Caps under the number, 959 with a 3 to a 967 with an 8. Live it up, the 7-Up Nova. Chris Ria out of Elk Grove, California, 64 Nova, 509 big block. Jason Barta out of Bakersfield. He's the ups driver. 69 Chevelle, set down low. Scoop is so high, it's almost taller than the windshield. 540 big block to a 509 big block, both Chevy powered. Wonder why people don't put Fords in Chevy. Put Chevys in Ford. You ever think about that? They hit the loud pedals, and Rio with the better reaction time, a beautiful 028 to an 076. At the stripe, it is Barta with a 959 with an 8 under the number. Chris Ria, 964, 137 miles an hour, puts him in the number 7 spot. Scotty Morgan out of Tracy, California. John Friel out of Arbuckle, California in the 67 Nova. Morgan in the Camaro. Someplace behind the smoke cloud. Moving up into the beams. 960, still the elusive number. This is the C-Gas group. Morgan with better reaction time is out in front by a little bit. 1.3 the first 60 feet to a 1.5. He's accelerating away and goes 958 under the number. Friel goes 968, 142 miles an hour to 141. Corvette Stingray taking on the old school hot rod over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. The Corvette in the Budweiser Carrillo lane getting ready to go. RPMs come up. Corvette leaves the line with an 085 reaction to a late 272. Headed down track, side by next. The Coupe goes 966 to the Vet's 979. So the Coupe with the better reaction, or better number, not necessarily the good reaction time, puts him in the number 11 spot. The Corvette goes to 17th. Cale Mallory still on top with a 960 on a 60 dialer or index. Nova over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane getting ready to go. As I said, Nova's first introduced 1962 when GM finally realized the Corvair really wasn't the best vehicle to compete against the Falcon. The Chevy 2 has been in development, they said, since 1959. 3 years later, it hit the streets in 1962. The base engines for the Nova through 1970 was a 4-cylinder, 153 cubic inches. That was the base engine. You don't find too many of them after the first gens. Actually, this one's not even sorry. The angle of the lights, it's a Camaro over in the 3-way Chevy lane. Sun shining right here on the windows. We got a little trouble seeing the starting line area. Got a little stuff to check for on track. We'll be doing that for a moment. We'll come back to more action with the C gas category. NE2, you should be in the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, you should be in the lanes. You'll be following the gassers, and there's only a couple of those left. So B-Gas, Boy Gas, B-Gas. please come to the lanes. B-Gas, this is your call to the staging lanes. B-Gas to the staging lanes, please. We need B-Gas cars to the staging lanes. This is your call for qualifying. B-Boy Gas to the staging lanes. A little bit of mopping some stuff up off the track over the left lane. Thanks for coming out to the 29th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here with us. Hot Rod Reunion has been a mainstay of events in the West Coast for nostalgia cars. Starting out as just a show, it's become one of the biggest events and races of the year for nostalgia cars. So Camaro over the left lane. Sorry, from the angle here, it was blocked by the signs. All right, all the tech cards still not in. We're still processing it. We got a lot of race cars this weekend. RPMs come up. Camaro takes the set. 661 reaction time, 1.460 foot mark, 4.8 at the 330, 6.2 at the 8th, 8.13 at the 1,000, and a 980 on a 960 at 126 miles an hour. Now it's a Noah. Oh man, he is smoking them. Not sure if that's tire smoke or oil, as he came out of the staging lane smoking pretty good too. This Chevy running more like a two-stroke. That's not tire smoke you see behind him. Oh, look at the smoke coming out the tail as he heads down track. He clears up reasonably well, but when he hit the loud pedal on the start, it was going. And looking for the 960, goes under with a 943. Those two strokes run pretty quick, I guess. I don't know. All right, nostalgia. You should be suited up, ready to go. So the nostalgia cars are in the lanes. They're ready to go. They're going to be followed by B-Gas. B-Gas. Boy Gas. You should be in the lanes. Boy Gas. You need to be in the staging lanes. B-Gas to the staging lanes, please. All right, a little bit of track prep as we change categories here. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck along with Steve LaBarber and Mike English. Going to be keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the weekend. And we're glad you could be here. Tell your friends that can't make it that they can see all the action live stream on dragracer.tv. Dragracer.tv covering the action live all weekend long. Beautiful Bantam Roadster coming into the right lane. And traditional front-motored short wheelbase dragster over in the three-way lane. Now the Bantam Roadster, many of us see them just on drag cars. They were actually a production car back in 1932. American Bantam came out with that little roadster. It was a flathead four-cylinder powered vehicle. Sam Tucker from Redding, California, 32 Bantam with a Mopar, 470 cubic inch motor. Jay Kolb out of Glendora, California, sales manager in the 09 Tuttle chassis car with a 465 cubic inch big block in the dragster. This is the Nostalgia Eliminator 2 category. The ET now gets bumped up to 860. So the speed and the ETs reduce, the speeds increase as we get ready to move on. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. RPMs come up, red light. Kolb seems a little bit too early, 0.56 of the reds with 0.25 green, and then he backs out of it. Sam Tucker stays in the throttle, goes 861 on a 60. He's right where he wants to be. Kolb backs out of it for $14.68. Mike Nitz out of Happy Jack, Arizona. 64-year-old retired guy in an 88 Spitzer chassis car. Chevy 400 in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Over in the three-way Chevy lane, it's Eddie Lucas out of Modesto, California. Another 32 Bantam. This one more traditional style, sitting up high. 622 cubic inches for the mountain motor. RPMs come up and they're gone. Both of them leave inside by next as they head down track. Reaction time is nearly identical. Looking for 860s. They got an 860. Mike Nitz in the Budweiser Carrillo lane goes right to the top. 868 for Eddie Lucas. Terry Lindblad out of Forest Ranch, California. 66 Williams chassis car with a 372 cubic inch Mopar motor. Jeff Brochesler out of Gridley, California. 32 Bantam. Got a Dart engine, undetermined cubic inches. 860 is the magic number now. Cars are getting quicker. Hemi in the right lane. RPMs come up, they leave the line, side by next. Lindblad a little bit later on the light. Left lane is out in front. Jeff is coming across the line. Is he going to be too quick? Yes, 856 to an 864 for Lindblad. So Lindblad with an 864 goes into the number 3 spot. Mike Nitz is number 1 with an 860. Tucker with an 861 as we go through the field of cars qualifying in the 860 Nostalgia Eliminator 2 category. Couple of roadsters getting ready to go. A little bit different approach. Right lane sits down low. Left lane driver sitting quite a bit more upright. Top of the body of the right lane, acting as a wing over the tires. Oh, if Henry could only see his Model T today. Still getting tech cards entered into the system. Pre-stage lights lit, full stage for both. Green light, they're gone. Lean on the lights for both drivers as they head down track. It's only qualifying. Reaction time not that important. Left lane starts to pull away. 882 to a 936. Right lane not near the number. Left lane a little bit closer, but still over with an 882. The hitman, George Chatterton the third out of Escondido, 37 Fiat Topolino. The Little Mouse, 406 cubic inches with a Chevy Power in the Budweiser lane. Three-way Chevrolet lane has J.C. Justice out of Aliso Viejo, California. 41 Willys. It's a Jeep. Jeep, J-E-E-P, just empty every pocket. Reminiscent of the old funny car Jeep. Jacine, a 38-year-old firefighter. 358 cubic inches with a small block Mopar power. The Topo, a 406 Chevy for power. Doesn't matter what you got for motivation, the goal is 860. And if you're watching us right now on DragRacer.tv, thanks for tuning in. We'll be doing this all weekend long. RPMs come up and they are gone. It takes a little bit of a hit off the start with an excellent 029 light. JC chasing 876 to an 869. They're both in the hunt. 151 miles an hour for the Jeep, 148 for the Topo. Gary Ryan out of South San Francisco. Retired mechanic with a 32 Bantam with a 331 cubic inch. He says Bantam engine. Right. Robert Duke Baker out of Thornton, California. 69 front engine dragster 427 Chevrolet power plant. Gary Ryan out of South San Francisco. right, Duke Baker goes 8:59. Right lane, Ryan left so early he won't get a time. Injected front-loaded dragsters a pair. Robert Johnson out of Visalia, California. S&W chassis, 427 Ford for power with injectors. Injected dragster as well here in the Budweiser lane. What's up? Gabe Wood with a Fiat replica. Topolito, Little Mouse. It was a compact car produced by Fiat. Became the Fiat 500 later on as they changed the names. It's a two-seater with a flathead 4 for power from the factory. The T, also from the factory with a 4-cylinder. Full stage for Wood. Boyle moves in. RPM come up. 003 reaction time for Troy Boyle. Looking for the elusive 860. Boyle goes 898. Wood with the better 867. Another topo. Clint Ariel out of Parowan, Utah. This is a 47 Topo. Now, Topo was introduced in 1937, and the body style never really changed until the early 1950s when they changed the nose and the front fenders. 468 cubic inch big block. T here in the right lane. Got the wing thing going on right above the driver's head. Clint out of Parowan, Utah. He's retired, which means he was tired yesterday and he's retired again today. All right. Mustang pulls away. 079 reactions were better. 028 for the Oldsmobile. shot. Okay. Ready to go. Test, test, test. Test, test. All right. All right, here we go. All right, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. We need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. You need to be in the staging lanes. NE1 to the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. All right, getting ready to go. Chevelle Chris Turek out of Queens Creek, Arizona. 70 Chevelle. 632 cubic inches worth of motivational power. Chris Turek getting ready to go. B-gas, looking for that elusive 860. A 1-2-3 reaction, 1.260 foot, gets a good launch. And looking for the 860, goes 858 under the number. Crazy Connie's better half. It's Gerald Wold here in the left lane, in the three-way Chevy lane. 572 big block. Owen Brothers 3 Auto Repair. They're out of Buena Park, California. Big Bad Blown Camaro, 572 cubic inches. Connie runs her Vega, and Gerald runs the Camaro. 860 index is what they're looking for. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, we need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, we need you to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go. Gerald pulls up to the starting line. He hits the pre-stage beams. That was a hint, Gerald. There we go. Full stage for Gerald. Starts on the hit. 321 reaction, 1.260 foot mark. Little puff of smoke as he gets to halfway. Another one as he goes through the finish line. 886 at 144 miles an hour. Beautiful. Fair lane coming up here in the Budweiser lane. Candy Apple Red Fair lane getting ready to go. They pull the pin on the chute. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, you need to be in the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, you need to be in the staging lanes. So the fair lane kind of bobbles a bit as he does his burnout. Goes past the line, looks like he's lost fire. Going to have to fire it back up again. There he goes. And he starts to back it up. Candy Apple Red got the big wing thing going on in the back. Not only does that keep the car stable at speed, but it's a great picnic table when you get back to the pits later on. 860, the elusive number he's trying to hit. We're going to do a little track prep, then move into Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Drivers, you should be suited up. NE1, you should be suited up. One low down, mean 64 Fairlane. Every time I see a 64 Fairlane, I think of Thunderbolts. It's a car that's indelible in my mind. Gas Ronda was my favorite driver in those cars. Bringing the RPMs up. And he overstages it. All right, he's bobbling down the track. Engine not picking up the RPM. He's not going to get a time. Not that he's going to want one after this one. All right, again, Nostalgia Eliminator 1, you should be suited up, ready to go. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, you should be suited up, ready to go. All right, so that's the end of B gas. We move into NE1, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. And they're going to do some track prep. Mike English is going to slide in here and do the NE1 cars. So we'll be back to racing action in just a moment with some great looking machines from all over the U.S. and more.
So as Bob alluded to there, a little bit of track prep going on here, and NE1 will be coming out next. Index is going to drop down a second to a 760. You see up on the scoreboard there, we're going to have a little fun with a little target practice here. As you well know, the closest to 760 without going under goes to the top. So just a few minutes here is Jim Black out there on the Kubota tractor. And if you've never been to Famoso Drag Strip before in the NHRA Heritage Series, thanks for coming out. But what he's doing there is he has counter-rotating slicks on the back there, and it puts a thin layer of rubber down on the track. That's why of course, Famoso Drag Strip here, one of the best tracks in the country, all concrete, quarter mile, and with all the equipment here to operate this track, it's absolutely one of the very best in the country. So, I believe Jim is going to make his final pass, going to ease on over to the parking spot there. We're going to put 760 up on the scoreboard down there, and they should be rolling out of the lanes here in just a minute here. Of course, we'll have fun. 760 is the target down on the scoreboard there. Trip Zip Perfect is the target down on the starting line here. So we'll just have, just for funsies and giggles, there's no awards or anything. Other than if you're real bad, I get to shame you a little bit on the PA. If you're real good, we'll give you kudos. Or whatever you get. You know, it's all about fun. It's Fun Day Friday here. Working our way through the schedule today. The first session of Nitro Funny Car is scheduled to go off at 12 noon today. So just waiting for the word from Jim Black. Oh, he's going to put some sticky stuff down, too. Hey, by the way, all my friends back home on the World Wide Web there, watching live and in color. Black and white's the color. Come on. Just kidding. DragRacer.tv. Thanks for joining us. And now there's a little QR code up on your screen there, and you can grab your phone. I'm not going to do this because I don't have any of those skills. But you can grab your phone there, log on to that QR code there, and it'll take you right to the NHRA Motorsports Museum website. There's all kinds of cool stuff they have going on there, and very neat stuff. And it's a great way to support the museum and the NHRA Heritage Drag Racing Series. So if you do that, pick up your little phone. See, I was instructed to do that. I have no idea how to do it. But pick up your phone there. Just wave it over that QR code. That's what I was told to say that by Warren Evans. I have no idea what a QR code is. I'm gonna get to websites real soon, Warren, so give me time, okay? But seriously, you can log on there. That will take you right to the NHRA Motorsports Museum website, presented by the Automobile Club of Southern California. And it will be very, very cool stuff you can find on there and all kinds of neat stuff, which I'm sporting one of the latest shirts in the NHRA Motorsports Museum Sportswear, the trendsetter. So what Jim Black is doing there on the quad is spraying down a little bit of that world-renowned sticky stuff. And, well, you know, we want optimum traction here. So just should be a few minutes here. We'll be rocking and rolling with session number 1 of Nostalgia Eliminator 1. And the first pair is going to be a pretty good old pair. Dave Isley coming up. He'll be in the Budweiser lane. A guy that I like to refer to as Mr. 760 because that dog can hunt. We come out here for ANRA races and Heritage Series races throughout the year, and Dave always seems to find his way to 760 for somehow or other. But we won't go into some of those 760s because that's a different story. And over the far side there, that three-way Chevrolet lane, that'll be Tom Mardis, the short fuse. We won't even go into details of how that name came up. So Dave right, Tom left. Tom Bartas, that competition coupe that was built by funny car champion Bobby Cottrell at his BC Performance shop down there in Whittier. Early style, 392 Hemi. Wife Sonia is backup babe walking down the track over there far side. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. The cool thing about NE1 is the array of cars you'll see. And of course, the most popular car, obviously, is the front engine dragster, big block Chevrolet, like Dave Isley has here in the Budweiser lane. And then you jump over on the other side of the track there in the way cool ride of Tom Bartas, the short fuse, which supercharged early style Hemi. So I will tell you right now, one of these is going to go to the number 1 spot. Well, they're the first pair of cars, right? God, I pick up on that stuff, don't I? Tom Bartas pre-staged over there. Dave Isley rolls in, lights that first light. Dave is in and set, waiting on that Tom over there far side. Here we go. Well, neither one of them is going to make my honor roll for reaction times, but it's all about 760 right now, and you get down through there. Oh, too quick, Dave Isley, 754.8, 177. Tom Bartas goes 795, but you saw the speed come up there at 137, and he was not under power when that short fuse car crossed the finish line. There's our next pair rolling up. Oh, this is a couple of prime time players. Number 1 in the points for the NHRA Heritage Series national champion Dave Lawson over there far side with a pretty good lead over Steve Schoenfeld and Dustin Lee and Sabrina Pecora. But he has not clinched it yet. And Hans Jacob in from Lake Havasu, the Precision Custom Engines team car for Hans, who, if you were here 2 weeks ago at the annual race here, that blue car backing up in the Budweiser lane was standing in the winner's circle. Hans just outside the top 10 for the national championship. Would like nothing better to take that trophy home this weekend. Dave, far side, that 3-way Chevrolet lane, would like to do both. Take the trophy home, which would mean he'd be your newly crowned national champion. A couple of guys who've been there, seen that, done that. Dave goes red. Hans is best in class off the starting line at 033, and that'll get blown in the weeds later on. 7:59.0. Hans goes too quick by 1. Dave Lawson goes to the number 1 spot, 7:6.48. And I will tell you right now, if you're a gambling man or lady, bet that number 1 spot does not stay at 7:64, or Hans Jacobs 033 will not be best in class as they keep coming right around the corner with Sabrina Pecora and Mr. 253 himself, Steve Schoenfeld. In from Utah is Steve in the team coming up here in the Budweiser lane. Sabrina, of course, out of Northern California. And Sabrina and I celebrated our 2nd wedding anniversaries on October 5th. We're just not married to each other. Well, we did get married 2 years ago on October 5th. Just different people. So a couple of them big-time players. Of course, Steve Schoenfeld sitting in that number 2 spot. And I will tell you, when we go into eliminations for NE1 tomorrow, Steve Schoenfeld, backing up here in that Budweiser lane, will be a big fan of anybody who is in the other lane against Dave Lawson. Because Dave Lawson starts lighting up wind lights, and, well, that championship's going to be his. It's down to a 4-horse race, pretty much. Well, it is. So a couple of the alters. The lovely young lady out of Northern California. In the Fiat far side, Miss Sabrina for Dad, John and the team, and Steve Schoenfeld and the bunch out of Sandy, Utah. I told you that 033 wouldn't stand up. Steve Schoenfeld, double 09 on the tree down there top end. 755, too quick Schoenfeld. 770, Sabrina is on the good side, but Steve Schoenfeld, double 09 on the tree. Best in class down here. Sabrina goes to that number 2 spot with that 770, and that will probably not make top 10. I can tell you that right now. Oh, that's how you do a burnout in NE1. Check that baby out. The riffraff car out of the Great Northwest. And Dan Shrokosh, Dirty Dan, far side, the former national champion. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. A-gas, that would be Apple Gas, A-gas. Need you to the ladies, please. Oh, I love these guys out of the Northwest. That's like a Jungle Jim Lieberman backup. Backing up faster than he did the burnout. Of course, Dirty Dan over there far side. That is a former champion. Wife Kim out in front of the car, bringing him back. The team out of San Marcos, down by San Diego. And the riffraff. Ooh, 024, Dan Shrokosh. 035, riffraff down there top end. Somebody go number 1. Wow. Too quick, 751.6, 174, Budweiser Lane. Dirty Dan missed that perfect by 5 thou. 759.5, a $1.78. And Dave Lawson stays number 1 at 764.8. Come on, guys, I need you to work with me. I said that wouldn't last. Because now the next pair coming up. Spare change, Fiat. Love that car. Isn't that baby cool? And the guy who's in the hunt for the national championship, sitting at number 3 spot, Dustin Lee, the engine builder over there far side. Dad, Jimmy, and the team. Dustin Lee, a former champion. And by the way, Dustin Lee's dragster far side, that is not a big block or small block Chevrolet. That is an LS-powered dragster for Dustin over there. Of course, that is his specialty at Dustin Lee Racing Engines, is LS-powered cars, and, well, he's pretty good at it. Sitting number 3 in the points, just spread of Sabrina Pecora, who already ran, who is sitting number 2 in qualifying. Of course, Dave Lawson, number 1 in the points, number 1 in qualifying, and I believe I said that 764.8 wouldn't hold up, so I need the folks in NE1 to work with me. Of course, I was good on the reaction time. Steve Schoenfeld, best in class at 009. In set, here we go. Oh, and Dustin shows off at 006. See what he runs in that 3-way Chevrolet lane? 762.6. Dustin Lee goes to the number 1 spot. 006, 762.6. I'm going to go out on the limb again. That won't hold up. So Dustin Lee to the top at 762.6 is Bobby Lee. Comes rolling on up here in the Budweiser lane. Whiplash. And Max Cassie, far side. And Bobby's car sitting out there not backing up. There we go. So old Whiplash coming back here. Pre-stage far side, waiting on Bobby to come up here. The age-old altered dragster matchup here. But it's all about 760 down there. Whoa, Bobby struck the tires there and a little shimmy in the front end. Far side there, 011 RED. It's 772, 171. We'll move you to the number 3 spot. And Bobby's got it, the front end back from that. That's shake deal. 1602 at 100 miles an hour for Whiplash there. The Budweiser lanes. The next pair come rolling on up with Larry Rosenbaum. The Altercation. Larry's car, I love that. See it? 4-wheel disc brakes on the Altered. Yes, Eric, that's an Altered with front brakes. Isn't that cool? And Larry did not back up for some reason, get a motor on down that Budweiser lane. So a by-run far side there. And gets to show off here on the single run. Whoa, hiked them front wheels up there a little bit, had to pedal it. Gets down through there and at 859, 159. So next pair, Dan Engel. Getting back behind the wheel of a family car with Uncle Mark standing behind the car with that Ed Silberman tune-up. Of course, Ed pretty darn good at wheeling these cars. And Tom Ellis in from Nevada, Minden, Nevada, up on Highway 395 there, just south of the Reno, you know, the Ford parts dude. I could say something about he sells Ford parts, but his car's got a big block Chevrolet in it, but we'll let that slide. Of course, Dan Engel, former champion. Sitting number 9 in the points. Looking for 7,600 down there, top end, that Blair Pickett. Oh, 774, Dan Engel. 777, Tom Ellis. Now, that's on the good side of 760, and they got a number to work with. But I'll tell you, I thought that Dan Engel car was going to dip down in the 60s there. Dustin Lee still sitting at the top. Dave Lawson, number 2. Sabrina Pecora, number 3. As Jason Barta and Kenny Upton. This is a pretty good matchup here. This is a couple of guys that are pretty darn good at this. Kenny Upton over there far side for the Parcourt team car out of the hills of Garden Grove overlooking Disneyland. Sitting number 8 in the points for the championship. And Jason Barta, the S&S Fabrication team car in that Racing Barta family. And hang on there, Steve. That track is pretty sticky there. Dad Steve got stuck out there, of course. Daughter Ava and son Blake all racing the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League. And Dad Steve down there, former national champ. in D-Gas with the family Nova. So Jason rolling up here. The Barta and Coburn team car out of Bakersfield. Better the two far side. Kenny Upton reaction time wise down there at top end. Jason Barta goes that number 1 spot. 7.618, 172 Jason Barta. Kenny Upton is 7.72.5, 174. Kenny was first off that starting line by a hun, but down there Jason 7.618. So Jason Barta number 1, Dustin Lee number 2, Dave Lawson number 3, Sabrina Pecora sitting at number 4 spot. As the next pair coming up now, Corey Bogue for the San Fernando Brewery Company. It's one of my favorite places. In fact, I think we should go there tonight. Oh, wait a minute. We got the reception down at the DoubleTree. Oh, I got to tell you about that in a little bit. And the Avalon Bless altered over their far side. Corey with that supercharged small block Chevrolet. The short wheelbase alter. Now that red light by Corey, absolutely no. Wow, problems for that car. Avalon Bless alter down there top end. Corey Bogue, 771, 175 for Corey. The alter jumped off that starting line, stops. We're going to have to push him back because the next pair are fired up. Attention up pits, attention in the pits. 7-0 Pro, need you to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro, need you to the lanes for session number 1, please. So we got the next pair fired up. It's going to be a couple of supercharged or air-conditioned cars, as I like to say. Harold Huggiford, far side. The Vulcans Car Club, Bill Workman sitting behind the Butterflies. Chrysler 392 with the air conditioner sitting on top of it. So the 32 Vicky over there far side, and the more traditional front engine big block dragster over here. Tim and the team over here out of that Born Vintage group in Bakersfield here. Of course, Kamaka Pocock, Kurt, and the team building some awesome race cars. Kevin Raposo out there serving as crew chief for the boys in from Hawaii. Yep, not making that up. They make that trip over. Now, right now, Jason Barta, 761.8, sit number 1. That's a pretty good old run down there, isn't it? 741, too quick, 179 for the dragster, Budweiser CP Gorilla Lane. 751.5, 171, 177, Bill Workman. Too quick, three-way Chevrolet Lane. And I believe that does it for Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Now the index is going to stay the same at 760, but now we're going door cars with A gas coming out next. Number 1 in the points, Ray Castanetto. The Nova over there far side out of Concord. And Cliff Boyles, the 53 Studebaker. 665 inches of big block Chevrolet in that Studebaker. By the way, just in the interest of fair reporting, that big block Chevrolet did not come stock in that Studebaker. Just wanted to clarify that. So first pair, first qualifying session, A-Gas. 760 up on the board there. You get down there to that finish line and don't go under 760 and go say 7,600. Well, you're going to get high fives from everybody because that's going to put you number 1. Of course, this is day number 1, session number 1, the 29th annual NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion here at Famosa Drag Strip. So your points leader for the national championship, far side, Ray Castanetto taking on Cliff Boyles. Oh, Cliff Boyles, best in class for A-Gas at 005 down there top end. How about that Ray Castanetto? Dead on 8, 179. Cliff had the parachute coming out at 762.6, but Cliff, the leader down here at the starting line at 005. Ray, the leader down there at the finish line where it really counts it, dead on 8. For your points leader in that Nova is Al White, the Brutus GTO, over here in that Budweiser lane, Budweiser CP Gorilla lane. And Brent Pitchler in from Carson Park, the 69 Camaro. How about 713 inches of BBC over their far side for Brett and the team. Of course, that great equalizer down there top end is that 760 up on the scoreboard. Not sure what happened to Al White on the starting line there. Brett's going to get there first in the Camaro, 767. Al White goes too quick, 756 in a bucket 5. So Brent will move to the number 3 spot. Al will be number 4. Ray Castanetto sit number 1, dead on 8 for your points leaders. Ron Connor and Jim Data. Now, I just looked at my coolometer when these two cars did their burnout. The 63 split window Corvette and the 57 Pontiac Chieftain. How cool is that? Only at the California Hot Rod Reunion would you find this. Big Inch, Big Block Chevrolet for the Poncho over there and Jim Data. Supercharged Big Block for the Corvette over here and Ron Connor. Ron in from Ukiah, way the heck up there, about 2 hours south of the Oregon border. So Jim Data. In set, here we go. Wow, that car did not react right there. Normally that car's wheels up off that starting line, top end. Corvette 765, 182. Jim Data goes 807, getting with it down their top end at 187 miles an hour. Ron Connor will move into that number 3 spot. Jim Data into the number 5 spot. Is Brian Rogers and Terry Newton. Terry, the 53 studio over there for the McClure family racing, and his son Josh started this year tuning the wrenches and tuning that Studebaker over there for the team in from Camarillo. And Brian Rogers out of Lake Havasu, 67 Nova for Brian and the team. Now, I will tell you, 2 weeks ago here at the American Nostalgia Racing Association, race number 4, that Studebaker over there far side not only qualified number 1, but hung out in the winner's circle at the end of the race. Out on the pad, 53 Studebaker, 67 Nova, 66 Nova, and a 59 Rambler wagon. A little bit of smoke out of Rogers' car. That's a little unusual down there. 759, 6-2 quick by 4 Thou. Terry Newton, 758, 2 quick Brian Rogers. Hey, that Ray Castaneda dead on 8, still sitting in that lofty number 1 spot is Jim Teague and Frank Miranda. Jim, over here, that's the Nova for the team in from Sanger. And let me tell you something. Jim Teague, Billy Teague and that bunch, they paint cars. And just take a look at this Nova over here. That paint job, I mean, you could stick your arm. That paint is so deep all the way up to your elbow. And Frank Miranda, I took a head count earlier today. Rambler wagons this weekend, one of them. The former national champion, far side. Frank sitting in the number 4 spot. Any chance to get another national championship? He will need some big time help. Wow, that was a strange one. Teague out of the throttle, Frank Miranda down there top end. How about Frank Miranda? Missed the top spot by a Thou. Dead on 9. Gets Frank Miranda the number 2 spot. And that Rambler wagon a way down track there. Way down track there. See if he makes that turn to the right down there. Parachute did not come out of that home wrecker, but I believe he made the right turn way down track there. Of course, Teague coasting through at 1097 was Ray Pageant and Richard Wilson, the Voodoo Hemi. Richard Wilson, far side there. The Dodge Aeroflow taking on the 63 split window Corvette for the runner out of Santa Paula. Now, if you head on down the 99, the 5, go over the Grapevine, hang right on the 126. Just before you get to Ventura, that's Santa Paula. Well, let me tell you, half the population in Santa Paula is here this weekend. They're all drag racers. The town goes like a ghost town. Oh, 29 on the tree, Ray. 2 quick 757. Richard Wilson, 7637, will move you to the number 4 spot. Behind Cliff Boyles in the number 3 spot. Frank Miranda, dead on 9. Number 2 in points leader Ray Castaneda, dead on 8 and sits number 1 as a couple of prime time players will pair up in qualifying here. Tom Fowler, that's the lead car, the whole bunch of race cars out of that King's Oil Tool team over Paso Robles, and wife Evelyn and Casey Truer. The 33 Willies, a couple of guys who can find their way to the winner's circle. So a couple of 600 cubic inch BBCs under the hood of these two cars. Guy over there far side, he works at King's Oil Tool, maintaining the race cars. For the boss man, Tom, over here, and wife Evelyn in the Camaro. Evelyn's standing there, going to watch the hubs. That black Camaro seems to hug 760. Of course, that yellow Willys ain't too bad. Move off that starting line to Tom Fowler. Casey's out of the throttle and coasting. Top end Tom Fowler, 7651, 178. .1283, 75 miles an hour coasting for Casey. Tom Fowler with that 765 goes to the number 5 spot. On the ladder is Rafael Quiroga. I believe this will be the final car in this A-Gas, the 57 Chevy. Of course, the Rafael in from Santa Ynez in the Chumash Indian tribe over there, who, by the way, I'll just toss this out, has a very good casino over there that I've invested in. And not the, well, yeah, the way you think. So the rolling, I was teasing Rafael. This car is so swoopy. I told him, I said, you know, I could use that in my garage as a doorstop. Because it's cool. I mean, let's be honest. Why don't we get in Rafael's car? I'm sure he wouldn't mind if we went cruising the boulevard down to Bakersfield tonight. So to wrap up A-Gas, and 7-0 Pro will be out next. So Rafael rolling up. Buddy Hall, need you to the tower, please. Buddy Hull, lead you to the tower, please. Rafael, I believe, pedaled it right at the tree there. Well, I'll find out. Maybe I was mistaken. Yeah, 777, 165 for Rafael, and I don't think that's the way they started off. Yeah, Steve LaBarber pointed and said, look at that 60-foot time. Big time off. So that will wrap up A-Gas, and we will drop the index down to 7 flat for 7-0 Pro. And Steve LaBarber will slide right into this announcer's booth and tell you all about it. Steve-O, whenever you're ready.
And you got to love 7.0 Pro, the mixture of cars, dragsters, Fiats. You got some funny cars. You got all kinds of stuff. So it's a pretty good mix of fun. And we're getting ready to send them down just real quick. All right, so water going down in the box. That means cars are coming to life. We got Steve Fowler, the Bad Moon Rising, Lake Havasu City. Fowler sitting number 2 in points behind George Vanderpool. And Fowler's won enough. He's only 3 points behind, so this is definitely within reach. Fowler out of Lake Havasu City, semi-retired. Him and his wife. Summer. Following them on Facebook, they've been everywhere. Motorhomes, they've been racing all over the country. And then we got Dwight Garland over there out of Mission Viejo, the contractor. 2015 dragster. Steve Fowler. That's what I want to do when I'm semi-retired. Just drive around. Got the race car in the box behind the motorhome. Yep, that place looks good. Let's go race there. Steve, one of those great fabricators, engine builders, built that Bantam in his basement shop thing in Lake Havasu City. Is the only cold place in the summertime was the garage at Steve Fowler's house. Got 540 cubic inches of blown big block Chevrolet and 526 cubic inches of blown Chevrolet in the rails of Dwight Garland's dragster over there for the contractor out of Mission Viejo. Pulling on in, trying to find those stage beams. Pre-stage on for Steve Fowler. Staged and ready, here we go. Both looking for 7.0. Top end 707 to the top. Steve Fowler goes 760. Dwight Garland still got that NE1 tune-up. We got Ralph Fox and Lawton Ferrera. Lawton Ferrera, burnout complete. He's backing up. The Top Flight Racing Fiat. Lawton Ferrera over there at Spring Valley. We've got some in the high desert, right? It's a suburb of Victorville. The Auto Surgeon and Ralph Fox. Bullhead City, Arizona for the retired operating manager. 2016 Tuttle with 427 cubic inches of blown Donovan. Ralph sitting number 4 in the points. Top end on that 7.0. We got 7.08. And Ralph Fox goes 7.10 with a 1 here in qualifying. 0.22 on the red side for Lawton Ferrera. He was 108 to 60 foot, 154 at half track, and 191 miles an hour. It's 7.08. 7.10 for 193 for Ralph Fox. So next pair coming to life here. We got the Bad Medicine. Mark Terabashia. Bad Medicine CUDA funny car. Just something about a CUDA that makes a good funny car. So Jerry Buckley at a Talent Oregon. Dragster over there in the three-way Chevrolet side of the racetrack. Bad Medicine of Mark Terabashia. Terabaki. And Mike Ames, you don't know how much we miss you today, my friend. Do you know where the switch on a microphone is? Somebody else doesn't. We're having PA issues, and it turns out it was a switch that was off. So, come, Mike. Come back. We miss you, Mike Ames. RPM's coming up for Terabaki. Clutch car. All right. 678, that's a little too quick on that 7.0 index, 732, 191 for Jerry Buckley. So once again, while it's quiet, Buddy Hull, need you back to the tower, please. Buddy Hull, back to the tower. Not even a little bit, Mike Ames. We're not joking at all. So Richard High, he's up there in the points. He's sitting number 7. Dragster out of Lake Havasu City. God, it's like there's a lot of drag racers and enthusiasts in Lake Havasu City. Richard High, 66 years old, the manager. Dragster over there in the three-way Chevy side. And Blake Reynolds, Goleta, California. The Taboo Fiat having a hard time coming to life right now. We may... Brand new supercharged Hemi. So having a hard time, and Blake gonna abort this run, and we're gonna send Richard High down on a single. They're gonna try to get this new combination fired up for Rick Reynolds. It's a good-looking Fiat. So a little bit of fuel coming out of number 5 there, but don't matter. 712, 182 on that 7.0 index. Richard High running it on through. So, it doesn't look like we're going to get it done. Oh, wait, they're going to plug it in again. We're going to see. Blake Reynolds. New combination in the Taboo Fiat. Hopefully that thing comes to life. So they got a new combination to life there for Blake Reynolds and George Vanderpool, your current points leader. So George Vanderpool, all the way from Reading, 2008 dragster, 392 Chrysler in the rails. And Blake Reynolds, another Hemi, the new one. So interesting to see what the new combination for Blake Reynolds has in store. I mean, we're all looking for 7.0. But 7.0 Pro, one of those categories, it's like they're right on the cusp of almost too quick, but right there where it's fun to bracket race or wheel race. So rolling through Blake Reynolds, he's doing a lot of driving behind the wheel of that Fiat, and George Vanderpool just going to walk right out of his life with a 709 186. So current lead is Steve Fowler. That 707 sticking for now. So good pass there. Blake Reynolds, a shakedown pass, I'm assuming, but he was doing a lot of driving in that Taboo Fiat. Brand new combination. It's got a new Hemi with a supercharger on it. So just a quick check of the track right there, make sure we are good to go, as he was doing a lot more driving than we anticipated. For those of you guys in attendance, we thank you from Famoso Drag Strip and everybody here associated with the California Hot Rod Reunion, meaning the NHRA Museum. And for those watching online, the weather's beautiful, the sun is shining, the nitro's about to hit the air when we're running 7.0 Pro, and you still got time to get here. So come on down. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. AFX, need you to the lanes, please. AFX, need you to the lanes. So keeping things moving here in 7.0 Pro. We got 4 lanes of them. A lot of cars. AFX to the lanes, please. AFX, need you to the lanes. So a good problem to have out there in the pits, guys, but if you got nitro cars, we're going to be a little bit early. So kind of, yeah, we're going to call you to the lanes at 11:30. So start buttoning that baby up, you know, do your fuel mixtures, service the car, get the bodies on, and put the fire suits in the tow vehicle. We're going to call you up a little early, and that is a good problem to have at a racetrack, folks. We are ahead of schedule. Knock on wood, we stay that way. because nobody comes to a racetrack to see equipment go up and down, but sometimes that happens. So here we go, staged, pre-staged, both drivers here. Budweiser CP Carrillo side over the three-way Chevrolet side on that 7-0. Look at that, 7 flat with a 2. Say hello to your number 1 without a name. 790 and the Budweiser lane, but how about 7 flat with a 2? Richard Phillips, congratulations. Sitting in that number 1 spot now. I think that'll hold. Richard Phillips, good job. So next pair, another one of those Bantams. Good looking dragster here rolling into the water. So, the Phantom, the dragster. Staged and ready's the dragster. He's ready to go. Here we go. Phantom goes 0-12 in reaction time, and something went away. Dragster gonna run it on down the Budweiser CP Carrillo side, and he goes 697. 195, but a tough break. He was 0-12 in reaction time. And then the car just shut off. And like a good driver should, take note, drivers. You have a problem. Pull over to the nearest guardrail as he did. Thank you, sir. So we will push that guy off. And we got 2, 4, 6, 8 cars left. Once again, while it's quiet, attention in the pits. I need AFX. To the lanes, please. AFX, need you to the lanes, please. AFX. I know earlier we started the day, there was only 2, and I know we got more than that. So AFX cars, need you to the lanes. All right, here we go. Next pair's coming to life. Dave Rosenberg. He's sitting number 8 in the points with 99. Dragster over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. Both drivers on the hunt to go 7-0. One. AFX to the lanes, please. AFX to the lane. a little bit of driving over there. Wow, wow, wow. Keep it. There we go. 728, but he was taking the scenic route, David Rosenberg was. That thing had a lot of movement. See everybody in the grandstands doing it with their hand. Did you see him? He was going left, right, left, right. So he kept it off the guardrail, went 790 with a 5, 132. So firing up the next pair. Here we go. Derek Moriera and Chris Bates. Oh, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. AFX to the lanes, please. AFX. Ladies and gentlemen, Donnie Couch has entered the building. Derek Marrera, Hilo, Hawaii, 32 Bantam, and Chris Bates, the Budakian Brothers, 23 Ford, out of Reading. Staylight Solar, the owner. The Alan Johnson powered 23 Ford. Over there in the three-way Chevrolet side, Derek Marrera, 540 cubic inches of Chevrolet. Everybody steps away. Both on the number, that's 7-0. Top it. Wow, look at that. 701, 193 for Derek. He goes to the number 2 spot. Chris Bates, 736, 9, 164. Reaction times we're going to have to do for Sunday. So 7 flat with a 2 is your current leader. Eiley Stafford out of El Cajon, the paralegal. So down to the final 3 here in 7-0 Pro. So Eiley Stafford, been to the money round several times in the Killer Crowder car. Dragster over there in the three-way Chevrolet side trying to get in that top half of the field. There's still 2,000s to play with to get to that number 1 spot for Eiley. Oh, reaction time. Top end went light. 728, 186, 836 on that 7-0, and that thing was just eating itself up about halfway down. So the final car here, Kevin Raposo, all the way from Hawaii. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Bob Beck. All right, so word from the starting line crew is fire Kevin up. So last car here at 7-0 Pro. Couple went quick, a couple went slow, and here we go. Sit number 1, Mr. Phillips, and then we got Derek Barrera, Steve Fowler, and Lawton Ferreira, George Vanderpool rounding out your top 5. 7 flat with a 2. The leader in the clubhouse. And Kevin Raposo going to wrap things up here in qualifying session number 1 for 7-0 Pro here today. Kevin Raposo from Kauai. You ask him why he's here. I don't know. All right, so everything complete there for Kevin. They're going to send the final car down on a solo here in 7-0 Pro. For Kevin. Looking for that 7 flat. 709, 163, or excuse me, 183. And that's going to do it for me. I'm going to hand things over to Mr. Bob Beck. Bob, take it away, my friend.
All right, thanks, Steve. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you didn't go anywhere. I did. Hey, beautiful day out here. If you haven't walked through the manufacturer's midway yet, do so. Some great stuff there. And the cars pulling into the show and shine area are getting bigger and better. There are super machines out there. Take a look at that. But coming up next, one of my favorite categories, the FX guys. They put on some great action. Some of them are altered wheelbase. All of them are door slamming machines that run super strong, reminding me of the days of early days when I started going to drag racing. They'll be coming up in just a minute. Mighty Mopars, Fords, Chevys, a whole bunch of variety of door slamming machines coming your way in just a few moments. We do appreciate you being here for the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Bob Beck along with Steve LaBarber and Mike English, going to keep you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the day. Little track maintenance going on right now. The sidewalk Zamboni going down track, getting things cleaned up as we get the track prepped and ready for the AFX cars coming your way, or the FX cars. Some of them A, some of them B. We'll see how they run, and they'll be coming out in just a little bit. Some of my favorite cars of the day, the Mopars. I was a Mopar fan back in the 60s. Still am, kind of. Still drive one, and we've got a whole bunch of cool-looking Mopars coming your way in just a bit. Now, if you're into Mopars, then this is the class for you. If you love the Chevrolets, there's a bunch out there as well, and they are going to be coming at you in just a few moments. Track prep going on. Sidewalk Zamboni moving a little bit slow as it goes through the stuff left down there on track. We'll be back to racing action for you in just a few moments. Have you gotten your event t-shirts yet? Oh, you got to hurry down because they go quick and you don't want them to run out of your size. T-shirt booth is busy. Check it out. And there's more than just t-shirts down there. See all the NHRA goodies available right there at the reunion tent. Attention in the staging lanes and attention in the pits. FX will be coming out next, but funny cars will follow. Funny cars will follow AFX, so we're going to need you to come up to the lanes in just a bit. Funny car, you will follow. Funny car, you will follow Double A Gas. Double A Gas will be coming out after FX. Correction on that. Double A Gas, you will follow FX. Double A Gas. All right, first call, Double A Gas to the lanes. First call, Double A Gas to the staging lanes. Double A Gas to the staging lanes, please. Double A Gas, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Double A Gas, please come to the staging lanes. Now, if you got friends at home that couldn't make the race today, but they are able to watch it on the internet, go to dragracer.tv. Dragracer.tv, streaming video live from the California Hot Rod Reunion. All right, well, track prep goes on. Have you taken a look at your program yet for today's event? This weekend's event, chock full of great information. And you can find out who the honorees are this year. Who took the Leslie Lovett Award last time? Our Grand Marshal, 100-year-old Ed Iskandarian. Yes, Eddie is 100 years old, and he is going to different events throughout the year. Ed Iskandarian has a legacy of building camshafts that have won in just about every form of racing, whether it's Bonneville, Indianapolis, the drags, the salt flats, it's all over. And Ed Iskandarian is the king. Well, he calls himself the cam father of camshafts. Ron Atterbury is one of our honorees. Ron Atterbury had a heck of a long career, and we're going to be honoring him at the honoree presentations. Got a great shot of him in the program straddling a jet engine. And Atterbury was doing a lot of good stuff, doing some chassis work and so forth, and built the jet car for TV Tommy Ivo. And a host of other people throughout the years. Atterbury also went to Bonneville with his son-in-law. Another name in drag racing history, making the honoree scrapbook, is Rodney Flournoy. Rapid Rodney, going to be here. Good to see him in the pages of the program. Sherm Gunn, another hard-charging drag racer, driving a variety of vehicles, is another honoree we're going to be talking to. Dick Calavoto, driving the Joker machine. Mike Thormus. These are our honorees, and we're going to be talking about them at the honoree presentations later on. Inside the program, the flashback of the 2019 California Hot Rod Reunion with the honorees. Photograph of that. The Wild Winged Express with its wheels up, sitting on the wheelie bars. Mike doing the driving of that machine. The Burkholder brothers Fiat cackling. And we're going to have a bunch of cackle cars later on. The lanes were full of cars. And we've got the page of the Twilight Memorial for those of our racing brethren who have moved on or passed on. We'll be talking about some of them later tonight. Bob Fry will be reading off the list. Some of them that were regulars here at the California Hot Rod Reunion for decades, including Orome Millar. So pick up your official program over at the NHRA Reunion Tent, where you can get your official shirt to prove you were here for the 2021 California Hot Rod Reunion. All right, track prep just about done as we get ready to call out the AF or the FX cars. Gas, double A gas to the lanes, please. Double A gas to the lanes, please. All right, the FX cars are coming to life here in the staging lanes. First two cars coming your way are going to be a pair of Dodges. Dodge Coronet and Polara getting ready to go. The 1964 Dodge here in the Budweiser lane. Two Dodges pulling up to the starting line. Pre-stage in the Burger in the three-way Chevy lane. Deep stage. Then a full stage. Lights go green. The wheels come up in the air. They're heading down track. Dan Davis in the 64 Dodge takes the early lead. Daryl Dinkle chasing. And he goes 983 to a 1066. The Relentless Barracuda and the Candy Stripe Plymouth ready to go next. Sid McDaniel through the lights with a 968 to a 1075 for Robert Norris. The 68 Barracuda chasing. The Lucas-sponsored Chevelle. In the right lane, Ron DeHoop and Steve Whitmore in the three-way Chevy lane driving a Mustang. All right, getting ready to go. Track's cleared, and they're checking the track right now. Something might be out there at the finish line area. Steve Whitmore getting ready to go in the Dixon, California Base 67 Mustang with a 427. Ron DeHoop running two categories today in his Lucas-sponsored Chevelle. And looking like we're all right. We'll see what happens here. Starter's pointed, says, all right, guys, stage, get ready, we're going. So the door slammer cars moving up. This is the FX category. Whitmore in an AFX car. Now, DeHoop has not run FX before, so this is going to be an interesting run for him. He normally runs in the gas classes. Wheels come up. The car takes a little bit of a hop. Better reaction time in the Budweiser lane, but they're side by next. Going for the stripe. Mustang and Chevelle. And the Mustang goes 1050 to a 1067. Now, this is not an index category, so they're qualifying based on ETs. Fair lane here in the Budweiser lane. Brad Schaefer out of Wiggins, Colorado. 67 fair lane with a 557 big block. Kenny Moreland out of Vista, California with the Chevelle. 4:06 small block. Pulls the front wheels high as he leaves the line with an 0.89 reaction time. 0.96 for Brad Schaefer. Schaefer's Ford leads the way. Goes 990 at 137 miles an hour to a 1096 at 121. Todd Hoffman, La Mesa, California, he's a 57-year-old driving the mighty Mopar. Taking on the 65 Chevelle. Wheels go up in the air for Hoffman. The Mopar leads with the 126 reaction time. The Chevelle a better 066. Headed to the stripe, it is the Chevelle going 995 to a 1023. Dale Schroeder out of Kingsburg, Colorado, 64 Fairlane Thunderbolt style. 460 big block Ford for power. Mark Lang out of Cambria, California. The 70 Dodge Dart going to try and stick it to him. He's got a 426 under the hood. Don't know if it's a Hemi or a Wedgie. But this was reminiscent of the old Superstock races of the 60s. Ford with the whole shot. 142 reaction to a 281. Both with 1.460 foot marks. Ford out in the lead, staying out there. He's quicker by 2/10 at the 1,000 foot. Goes 1014 to a 1028. 131 to 136 miles an hour. The Sox and Martin replica Barracuda over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Ron Kisner out of Whitewater, Colorado. 68 Barracuda, and yeah, he's got a heavy 528 cubic inches worth. Jerry Keller out of Ramona, California. 63 Dodge, 426 wedge motor. A pair of Mopars getting ready to go. Barracuda puts the wheels up in the air. Barracuda moving strong through the finish line lines first. Goes 964, 139 miles an hour to 1113 and 121. Dodge Dart and the Plymouth Fury up next. You got Dakota Berry out of Grand Junction, Colorado. 70 Dart, 470 big block power. Taking on Paul Sherrill out of Norwalk, California. 64 Plymouth, 426 wedge. A heavy Plymouth Fury taking on the lightweight Dart. Now, Dart didn't start life out as a compact. The original Darts were big body cars, stripped down. And the Dart with the hole shot, huge hole shot, 0.6 of a second better reaction time. Through the lights, he goes 1077 to a 1012. The Plymouth gets by right at the stripe, 35 thousandths of a second quicker. Kevin Jones out of Whitewater, Colorado, the 69 Barracuda. 440 wedge. Marvin Reisler out of Escondido in the Coronet. Mopar seem to be dominating this category in sheer numbers. Coming up on the finish line lights, it's going to be Marv Reisler with a 1019 to a 1075 for Kevin Jones. Mike Dunn out of Yuba City, California, 63 Plymouth Savoy, 440 wedge. Rich Wood out of San Diego, 62 Nova. How'd that Chevy sneak in there? 62 Chevy Nova, first generation Nova, first year they came out, 496 big block. Base engine on these cars when they were new were 4-cylinders. This one definitely got a lot of hot rod ingenuity, and look at him outrun the Plymouth. The Chevy goes through the lights first in the three-way Chevy lane, 932 to a 1025 for Mike Dunn. Roadrunner and Ernie the Attorney getting ready to go. Ernie L. Gordy out of Pasadena, California, 65 Fairlane. He calls it the Fat Lady. Says it's a 351. Greg Melton out of Escondido, 68 Roadrunner with a 440 wedge. Ernie the Attorney, he is a real attorney. As a matter of fact, he's the lead attorney for Irwindale Speedway and Drag Strip, among other things. 67 Fairlane, says it's a 351 small block. Going to take on the 440 wedge big block Roadrunner. Pre-stage light lit for Ernie. Greg moving in slowly. There he goes. Full stage for Ernie, full stage for Greg. The lights begin to drop. Ernie with the whole shot. Big one. 072 to a 513 and Ernie's trying to stay out in front with the Ford. He does. 9:17 to an 8:80. All on reaction time. 600ths of a second at the stripe. Bad Bird here in the right lane. Sean Bush, Budweiser, Carrillo Lane out of El Cajon. 69 Roadrunner with a Brodix, 500. Joel Miner out of Ramona with a 65 Dodge. He's got a 400-inch Hemi. Altered wheelbase, and look at that thing go high in the sky. Pulls the wheels up. I love it. Miner out in front, stays out in front, goes 10:33 to a 10:34. The man who put together the FX category, Dave Franklin out of Ramona, California, the 61 Galaxy 429. Bruce Wallace in the Fernley Nevada Bay 62 Plymouth Belvedere. 413 wedge motor. Before the 426, the 413 was the king of the Mopar motors. Franklin pulls the wheels up. His long Ford is moving. Now he's got an overdrive system in that thing. He ends up with 8 gears. He goes 893, 149 to a 1035 and 125. Little Plymouth Valiant here in the Budweiser lane. Going to take on the 1960 Chevrolet. Mitch Akers out of San Diego, 60 Impala with a 548 rear Morrison motor. Doug Steyers out of Grand Junction, Colorado, the little 64 Valiant with a 422 big block. Little bitty car with a big motor. Valiant was the kissing cousin to the later model Dart. Darts came out as a big car up until 1962. In 1963, they changed the name of the compact car from Dodge from Lancer to Dart, and sales picked up. Somehow the Lancer name just didn't go over well. Mitch in his winged 60 Chevrolet Impala. Light goes green, they're going. Reaction times are close. They head down track. 60-foot marks almost identical. Halfway point, the Mopar's out in front. Coming up on the stripe, 10:17 to a 10:37, and Doug Steyers gets there first. And we've got gassers coming your way. Double A gas. Switch it over here. And coming out, we got some interesting machines here. These are your 6-second door slamming machines. Funny car, we need you to the lanes. Funny car, to the lanes, please. Funny car, to the lanes. Funny car, you will follow Double A gas. Funny car, to the lanes, please. All right, coming up now, the Double A gas cars. This was an exciting category, and I always love watching these machines go. Huge blower motors, and these cars just flat scoot. Howard Anderson out of Applegate, California. The 1938 Chevrolet with a Brad Anderson 451 cubic inch motor. It's going to be taking on Chuck Moore out of Castro Valley, California, the 66-year-old horse rancher in the 63 Corvette with a Brad Anderson 445. Anderson, a plumber out of Applegate. Got his Chevy getting ready to go. Dave Layton, station master, says, okay, guys, fire them up. They're squirting the alcohol into the hats, and they're firing them up. Big, bad, and blown. Double A gas getting ready to run. Doing a great burnout. Chuck Moore gets the tires heated up. Now Howard Anderson moving up into the water box. He's got the huge picnic table style wing on the back to try and keep this Chevy planted at speed. As the speeds kept kicking up with these cars, they found the roof angle actually created lift. And these cars would get light in the rear end going down track, so they put these huge spoilers in the back. From the back window, about 2 feet past the trunk. Standard wing of the Corvette. Up in the air, clean air to keep it stable at speed. Howard Anderson, 38 Chevrolet, old school style gasser. Chuck Moore with the 63 Corvette. Slicker body. More aerodynamic than that 38 Chevy brick. Moving up into the lane. Funny car, we need you to the lanes. Funny cars, to the lanes, please. Funny car, to the lanes. Here we come. Three-stage light lit for Moore. Anderson now there. Full stage. They're going. RPMs are up. And they are going. Corvette blows up at half track. Big fire comes out the bottom, and it's Anderson going through with a 660. Chuck Moore at half track had a bit of an engine fire. He backs out of it. Fire goes out quickly. Fire systems work. We're going to check the track now and check him as he makes the turnout all right. And Anderson follows. So he got to half track, and Moore's car just went pop. Big flame shot out the bottom. Fire system in the cars helps suppress the fires. Don't know if it was just a leak that created a bit of a fire or if it was a disassembly of the engine compartment. We'll find out. Actually, they're looking at the track, and it appears to be pretty good, which is a good sign that everything stayed in the vehicle. All right, a quick check of the track at the top end was okay, but now we're sending our crew down the lane just to make sure. The one thing we do know about drag races, they're quite capable of disassembling their engines while in motion. So drivers, just a reminder, if you do have a problem, no matter how small you may think it is, if you are not under power and you cannot continue, or you see a bunch of smoke, or feel the tires slipping out from under you, come to a stop, pull to the guardrail on your side of the track, and we will get you towed off track, courtesy of AAA. They're here helping you out. All right, quick check on the track. So far, not looking too bad, but you never know. Mike Molina getting ready to go up. Malia out of Grants Pass, Oregon, 61-year-old chassis builder. And we talked about a car being less than aerodynamic. He's got the 33 Willys with a Brad Anderson 451 cubic inch motor alongside a more swoopy Chevrolet getting ready to go. It's got the mile-high wing. They both put the wings high in the sky to get into the clean air, keep the cars stable at speed. And it looks like everything stayed within the engine. Bit of a fire, but not any parts coming down track or coming out of the car. So that's a good thing. We're going to go right back to racing action, guys. Still on a little bit of hold as we do a final check, but it appears everything is all right. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. And the all clear is given to us on the track, so we are ready to go back to racing action. Funny car, we need you to the lanes. Funny car, we need you to the staging lanes, please. We need funny car to the lanes. Funny car to the lanes. Mad Mike Molia out of Grants Pass, Oregon, here in the Budweiser lane. In the three-way Chevrolet. Beautiful. Malia playing with the throttle as he gets the tires heated up. Beautiful red coupe does a bit of a burnout. Malia goes almost a half track before he's able to slow the car down. Chevy in the three-way Chevy lane. And in the Budweiser Carrillo lane, Mike Molia's Willys. Again, we're still posting tech cards. Cars are still coming in the gate. So we are getting cars teched in and getting the tech information entered into the system. We'll have all that for you later on as we continue on with registrations. Funny car, we need you to the lanes. Suit up. Funny car, to the lanes. Suit up. .33 Willys, chop top, getting ready to take on the Chevrolet with a chop top. Old school. And Molia does his burnout, backs up and shuts off. Something not quite right on Molia's car, so they've shut him off. Going to be a single for the left lane. Funny car, again, funny car, need you to the lanes. Funny car, to the lanes. RPM's coming up for the group. In the groove, pedals it, gets back in it again, goes 728, 192 miles an hour. Pops the laundry, both chutes coming out to slow it down. The Ranero brothers coming up with their Austin. Taking on Scott White in the Seaside, California-based 41 Willys. All right, the next pair coming up. Scott White in the 41 Willys. And the Raneros in the Little Austin. They've been running this Austin for quite a few years. I remember when they first brought it out, they had made the body. This is, probably the same wheelbase a regular Austin has, but it is wider by almost a foot so that it covers the tires. This car has been campaigned in AA Super and AA Gas for many, many years and has been a consistent, strong runner and competitor in the category. The traditional Willys style in the right lane with Scott White. HVAC contractor. Take it on Ranero. Again, qualifying. Gives them a good idea of where the competition is running and where they need to run. It's a heads-up category. Right now, Howard Anderson's got the quickest one on track with a 660, 191 miles an hour. The Chevy that just ran did a 728, but had a great mile an hour at 192. Got lights, so much firing. They're working on it. Ranero does his burnout and moves up. White's crew looking back to check things. Checking the switches. They're having some trouble. It doesn't want to fire. And they are broke. They're going to go back to the pits. So Ranero is going to get a single. So the Gassers having issues in qualifying. But Ranero going over in the left lane with his Austin. Austin, a British economy car. Not quite the way the Brits intended it to be used. And the funny cars are starting to come to the lanes. Funny cars, we need you in the staging lanes. Ranero moves up. He's going to get it staged. RPM start to come up. He'll inch forward. Takes a bit of a hop. He's in the center of the lane and cruises through the lights. Doesn't open the chute. Uh-oh. There it goes. Finally opens up. He goes 678, 205 miles an hour. He's got the best mile per hour so far, and he's second in ET at 678 to a 660 for Howard Anderson. So Renero goes into the number 2 spot. Anderson holds on to number 1. Chuck Moore in the 3rd spot. And a lot of breakage after that, so not many cars making the first qualifying a good one. So funny cars, we need you to the lanes. Funny cars, to the lanes, please. Some of the teams are pulling up right now. And the funny cars get ready to go for their first round of qualifying. Again, funny cars, we need you to the lanes. Funny cars, please move to the front of the lanes. All right, little track prep, checking the track, making sure everything's all right before we send down the ground-pounding funny cars. And they are coming around the bend into the staging lanes. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. Another great year of nostalgia racing at its best. Don't forget to go to the reunion tent, get your program, get your packet, your goodie packet. And don't forget to get the shirt, the official shirt of the event. Prove that you were here. You may need it for an alibi later on, so make sure you got it. Some of the top runners in Nostalgia Funny Car are here to compete today. All right, track prep going on as we get ready for the high-powered funny cars coming your way, and they are continually coming around the bend right now. Don Bomey to the tower. Bomey to the tower. You have a gift delivered. And Tyler Hilton. Tyler Hilton to the tower. Bomey and Hilton, come to the tower, please. Bomey and Hilton, come to the tower, please. Lanes are filling up with funny cars right now as we get ready for their first round of qualifying. Frank McBee. Frank McBee to the tower. Bomey and Hilton, please come to the tower. All right, the lanes of funny cars are filled to the back as they get ready for their first round of qualifying here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Drivers are getting strapped into place as they get ready to make their runs. All right, funny car drivers, please start suiting up. Funny car drivers, suit up, please. Funny cars, suit up. Remember, folks, if you've got friends or family that couldn't make it to the event, tell them to tune to dragracer.tv on their computer, and they can see live streaming video of all the racing action all weekend long. Dragracer.tv. Dragracer.tv, where all the action happens live streaming for you. So the funny car drivers are getting strapped in place, getting suited up. Thanks for being here for the California Hot Rod Reunion. We missed it last year, but we're glad to be back today. It's going to be a great weekend of racing. The weather so far is picture perfect Southern California. Thanks for picking it up, Mr. Bomey. All right, final track prep going, putting down some rubber, making it good and sticky for these ground-pounding funny cars coming your way. Hot Rod Bob Beck, along with Mike English and Steve LaBarbera, along with Donnie Couch. Going to keep you informed about what's hot, what's not, what's going on throughout the weekend here. And again, if you're having difficulty hearing us, or if you're at home, you got friends or family at home that couldn't get here, dragracer.tv. You can pick us up on the internet. We're streaming live. Have you picked up your program yet to see who the honorees are this year? Our Grand Marshal prominently displayed on the cover, Ed Iskandarian, who's 100 years young this year. Man, every place he goes, it's a birthday party for him. And he is still going strong. Saw him just last weekend, came out to Irwindale for Thursday Night Thunder just to watch the street drags going on. He's been traveling all over Southern California for different events. He's our Grand Marshal here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. And inside the program, you get to read a big story, a long story with lots of photographs of Ed, always with his signature cigar, and the story of him building his T. And he still has that car. As a matter of fact, it still has the tires on it from when he built it. I'm not saying he's cheap or anything, but he hasn't spent any money on that car since he built it, and it keeps going strong. Many people running the Iskandarian cams don't tell you so. They don't want you to have the same competitive edge that Ed gave them. So Ed, our Grand Marshal this weekend. Our honorees include Ron Atterbury. Long distinguished career, hot rods and drag cars, and even got involved in Bonneville and restorations. Rapid Rodney Flournoy, funny car pilot. The competition's specialties, Mustang funny car. And Rodney was one of the regulars at OCIR. He's on his way up here right now. Donnie Couch just spoke with him on the phone. So he's coming this way. I said Rocket Rodney, but he used to call himself Rocket Rodney Flournoy. Sherm Gunn. Began racing small block Chevys back in the day. The 57 Chevy, his choice. He attended his first NHRA Winter Nationals in 1965. But he wanted to go faster and built a whole lot of quick machines, altereds, and one of the things that surprised me, he even had a Ford Maverick. Sherm Gunn running funny cars. Dick Calavota. Dick was a top fuel driver and ran 1968 to 71 and had the Joker logo painted on the cowl of his machines. And the team was deadly serious, though, and they were out to win. They were among the toughest in Division 6 competition. Mike Thormos, another honoree this weekend. Thormos most notably known for introducing nitrous oxide to drag racers with nitrous oxide systems, Check out the program. Check out all the great cars behind the grandstands as the show cars start to fill up. Don't forget the manufacturers Midway. I got a great deal on some headsets for the grandkids when they come up. And I got a rocking horse that you would not believe. It swags its tail and it talks to you as you're riding it. So the grandkids are going to have fun. You can find just about anything. Need something hot coated? You got caps back there. You name it, they're here. This is the event to be at, the California Hot Rod Reunion. And we have 3 lanes full of funny cars getting ready to go here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. What is this, the 29th Hot Rod Reunion? We were only going to do it once. And I've been here for every one of them. And I'll tell you what, it gets bigger and better every year. Thanks for your patience and thanks for coming out to Bakersfield, the Famoso Raceway, as we prepare the track for the funny cars. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck along with Donnie Couch, Mike English, and Steve LaBarbera. Going to keep you informed about what's hot, what's not, what's going on throughout the day. Warren Evans doing the production of DragRacer.tv of all the events, streaming video. All right, the funny cars are starting to pull out of the staging lanes. Get ready. And Donnie Couch and Mike English going to keep you informed about these machines as they start to pull into the stage, out of the staging lanes, up to the water box.
Thank you very much, Bob Beck and Donnie Couch. Nice you could show up, man.
Well, funny cars are coming up, and you know that's our favorite.
Absolutely, man. Promised to be just a spectacular session number 1 of Nitro Funny Car here at the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. And you were out and about this morning, and any good stuff?
Well, we got Dan Horan pulling out first. He'll be in the right lane, which is the Budweiser Carrillo lane. And beautiful new paint job on that car. Of course, he's already crowned the top fuel champion, but driving the funny car. And I think he'll be in the top fuel car later.
I think you are absolutely correct on that. Of course, Dan clinching his first ever top fuel championship, former funny car champion. And I believe, I'll have to go through my records here real quick, that he is the first ever in the NHRA Heritage Series to win a championship in both Nitro categories.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he built that dragster as a tribute to his late father.
Yes.
You know, just to come out here and pay homage to him and win the championship.
And it runs pretty good, too.
Well, Pete Geiser's over there, and very smart guy, and he's got that. It's a late model Hemi, where most of those cars in that class have the early model 392 motor. They didn't think that Hemi would do very good.
The late model style, yeah.
Late model style, and Pete Kaiser's proved him wrong. Of course, in the left lane, three-way Chevrolet lane over there, capital punishment. Tony Gerardo, he has a big show car now.
Yeah, made his debut. Jason Bunker doing a very good job on both cars.
Yeah, they're doing really good. And that car over there is for sale. So if you want to have a nostalgic car and get involved with the sport, there's one bad hombre over there, and a beautiful car, and it runs good. It was runner-up at the March meet.
Are you a giving person?
No.
Oh,
I don't have anything to give, Mike.
Okay. Well, you could buy me a funny car and I'd retire from announcing.
No, we can't let you do that.
Oh, thanks.
You know.
Oh, well, what a gorgeous day I'm on. Absolutely beautiful. And everybody in the Grandstand, Sarah, thank you very much. How about over there in Motorhome City? The Margarita machines are going to be flowing strong, and we appreciate you coming out and joining us here at Formosa Drag Strip for the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion, man. Just going to be a spectacular time here.
Perfect weather conditions, and I can see them. They got the starters hooked up and ready to start them up.
So Dan Horan Jr., the Infinity Plumbing Designs Incorporated team car for Barry Speed Shop.
Infinity Plumbing, Barry Speed Shop. What a beautiful car this is.
And those guys have done just a spectacular job coming on board with Dan about a year and a half ago and just put together a combination and just a spectacular looking Camaro. And of course, Tony Gerardo over there, the Capital Glass team car out of Lexington. Wow, Dan Horan down there about half track, showing off for everybody on the burn out there to start off Friday here at the California Hot Rod Reunion.
Yeah, Tony Gerardo at the short burn out there. That might be a strategy for that car. He's having a lot of fun driving the Big Show car. He thinks this car's easy to drive now that he's driven the Big Show car.
260 miles an hour versus 320.
Yeah, right.
That'll get your attention, won't it?
Well, of course, when he was getting licensed over here in the Big Show car, the steering wheel fell off one run.
That's right. You and I were here watching.
Yeah.
Watch.
Hit the guardrail and got his attention.
Yeah, those guys, that was nothing.
He's doing a great job over there. He went from Pro Mod to the Nostalgia Funny Car, and now the Big Show, and now back to the Nostalgia Funny Car.
Yeah. Well, he's got the ability to run both cars. You know, if he doesn't have conflicting weekends, he doesn't run the full tour in the Camping World Drag Racing Series. So why not? Got a weekend off? Let's go.
Well, like I said, that Capital Punishment car is for sale. Both crew chiefs making final adjustments up there.
So Pete Kaiser walks away from Dan Horan Jr. in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Jason Bunker for Tony Gerardo in that three-way Chevrolet lane. First time move. That's pretty darn good down there, Donnie. Watch that scoreboard.
Wow.
Wow. 5.66.7, 259 miles an hour. Dan Horan Jr. 5.75, and Tony was way better in reaction time. I'm not sure what happened to Dan, but it's all about qualifying right now. And 5.66, 259 goes to that number one spot. He was 3.77, 204 to half track, 2.56 to that 3.30 Donnie Couch, which is plenty stout.
Yeah, 204 miles an hour at half track, and Tony Gerardo right there with a 203 miles an hour. So both cars making a great pass for their opening round here at the Hot Rod Reunion. Doesn't get any better than that, Mike English.
Not at all, Donnie Couch. 256.8 to the 330 for Dan Horan. And that's getting down to that twilight zone. And Tony Gerardo wasn't far off at 261. Folks, you dip down that first orange cone down there, you dip down into the 250s, and that baby is on a good one. As our next pair fired up. Corey Lee getting back behind the wheel of Gary Turner's Peddler, aero-bodied funny car far side, and Chris Davis, the old school Nitro.
We love that car. It's metal flake, got the original look.
So the Challenger body for Corey Lee and car owner Gary Turner, and the Plymouth Arrow for Chris Davis and the team out of Washington.
Wow, nice burnout by Chris Davis.
Of course, Corey Lee last week was part of the NHRA Camping World Drag Racing Series.
Driving the New Englander funny car. And they're doing good and having fun out there.
One of the true legendary cars, the New Englander.
Yeah. Old school back there.
Of course, Corey, he is one of those guys that builds them, tunes them, drives them, and
pretty good with the clutch, too.
Yes, he is. Chris Davis coming back here in that Budweiser lane.
Of course, Gary Turner over there with the Peddler. That name came from he built GT bicycles, and
Yes,
if you
sir.
didn't have one of those back in the day, you weren't going to win.
So what are you saying?
You didn't win.
That's okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Man, those cars sounded pretty stout, both of them there, Mike.
Yeah, they are. That Gary Turner car over there is just thumping big time. Of course, Chris Davis over here, that's no slouch.
No, he does
But-
good.
I would watch that peddler car.
Pre-staged.
Corey Lee set, waiting on Chris Davis to light that second light. Davis is in it. Corey Lee. Watch that Corey Lee car, far side. That scoreboard says 571, and he wounded a motor down there. Look at the speed, Donnie, only 228 miles an hour. Corey Lee to that number 2 spot. He was 255 to the 330. He was 205 at half track. Chris Davis is 599, 243, and Davis maybe spin the tire a little bit, only 193 at half track.
Corey Lee on there, of course, 228. He got out of that thing a little early, or the engine was hurt. We don't know, but you know,
Well,
not,
that car
not
was
a big
going-
mile an hour, but the ET 571.
Yeah, that Corey Lee car, Gary Turner in that team, that car was going to the number 1 spot. They were a hun quicker at 330. They were a mile an hour faster at half track. But then you saw it started sacrificing something to the piston gods down there.
I think he's just killing the mosquitoes down there for the campers,
Well, that's an appreciated effort.
right? He's got some new fans down there.
Wow, man, what a way to just start off
Oh.
qualified here.
Look at this pair. Bobby Cottrell and Bucky Austin's car. Mike O'Brien against Van Gundy, Clark, and Moniz. Jeff Moniz, the driver, the quarter pounder, this beautiful Firebird.
She's a beaut, Clark.
She's a beaut, Clark, eh? Anyway, the Bardall car with Bobby Cottrell. Austin and O'Brien, man, they're the champs, and
Yeah,
they're the ones
again.
to be beat.
Yeah, again.
Again.
4-time national champion. Bobby Cottrell over there far side. Bucky out in front of his driver there. Jeff Moniz doing his burnout here, the quarter pounder, a legendary name in Southern California drag racing. And his father-in-law, Keith Clark, standing down here on the starting line, 75 years old today.
Wow, happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Great deal there. What does he do for his birthday?
Comes to the drag races,
Yeah, goes
right?
to daughter Randy's in the house here. She sent me the text there that Dad was going to be 75 today. How cool is that? Been doing this for a very, very long time.
And I see him working line Gary Dencham's car,
Oh, yeah.
Big Show car.
Oh, good
He
buddy.
never gives up.
Not at all. Not at all. Of course, Heidi Austin out in front of her dad's car there, backing Bobby up there. Don Wiener and the team. Bucky standing on the starting line. Mike O'Brien, Jeanette, the whole gang.
Yeah.
Of that Austin and O'Brien team.
That green gang, they're tough contenders over there. Here we go.
So the 69 Camaro, that Bardall team car over there, far side. Of course, part of that DJBB Ghetto Tour. Remember our
Yeah.
good buddy Ben Constant that passed away a few weeks ago.
God rest his soul, buddy. He's a good
Jeff
man.
Moniz, Keith Clark celebrating birthday number 75, walks away from his son-in-law, the quarter pounder. Bobby left, Jeff right. That's some pretty, oh man, watch that scoreboard down there. How about Bobby? Goes to the top at 5609. Jeff Moniz, check that baby out, up to the number 3 spot at 568.1, 236. Jeff Moniz stepped down into the twilight zone. 330 numbers, 249.7. And I believe that quarter pounder car started spinning the tires a little bit. At half track, Bobby in the Bardall car was 207 miles an hour. Jeff was down to 200. That may have slowed that ET down because that quarter pounder was going to the top.
Yeah, it looked like it got a little loose in the middle, and they'll go back and look at the computer readings and make the adjustments for the next round later on this afternoon. So
Oh man, and you know what? This is just setting the tone for this evening session. Because just think of the temperature. Nice round of applause for both those teams, man. Great job. Side by side, 560 runs. Quarter pounder team, the first ones there. Then Bucky and the crew following right there, man. Just spectacular.
What a way to open up the Hot Rod reunion with funny cars and the fantastic performance.
Yes, it was.
The weather's beautiful, and doesn't get any better than this, Mike English.
No, it doesn't. It's Hollywood Chris Crable and Justin Taylor in the next pair. Hey, Eric. Wrong number, far side. Well, you've got, okay, you had set.
Hello? Am I on?
Okay. Okay. It's okay, Eric. Stay calm.
Here we go with the next pair, Mike English. The Screamer with Chris Crable at the wheel. And Justin Taylor in the evil, wicked, mean, and nasty Mustang Dennis Taylor owned.
Dad Dennis, of course, out in front of the car, a veteran driver himself, and Justin, for all his life, has always wanted, come on, Dad, let me drive, let me drive. And finally got a chance there. Of course, Terry Morrow back home had a little accident on his motorcycle, and so John Wirtz steps in and is going to help Dennis with the tuning on the evil, wicked, mean, and nasty.
They've been running that car up at Woodburn quite a bit, testing it and getting the tune-up right with John Wirtz.
Yes, they have.
So,
of course, Hollywood Chris Crable. Now, Donnie, this is the first pair of cars that has the traditional clutch versus what we call the pedal clutch in the Screamer car for Chris Crable.
Yeah, so you'll hear the RPMs come up to about 4,400 RPM, and it's interesting.
Of course, part of that Dennis Taylor, Justin Taylor crew this weekend, Donnie Couch, legendary starter Larry Sutton in the house.
Wow.
That's big time.
That's some history over there.
Yes, it is. Of course, Chris Crable, Rick Akers, and the team have been doing just a great job of getting this combination together. And with the pedal clutch, it's a little bit different of a tuning combination.
Yeah, they're having to raise the idle up to about 4,400, and then they dump the clutch. So you got to be pretty coordinated up there. And the guys that have been successful are the top alcohol funny car drivers because they're used to doing that.
Yeah, swapping feet, as we like to call.
And I'd like to say, too, Bob DeVore is on that team. He's no slouch.
Not at all. So John Wirtz wants away from Justin Taylor. He's in and said, here comes that RPM up on that Screamer car. There. That's some pretty good numbers down there. Watch that, Justin Taylor. 579, 235, Justin Taylor. 603.5, shutting off early, Chris Crable at 205. Justin to the number 6 spot, right behind Tony Gerardo, and Chris Crable to the number 8 spot. But good numbers there. Justin was down in that twilight zone, 256.6 for Justin Taylor. And then Donnie, speeds are down to the 8th mile, both cars. Justin far side in that three-way Chevrolet lane was 198. Chris Crable here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane was 193. Tire spin or just?
It looks like tire spin. You know, with these perfect weather conditions, they're making a lot of power. So they'll have to go back and make some adjustments with the motor and clutch combination to get it through that zone. But fantastic side-by-side racing for the fans that are here today, missing work on a Friday.
Nothing wrong with that.
Right? Yeah. Bob Beck will give you a note you can take back to your boss saying that you're excused from work.
That works. Word is that Justin Taylor may have popped a blower down there. We see a little smoke down there at the far end.
Uh-oh.
Safety Safari Bowl rolling on down there. That may have been a little bit of a kablowie down there. I did not see a burst of fire or anything when they went through the lights.
Well, they got explosion panels that pop out first, so
sure,
it might not be too bad. But anytime you have a kablowie down there at the top end, it's not good for a fuel funny car.
Not at all. And, of course, we know that Evil, Wicked, Mean, and Nasty car has all the latest in safety equipment.
Oh, yes,
from
it does.
Taylor Motorsports.
Right? It better have.
The World Center of Safety in Albany, Oregon. Dennis and the family down there, and just waiting for word from the top end as to exactly what happened down there. We'll relay it to you just as soon as we get it.
They're going to give them money because they were snaked. I'm serious. That is coming. They are paying people like that. This is for real. I'm not even joking one bit. They're talking about. They're slowly getting it together. Well, that's why I was.
Did it? What's it, Justin Taylor? Crable? Oh. So word is from the top end down there, Chris Crable in that Screamer car had passed the finish line, had a little boomer there and a little bit of fire. It got it up against the wall down there, and we're not sure the extent of the damage, but he did get it to a safe stop, and the driver is out of the car.
Well, that's the important part of it. Hey, Mike, interesting. Look at this orange Camaro down here. Drew Austin, father Pat Austin, and that's a Ford motor in that Camaro.
Yeah, the brand new debut of the Promax team car for former A-Fuel national champion Drew Austin and Dad Pat and Grandpa Walt and the team. And that entire Promax team coming up here. Now, they've tested this car. This car's been as quick as 571 in testing at over 250 miles an hour.
Yeah, and I talked to Walt Austin after that, and he said that motor's got a lot more power in it. So we expecting some big numbers out of it. It's one of my picks for the weekend.
Is it really? Well,
Yeah.
you pick a good choice because they got a pretty darn good driver in there, and they got a pretty darn good tuner in there.
Well, don't bet against the Austins.
Not at all.
Bucky or Pat
Bucky,
or Walt.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, over in that far side, that three-way Chevrolet lane.
Eddie Knox, the problem child.
Yes,
He's no
absolutely,
slouch.
with Billy Morris and the team, and a guy that's they're really starting to find a way with that problem child car as they debuted it a number of years ago, and everybody kind of like, well, it's this and that, but they don't just go out and run, do they?
No, Eddie's trying to figure out the clutch in these cars, and we sat down today with Bob Molinari and myself and had a talk with Eddie, and that's his big struggle is figuring out that clutch. He didn't have to worry about it in that Top Fuel Hydro, and he was the world champion and set all the speed records out there. But in this funny car, you put it on asphalt, it's a different animal, and they're getting it figured out, but it's baffled him. Eddie's got a lot of talent over there.
Well, of course, Billy Morris, his dad Rick Morris, and the entire team there just putting together a great combination with Redline Oil and the whole bunch there. And it's just you continue every run, you kind of find something new. Not always, you don't find always something new that's good, but if you don't find it now, you're going to find it later, and just getting the combination together. But so far, this session has been pretty spectacular. With, 3 cars in the middle of the day dipping down into the 560s is very impressive, including that quarter pounder, Jeff Moniz and the team. I love that.
I believe that's their best run.
Yes, it is a career best run ET-wise at 568.1. And that, again, there's a team starting to find their way, starting to get that combination.
And they built that car in their garage.
Oh.
Most guys go out and they'll get a Victory chassis and they buy the body here and the motor parts. These guys built the chassis, mounted the body, did everything in a residential garage.
Yes, and Jeff Moniz's fabrication work is just incredible.
And Keith Clark welding the frame up and everything.
Jeff built a body, an aluminum body, and I forget what kind of car it was for, but following him on Facebook and seeing the work he does is just incredible. So the safety's far down at the top end there, cleared up there at an unfortunate incident. We're going to have to go over to that Screamer pit area there and just see how bad that car was damaged.
They've had some issues with that car, and they're trying to get it sorted out. And these things aren't easy. It's a tough class.
It is very tough class, and like you said, issues aren't always good.
No. Especially when it's mechanical. At least with a financial issue, you can figure that out. We don't have money, we don't run the car.
Yeah, we don't have money, we're broke.
Yeah.
Is that why we're up here?
No, we're broke because we're married, right? Me and you, right? Me and you, anyway.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, the wife might be listening.
She's working.
Oh,
I'm working.
you are?
Yeah.
Is this your job?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised.
So am I. But just a lot of cool stuff going on. Have you gone over to the NHRA Motorsports Museum Hospitality Tent? Checked out the cool stuff over there?
Not yet. I've been wanting to go over there.
Yeah.
They got a Les Lovett photo contest over
Yes.
there.
Oh, oh man.
Got to see that.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Just incredible stuff.
Legendary photographer.
By the way, while it's quiet, all our friends that are going to join us tonight, in which it's open to everyone, down at the Doubletree Hotel on Rosedale Highway. It's at 7:30. Meet all the great honorees that are going to be there, including our Grand Marshal, 100-year-old Ed Escuderian. Is that not cool or what, man? 100 years old, and he's going to be there tonight. And it's just a great, great show and everything. But I want to give you a reminder. If we leave the track here, you'll be heading south on the 99 highway. Rosedale Highway exit is closed. So what you want to do is exit at Golden State Highway and stay in the right lane. Take the first off-ramp you come to, come up to the stop sign, hang a right, go around the curve to the stoplight, hang a right, and that'll take you right down to Rosedale Highway under the freeway, and you're there to the Doubletree. And the great reception there tonight, it's just going to be a thing of beauty to see all the cool stuff that are going to be going on there. Of course, our good friend, Rodney Flournoy, one of the honorees.
He's very well deserved, and Greg Sharp and the gang, you guys, you got it right on that one. He's well deserved of that recognition, and his family has a lot of history in drag racing. And Rosa Flournoy, his mom, will be there.
Yes, she is.
Eddie Flournoy, the late great Eddie Flournoy, will be looking down from the sky above.
Very proud, very proud.
Yeah, it's great.
Of course,
family.
Iski, our Grand Marshal, none of the honorees, Ron Atterbury, just a great driver and a chassis builder. And, of course, we have the aforementioned Rodney Flournoy, him and his dad. It was just so cool to watch them. That was just something really, really cool. Of course, another one that we've watched over the years here, Donnie Couch, Sherm Gunn.
Oh, yeah.
The M&S welding car. Remember
He had
when
a shop right by Irwindale Raceway.
Yes, he did. Remember when he won the Winter Nationals in that Lawson gun car? That was just so awesome, man.
And he won it in the funny car.
Yes, Nitro funny car. He sure did. It was beat Mark Oswald in the Candice and Hughes car in the final round. And, I mean, his chassis work was spectacular. And, of course,
he had a gravel truck. He was going down the 605 freeway, and it said, the Winter Nationals champion on the back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it was great.
That was very
man.
cool. Very
I'm
cool.
honking my horn. He's looking at me
Yeah.
like, who are you, kid?
Yeah. Dick Calavoda, one of the honors. Of course, his kid Brady has started a career in Top Fuel, kind of got stalled a little bit, but out of the great Northwest, one of the true stars of the Northwest, man, and what in the early heyday of Top Fuel. And then, man, you mentioned nitrous oxide.
Yeah.
Mike Thermos.
He's the guy that started all that.
Yeah, he was the
know.
guy who brought nitrous oxide, I guess you could say, to the.
We ran it in the fuel funny cars for a while till they outlawed it.
Till they outlawed it. Absolutely, But just a lot of cool stuff there, a lot of great stuff going on. It's just something that we're so looking forward to. And tonight, 7:30, the Doubletree Hotel, man.
Doesn't get any better than this weekend
does
with the
not.
Hot Rod reunion.
Yep.
These great cars and the people, man, are making it.
It's a reunion with a race, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
right?
you're pretty much right. It's
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. A Fuel and Junior Fuel to the lanes, please. A Fuel and Junior Fuel to the lanes, please. Qualifying session number 1, which all the qualifying sessions so far today have been pretty darn good. Just a great deal here, man. Part of the reunion and stuff is pretty awesome.
You got one of the best prepared tracks in the country. You got perfect weather conditions. You got some of the top cars in the country here.
Well, when you mentioned Bakersfield, that's just a magnet. I mean, between the March meet and the California Hot Rod reunion, it's just a draw that bookends the racing season. Starting the Heritage Series starts in March with the March meet, which is returning in 2022 to its traditional weekend, the first weekend in March, and the Heritage Series closes right here. Next year, the 30th annual California Hot Rod Reunion.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. It's a good track when all the pros bring their cars out for testing and stuff out here.
Yeah.
They know it's one of the best prepared tracks in the country.
Well, you and I working here are very blessed to work for two guys, and Blake Bowser and his dad, John Bowser, that, provide the racers with a track that is just one of the best in the country, and the equipment that they have here for track preparation, the tractor with the counter rotating slicks on it, just all the stuff that is just makes this one of the best tracks.
National Event Caliper is what we call it, and like I said,
It
having
is.
the equipment to prep the track is the key there. Although, years back they concreted the whole track, and it's just one of the best facilities out there, run by some of the best crew out there.
Yeah, very, very much so. Very dedicated bunch of guys and gals that come down here, and it's just a tribute to Blake, John, and of course their director of racing operations, Mark Dawson. That how this track is just one of the best in the country.
Yes, absolutely, and you can look at the ETs from the funny cars, and that'll prove it right there. That's the first qualifying run, and they all know the track's ready for their horsepower. Yeah, just a little bit of more cleanup at the top end, and then we'll get right back into the action. We got the problem child coming up, Eddie Knox's car. Drew Austin's Pro Max car. His dad, Pat Austin, and Grandpa Walt Austin over there. That's I expect big numbers out of that team this weekend, Mike English.
His Heritage Series debut in this car. And like I said, they'd been to a number of tracks up there, including Pacific Raceways and down to Woodburn, testing on the car.
Mike, they had this car on a dyno. It's a hub dyno, and it bolts up to the rear end. Take the tires off, it bolts up, and he has to sit in it and make a run.
Wow.
Yeah, in a building. Can you imagine how loud that is?
550, didn't it?
No. They said, Pat said he missed the tune-up a little. They heard it a little, but.
Here. So as you take a look down the track there at the top end, the safety safarians here at Formosa Drag Strip just doing this spectacular job that they do each and every time. If there has to be an unfortunate incident and just an oil down, that they get out there. And, we got to give all those guys and gals credit. Of course, Mike Rice bringing in the Division 7 crew here to help out with the work down there. And while we're all sitting around or walking around on the manufacturer's bidway, going and getting an autograph from your favorite driver, like me and Donnie sitting up in the air-conditioned tower here, they're out in the hot sun there. And they don't get to take a break or anything, to go sit down, because they're there so that these
for
guys.
every run, not just the pro cars,
for
all
every,
the classes. So that's
Yeah.
the A-team, Mike. That is the A-team, and they're out there in the heat of the day and just carrying on and keeping these tracks and the drivers safe. And it's quite a crew they've assembled.
Yep, and everybody loves to come to work here for Mark and Blake and John. They
Yep.
they treat everybody very, very well.
First class.
So again, just a few more minutes, an opportunity to stretch your legs, go get yourself a little something to eat. By the way, the dog pound's open behind the tower, and if you've not tried those bacon wrap hot dogs, oh man, let me tell you, I could take a dozen of those home with me. I would take a dozen of those home with me. So a few minutes here, we're going to be down, a little bit of quiet time here, and hey, go stretch your legs, go get something to eat. Shouldn't be too long. We'll be back rocking and rolling here. Word is from the top end of the track, we are 5 minutes away from returning for qualifying session number 1 in Nitro Funny Car here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So the word is 5 minutes away. So again, just a few minutes away from returning to qualifying. So if you're walking around on the midway, getting yourself one of those great bacon wrap hot dogs over there at the Dog Pound, might want to start making your way back to your seats in the grandstands. We're continuing on with session number 1 in Nitro Funny Car here at the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. By the way, A Fuel and Junior Fuel. If you're not in the lanes, I'd like you to make your way to the lanes, please. A Fuel and Junior Fuel. Well, pretty much just down there at the top end, waiting for the safety safarians to get back to their workstations here. And we're going to continue on with that session number 1 in Nitro Funny Car here at the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion, and crowned some champions, by the way, on Sunday in the not only the race champions, but the national champions for 2020 in the NHRA Heritage Drag Racing Series.
Mike English, it looks like we're getting ready to fire the next pair. Drew Austin in the Pro Max Camaro and Billy Morris in the Problem Child Camaro, owned by Eddie Knox, getting ready. They got the starters on them. They're spraying gas in the injector, and we're back in action, folks.
Here we go. Awesome.
Yeah.
So like we said earlier, the Nitro Funny Car debut for former A-Fuel National Champion Drew Austin will come up here in that Pro Max Team Machine, and Billy Morris for Eddie Knox, who's running out on the starting line there. Dad Rick in the house here this weekend with his kid, as he always is.
And here we go. I'd like to welcome Jack McGee to the broadcast as Eddie Knox's car does a burnout. Jack McGee, thanks for joining us. Here we go, Drew Austin, his debut in the new Ford-powered Camaro. The only Ford motor. The only Ford motor in the Nitro class up here. And this thing's proven to be pretty stout in early testing.
571, 251 miles an hour in testing for the Pro Max Camaro.
Uh-oh. Is he not? Oh, he's backing
There is
up
the
now.
problem they've had. For some reason, that car doesn't go into reverse real easy. Have you gone and looked at that car, Donnie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The cylinder heads on that thing
are huge.
massive.
Well, that's a Ford motor, and
Thank goodness for aluminum, right?
it's been sitting around for a lot of years, and they brought it out of mothballs and ran it in the A-Fuel class and dominated over there. And now they got it in the funny car, and they're looking to do the same.
Yep, first A-Fuel car ever into the fives.
Yeah.
One as quick as 579 in an A-Fuel
Yeah.
car. There's very few that can put that on their resume.
I'm sure the Bates family's glad to see them out of that class.
I think everybody's glad to see him out of
Right.
that class. So here we go. In his debut right side, that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And the veteran over there on the left side of that three-way Chevrolet lane at Billy Morris.
Here we go, pre-staged, Mike English.
Billy Morris is in. Drew Austin's in. Here we go. Drew trucking it down there. He pedaled it there. Goes 595, 240. That Pro Max car, Drew Austin was pretty good to 330 at 266. Billy Morris was 255 and then started having problems and rolled out of the throttle 766, 118. But Drew Austin, 595, 240. And that car was very soft. Give you an idea how soft it was, folks. Billy Morrison, the problem child, was .956 in 60-foot time. Drew Austin was 102, and that's just huge, huge difference in numbers.
Yeah, pretty soft there, but, you know, for their debut, and it was a nice clean run. Looked like they didn't hurt nothing on that pass, so go back and tune it up, and don't ever count that Austin family out.
Not at all, not at all. That just gives Pat and Walt Austin something to work with.
I think they're teasing them right now. That next pair's already up. The Cackling Critter and the California Hustler. Both cars are fired up now, and Matt Melendez in the Cackling Critter car over there has run in the 570.
Yes, it has. In Kamaka Pocock, Don Nelson's California Hustler. And I'll tell you, Kamaka has really taken the Nitro Funny Car. He came out of the A gas ranks with that boogeyman car and has really just found his way.
Not afraid to do a burnout
Not
either.
at all.
I was here when he was getting his license, and
Yes,
he did
license
just
at
a
a
great job.
580, wasn't it?
He looked like a pro the first time out down the track. So a lot of potential, and they've had a lot of success. Of course, the late great Ronnie Swearingen was the crew chief on this team, and
so many
passed
years.
away 10
Yeah.
days ago, and we miss him. And Don
Big
Nelson took real good care of Ronnie, and we appreciate that.
So Matt Melendez over there with Alan Johnson Components under the 70 Challenger body over there for the team out of Northern California. Like you said, that car's been down in the low 570s. So is this California Hustler.
Yeah, Matt Melendez came out of nowhere in the Nostalgia Funny Car ranks and ran 570s and started
Like-
going round.
Yeah, it just all of a sudden showed up.
That's how easy it is, Mike, so you should jump in too.
Yeah. Well, I want to jump in. My bank account doesn't.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Besides, I'd have to hire you as the crew chief, and I don't think I can afford
No, you couldn't afford the hospital bills
you. Yeah, thanks.
for the burn center. I'll get you some gift certificates for the burn center, though.
So kind.
Comes with my tune-up.
Crew chiefs walk away from their respective cars. Up to the drivers now. You want to go to the top, you got to go 5, 6, 0, 8 or quicker. Drivers are in and set. One. That's the, oh man, watch that Hustler down there in a cloud of smoke. Wow. 589.2, only 195 for Kamaka Pocock. 585.0, 225 for Matt Melendez. Matt goes to the number 5 spot, or number 7 spot. Kamaka to the number 8 spot. Matt Melendez was 259 to the 330. Kamaka was 252 to the 330, and that baby had a 560 number going up till that motor started going away down there at the top end, Donnie.
Yeah, it was a good run by both. A nice race for the fans out there in the stands.
Just a great, great run there. Both of them dipping down into the 250s to the 330.
Here we
Just-
go. Next pair, Speed Sport, James Day, the driver.
And Jeff Green. Jeff Gregory.
Gregory, yeah.
Gregory, my
Former
apologies.
Top Fuel Hydro driver.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
The Madness Camaro. So Jeff Gregory, far side there, and James Day. Boy, there's a guy who's
He can drive anything.
it has. Fuel Alter champion at the March meet.
Drives late model funny cars, fuel alters, nostalgia funny cars.
Top fuelers.
Yeah, he does it all. Kind of like that Dan Haran guy that drives, won the championship in the dragster, tribute to his dad. And he drives a funny car. He's the champion over there.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That guy's my hero. Infinity Plumbing Designs helping him out, and he sure appreciates that. They got a beautiful car out there, and they're number 2 qualifier right now. Dan, how was that first run out there?
You know, it was a great run. I'm just happy to be here representing my family and Infinity Plumbing and everybody that puts this whole team together. We're just happy to be here, and it was a good first run. And we'll see if we can pick it up a little bit in the second round of qualifying tonight.
Well, we know you can, and if you do, we'll dedicate that to Ronnie Swearingen, your late great crew chief.
You know, I really miss Ronnie. He taught me a lot how to run these cars, but I'll tell you one thing, this Pete Kaiser has both these cars really thumping.
Well, Pete's got a lot of talent, and he's the guy.
So here we go, Donnie and Dan Haran. He struck that tire big time. Jeff Gregory got out there a little bit further and had to lift off the throttle. But man, that Speed Sport car, Donnie Couch, wasn't even the Christmas tree, and that thing went into big time tire shake.
Yeah, big time tire shake, and the front end was shaking off of it, and he shut it off, and he'll be back for the next round.
Jeff Gregory, 834 at 99 miles an hour. James Day at 1747 at 67 miles an hour. Man, that hurt me.
Yeah. You keep seeing stuff like that, you won't want to drive one of these cars.
Yeah, that's a safe bet.
Dan Horan said you can drive his funny car, so you got your fire suit. Let's go.
I would, but I don't want to make him look bad.
The funny thing is that kid's going to be in one of these cars.
Good. Here we go. Look at this, Mike English, the atomic punk over there.
Don Knobloch and the team got Jeff Deal and Lisa Deal out,
Yeah.
helping him out.
Yeah. Jeff Deal having a blast over there tuning that car. Lisa's loving it, and they're stepping up every run.
And Jerry Esposito, the Atlas Testing Laboratories, Camaro, Jason Rubert, Brad Littlefield, Al and the bunch down there. It finally fired up. It was a little
Yeah.
late to fire. The surfer dude, Jeff Deal, over there looking over Don Knobloch's car there in that three-way Chevrolet lane, Donnie Couch.
Well, this Atlas car, former Jason Rupert car. Jason Rupert out in front there on the starting line, guiding Jerry in.
Well, Jerry did a great job. He not only bought the car, he bought the crew.
Yeah,
That's the way to go.
good choice.
The car that's been down to the 550s. And you well remember, in his debut, he went to the final round at the March meet.
Yeah, he did a good job of driving from day one. We're going to see how many fist pumps we get from Brad Littlefield on the hood of the car.
There you go.
There's always an indicator how good they're going to run.
Oh, how hard he leaned on the motor.
Yeah, right.
One of those things, right? So Jerry coming back over here. Big Al standing behind him. Brad Littlefield going to walk up there, take a look at it. Jason Rupert. Oh, Big Al gives a couple whacks on the body. Sorry. Let's step on it.
Let's see what Brad does.
Surfer Jeff Deal leaning over Don Knobloch's car over there. Looks over at Brad Littlefield, and
Here we go. Let's see how many fist pumps. 1, 2. Oh, only 2. We'll see what happens.
they're pre-staged. The RPM start coming up on that Atlas Testing Labs car. Nice move there. Oh, man, watch that Atlas testing car down there. 572, 253 miles an hour. Both of them were one flat to the 60-foot time, but by the time we got to 330, they were checking out. Jerry Esposito goes to the number 5 spot, 705, 129 for Dom Knobloch. He goes that very lucky number 13 spot. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Mod to the lanes, please. Pro Mod to the lanes, please. One more car to run in Nitro Funny Cars session number 1. Donnie Couch, Ryan Kono.
I love the drag races, Mike.
Oh, how I love the drag races. It's our favorite place to eat, the Hat. Word is from the top end of the track, we are clear and good to go. So Ryan Kono will close out Nitro Funny Car, and I think we should make a quick trip over the Grapevine and stop over in Pasadena at the Hat for a little pastrami.
I'll tell you a story. I went to the Rolling Stones last week, came by the Hat at 1 in the morning and got a hot dog.
You got a hot dog?
Yeah, I didn't get a pastrami.
Wrong with you?
Little too much for 1 in the morning.
Yeah. That's what your wife Annette said about an evening with you. A
little too much.
Yeah.
Here we go. The body's down. Ryan Kono gets the signal to roll it up there.
Crew Chief Tom Lemon walking up to the starting line there, and a guy who's been doing this for a long time. Remember that T-Bird, the AA gas supercharged car? So Tom, Cookie, and Ryan. Of course, Tom Lemon, Cookie Zangian, and their driver, Ryan Kono.
No.
So Ryan, another car that's dipped down into the very, very mid 570s. It is a very, very steady car. Of course, that driver, a very, very good driver who his entire life wanted to drive a Nitro funny car. Cookie Kazanjian and Tom Lemon said, hey, come on. Boy, we got a seat here. We're ready for you. So Ryan will roll up over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane, and crew chief and the boss man, Tom Lemon, will bring his car up over there into the stage beam. Right now, you still want to go low. 5608 will get you that number one spot. Pro Mods, need you to the lanes, please. Pro Mods, need you to the lanes, please. Be fun to watch. Let's just sit back and watch this one. Oh, here it come up on the highs. Yes. Wow. I don't think I've seen a car get so aggressive off that starting line. That car didn't go a foot. It was up in smoke. Yeah. That's hard on the valve train, isn't it? Yeah. Whoa. Well, let's talk about that first session there. Bobby Cottrell going to start off in that number one spot so far, followed by Dan Horan Jr., who you just talked to there a second. Number 3 spot, career best number is Jeff Moniz at 5.681. Number 4 spot, Corey Lee. Number 5 is Jerry Espithus. Number 6 is Tony Gerardo. Number 7, Dennis Taylor. I'm sorry, Justin Taylor. Matt Melendez out of that number 8 spot. That's your top half of the field after session number 1, Donnie Couch. Gonna step on it.
Dan Ram, what do you have for us later in the second session?
You know, this top fuel car that Pete Kaiser manages and runs and puts all his heart and love into. The top fuel car's gonna run a nice, stellar run. The funny car's gonna go a little bit better. And you know what? We're drag racing, and screw COVID. We're just here having a good time.
There you go. And I know you'd like to thank Infinity Plumbing and Designs for helping you out, being a part of the team.
You know, Infinity Plumbing and Design, Berry Speed Shop, Viega, Delta Faucets, Norris Water Heaters, everybody that puts this whole program together. But it all starts in the shop. I'm telling you, Pete Kaiser, John Pickett, our team, Jake, Richard Dose, my son. We'll be driving one of these cars next year. They all put their heart and soul into that, and that's why these cars run like they do.
It's all about the people, right, Dan Horan?
100%.
All right, buddy. Well, good luck second round, and we'll be by to see you. Yeah. All right, that's Dan Horan. We got what do we got coming out?
A-Fuel coming out.
A-Fuel Dragster coming out.
Bob Beck.
Bob Beck, my hero. Bob Beck's got gas too. This is off.
Whoa. And where do you put your mic? Oh, there's where you put your mic, bro. Way to go. Okay. Well, yeah. Usually, here you go. So let's see. Okay. I'll come back up in here and slide in and.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Just sit and relax. We got plenty to do. All right, we're getting ready for A-Fuel. They're coming up here now. All right, a little bit of technical maintenance being done up here at the towers. We're getting ready for the continuation of qualifying with the A-Fuel cars coming your way next. Thanks for coming out to the 29th California Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here with us. If you're having trouble hearing PA announcements, tune your FM radio to 87.9. FM 87.9. You can hear us in stereo. So we got the A Fuel cars coming out. They'll be followed by Junior Fuel. Then Pro Mod's going to be in the lanes, getting ready to go. And we return to round 2 of qualifying for Hot Rod and D-Gas a little bit later on. So right now the A Fuel cars are pulling up. Beautiful day here in Bakersfield, famous Auto Club Famoso Raceway. The A Fuel category, nitro if they're injected, and if you see a blower on top, they're running on alcohol. Very similar to the NHRA category. For top alcohol, only these have front engines. No back motored cars allowed here. A Fuel category started a bunch of years ago when the Junior Fuel guys said, we want to go faster. And they started modifying their Junior Fuel cars with blowers and a little bit more oomph inside the motor. It became a real popular category, and it still kind of is. Hemi, the mainstay in the category. You'll find most of the cars running the Chrysler-style Hemis. Some guys find it better to run on alcohol. The car too. And some like the injected nitro. Want that cackle. Love the smell of nitro in the morning. All right, first pair of A Fuel coming your way. In just a moment, I'm Hot Rod Bob along with Mike English, Donnie Couch, Steve LaBarbera, keeping you finished or full of information. Walking through the manufacturer's midway, went through the Cackle cars, and Peterson Automotive Museum is there, and they're highlighting a lot of their stuff and their events that they're putting on. Plus, gentleman Joe Schubeck's top fuel car will be kept there in the vault with a special presentation coming up soon. So keep in touch with the people at Peterson Automotive Museum and check out their displays. Like I said, Joe Schubeck and other top fuel cars will be on display there shortly. All right, the nitro cars coming to life. You got a nitro car in the Chevy three-way lane, the three-way Chevy lane, and an alcohol car here in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. We feel the combination is relatively successful and competitive. Jerry Cumbre Jr. out of Roanoke Park, California. Manufactured home sales guy, an 06 Buellton car with a Donovan 468. Tuned by Ken Bates Jr. Wayne Ramey out of Simi Valley, California. A 2018 chassis with an Alan Jackson 437 blown on alcohol motor. So the left lane, Ken Bates Jr.'s car. Now, Ken Bates Jr. coming from a racing family. As a matter of fact, back in the staging lanes right behind Ken Bates and Cumbre is Ken's dad, Ken Sr., the doctor. Family's been running Junior Fuel and A Fuel for decades. So Cumbre Jr. on his first run of the day, 468 cubic inches with the Donovan motor running on nitro and injection. Wayne Ramey out of Simi Valley, California. 2018 chassis vehicle, one of the newer vehicles out here with an Alan Jackson 437. So he's giving up a little cubic inches, but he's gaining it with the supercharger. Bates team operating on a shoestring, and they got a problem. They're pushing back. LeMay headed down track. Goes 637, 216 miles an hour. 637, 216 miles an hour. And Bates' team having a bit of an issue there. They backed the car up. Hopefully it's something minor and they're going to be able to make the next round of qualifying. But a tough break for the team trying really hard to get into this field. Well, let's try that again. I just brushed my teeth and I can't do a thing with them. Patterning the car after his dad's, trying to keep up, but operating on a shoestring budget. And unfortunately, that showed its ugly head and they shut the car off. Bates family well represented this weekend. Ken's car right in front of you. His brother Chris driving an altered. And Dad right there behind him in the U.S. Air Force machine. Waiting for the all clear at the top end. All right, Ken Bates Sr., the doctor out of Anderson, California. The U.S. Air Force sponsored machine, 96 Tuttle chassis car with an Alan Johnson 468. Clayton Zulin out of Visalia, California. Going to be parked right alongside. Waiting for the clear from the top end, and we will go back to racing action. Yeah, if you're having trouble hearing the PA announcements, go to your FM radio, 87.9 if you're parked in the car corral area or out in the pits. 87.9 on your FM dial, and you can hear all the announcements throughout the weekend. If you got family and friends at home that couldn't make it, go to dragracer.tv and see the streaming video of what's going on here at Famous Auto Club Famoso Raceway. Crew's patiently waiting as they mop up a little bit. Now, I want you to take a look at this guy who's mopping. Now, gentlemen, he is a professional. Do not try this at home. If you try this at home, your significant other is going to know you know which end of a mop to hold, and guess what you're going to have to do more often. So don't do it. All right, the Mule team headed down the return road. They'll be working on the car, hopefully making it back for round 2 of qualifying in A Fuel. Thanks for coming to the California Hot Rod Reunion. We're at Famoso Drag Strip. It's your place to race. A little bit of cleanup being done. The mule, not track trained, went tinkle on the line, and we're going to get it cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action in just a little bit. Grand Marshal for this weekend's event, 100-year-old Ed Iskandarian, Iski Racing Cabs. Ed's got a very rich history in hot rodding and drag racing in Bonneville and IndyCar and all sorts of racing. If it took a high-performance cam, Ed Iskandarian was the man to figure out what worked and what didn't. And he had coined over these years a number of different names for his cams that some just, well, they were impressive sounding, like his 5-cycle cams. How he got 5 cycles, we're not sure. But he figured if someone's got a 4-cycle, he can have a 5-cycle, and he named his cams accordingly. All right, so we've got the all clear down on the truck. We're going to fire up the cars and get them to do their burnouts as we move on with round 1 of A Fuel. So Clayton Zulin is fired up first out of Visalia, California. His car here in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. The Doctor, Ken Bates, out of Anderson, California, in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. The U.S. Air Force machine. Ultra long wheelbase. Now you can see different configurations in the chassis. Bates sitting down way low in his car because he doesn't have to look over a blower. Clayton Zulin sitting up relatively high so he can see over the top. Actually, he's not got a blower. He is also in micro. Different configuration in the hat, but he is sitting up a lot higher in his car than Bates is in his lower car, possibly a little bit less wind resistance. Doc Bates has been one of the guys to run very low 6-second runs and even dipping into the 5s. Been a past champion of the category. And won the March meet and the Hot Rod Reunion in the past. Two injected nitro cars getting ready to go. Had crew people standing around the Zulin car. Good to see if it was blown or not, but it is injected. And you hear the cackle of nitro out of the pipes. Last minute adjustments. They're ready to go. Bates crew already back from the car. Zulin a little bit later. They're moving up. Pre-stage lights are lit. Full stage for Bates. Zulin in. On. Whoa! Zulin pulls it high in the air. Crosses the line, and it's Bates through the lights. 597, 233 miles an hour. But Clayton got more traction than he was planning, and the car just went for the sky. And I'm sure some photographers have a great shot of that one. Oh, I can see that in the next year program. Hopefully when he came down, he didn't harm the car, but he'll be back in the pits checking it out. So Bates goes to the top with a very good 597 run, 233 miles an hour. Zulin does the most exciting wheelie of the day. As we move on for more A-Fuel action with Rick Ewens from Paso Robles. 2016 Sarmiento chassis, Alan Johnson 450 for power over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Sabrina Capps out of Madera, California from the Mustang Ranch. A 2020 chassis car with a Brad Anderson 511. Dennis Murphy tuning it. Now both these cars are blown on alcohol. Sabrina racing here at Tomoka. High school racer. Moving through the ranks. An excellent driver. Rick Owens out of Paso, 69-year-old real estate executive. A Sarmento chassis car with 450 cubic inches. Sabrina with the mountain motor in the category at 511 cubic inches. The number to beat right now is the Doctor. 597 at 233 miles an hour for Bates. He runs injected on nitro. These two cars, alcohol and blown. Getting ready to go. Sabrina anxious. She's moving up and getting ready to stage. Sabrina's car's got the wheelie bar, so if the power goes to the pavement as hard as it did for the previous run, she's going to be able to keep it a little bit better under control. Ewan's in the left lane, Caps in the right lane. Three-Way Chevrolet sponsors the left lane here at Famoso, and Budweiser Corona. Oh, he does not get the power child. And it's Ewens with a 696 to a 692. Sabrina spun the tires and still runs the 92. The 696 and the 692 put him in the number 3 and number 4 position so far. Still the one to beat. The guy who got into the 5s, it's Dr. Bates. They got that car down tight. All right, Junior Fuel's in the lanes. We're running A Fuel right now. ProMod, you will follow, and they are pulling in the lanes as well. All right, Dustin Lee as we move into the Junior Fuel category. Dustin and his brother are here racing from a family of drag racers. Jimmy Lee, their dad, ran in Skeeta, the Southern California Kind of Dragster Association. Dustin Lee out of Flyer, Indiana. Engine builder, 41 years young. God, I remember when he was like 4 years old. It's a 2015 Ford chassis. 405 cubic inches with a small block Chevy for power. Dan Fenton out of Valley Springs, California. 2012 Parks chassis with a 396 cubic inch Chevy. Dan Fenton's been one of the top guys in the Junior Fuel category. Now these are two Junior Fuel B cars, and the B cars have a goal of 701. It's not an index, but that is their number. Short stack injectors. There was a theory years ago that the tall injectors actually gave better airflow, and then the Junior Fuel guys started cutting them down and making them short, and found that those are the ones that worked better. There was a time when they had the long injector stacks going in different directions, figuring they'd get better airflow by being away from the others, and that really didn't work. So the first pair in Junior Fuel coming up with Dustin Lee and Dan Fenton at the wheel. Full stage are up, and Fenton with the hole shot. Lee is right there. He's caught him. Lee coming up in the stripe with a 7:03 to a 7:12. 185 miles an hour for Lee, 7:12 for Dan Fenton. Fenton had an 0.78 reaction to a 168 for Lee, but Lee had the horsepower to pass and got by running a 7:03 to a 7:12. The next pair, Jess Gutierrez out of Oakley, California, in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. It's a Sterling chassis car with a 388 cubic inch Chevy engine. Tech card hasn't been entered yet for the car in the left lane, but we will have that as we're still entering numbers. A quick check of the track. Apparently something came off the car in the right lane. They're checking it out, making sure the track is safe before we send any more cars down track. And I'm Hot Rod Bob here along with Mike English, Donnie Couch, and Steve LaBarber, telling you what's hot, what's not, what's going to be, and what could be here at Famoso Drag Strip and another California Hot Rod reunion. Tune your FM dial to 87.9 for all PA announcements. And if you got friends or family at home that couldn't make it, it's dragracer.tv for the live stream video. And we've got the all clear, so we're firing up the next pair in Junior Fuel. Now, Jess Gutierrez is a Junior Fuel A car. The index for them, 689. We're not sure what car is in the left lane. The tech card has not been entered yet.
Why do we have the Dodgers playing the Raiders?
All right, so the dragsters roll up to the water. Gutierrez, first one to do his burnout. Left lane does a shorter burnout. Doesn't go quite as far, weighted quite a bit over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. So again, there's different categories in Junior Fuel. They run NHRA legal nostalgia dragster category at the big shows. All right, so they're moving up, getting ready to go. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod reunion. I'm Hot Rod Bob. Thanks for being here. Although my job is sitting here in this little glass box talking to myself, I'm hoping everyone is hearing what's going on. Full stage, both cars, lights drop, and it's the right lane with a 244 reaction to a 401. But look at the left lane, the three-way Chevrolet car. 730 at 151 to an off-pace 853 at 56. Gutierrez was on a hard 689 index, but didn't come close. Very innovative class for Junior Fuel. Brad Woodard out of Oceanside, California, owner of Riker Machine. Hot Rod to the lanes. We need Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Hot Rod to the lanes. This is your call. Hot Rod back to the lanes. So Brad Woodard out of Oceanside in his own chassis, own design, 2018 with a 404 Chevy. Michael Lardy out of Torrance, California, retired in the 2003 bolted chassis car with a 406. So close. Cubic inches are close, 404 to 406. Brad Woodard doing the driving, Monty Woodard doing the tuning. Michael Hardy, the crew chief and owner of the car, in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. And Woodard's got a problem. Sounds like his car is shut off. Crew is rushing to get the starter. So Woodard's car loses fire. The only saving grace is competition took a while to come back. And now they're shut off. So we've got both cars shut off as we're doing some work down at the high end. That's a track maintenance and checking down at the far end of the track as the latest. We've shut the vehicles off. They don't have problems. We have shut them off. Get FM dial 87.9 if you're in the pits having trouble hearing the PA announcements. We need Hot Rod back to the lanes. Hot Rod back to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rod, come on back for your next round of qualifying. All right, to hook the starters back up. And Marty is fired back up, ready to go. Woodard, they've got him running again. He's ready to go. Track is clear. Drivers are ready. They believe they've left enough heat in the tires to make the run without doing another burnout. Got a Junior Fuel A in the three-way Chevrolet lane. A Junior Fuel C in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Index for C is 714. Index for A is 689. Technically, left lane should be a quicker car. Off he has come up, and he is pulled down with an 040 reaction to a 271. Gets the whole shot, stays out there, goes 699, 189 to a 762 and 167. So neither of the cars run right on their number, but Woodard was close within a tenth. Don Enrique, one of the mainstays of the category from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Enrique, the far chassis car with a 400-inch motor. Bob McCrae, the owner. Matt Baldonado out of Camarillo, California. Also a far chassis car with a 406. Bud Hammer, the owner, tuner. Junior Fuel B and Junior Fuel C cars. Now, Junior Fuel B in the three-way Chevy lane has an index of 701. Don Enrique in the Junior Fuel C car, an index of 714. So you should see Baldonado moving quicker as they go down track. Enrique in from Bowling Green, Kentucky, where we hold the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion every year. Bowling Green, quite an interesting track. The grandstands are on both sides of the track, and they're covered grandstands. So you're always sitting in the shade. Last minute tuning going on. Enrique's car getting a lot of attention there. And we've got one of the cars being pulled off the track. He's got a problem before he even does his burnout. All right, little spray down in the left lane. And Enrique going to make a single. Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod to the lanes. Enrique looking for a 714. Speeds the line, bouncing the front tires. Gets a little close to the center line, backs out of it, gets back in it again. He goes 737, 180 miles an hour as we move into the Pro Mods, and Steve LaBarba are going to tell you all about these wild door slamming machines.
Big thanks to the voice of the California Hot Rod Reunion, Mr. Bob Beck. We're getting into Pro Mod, folks. The fastest door slammers on property. Combinations vary. What's going on in the front end of this guy's car is a 426 or 526 Hemi style with a blower on methanol. And another 526 inch and a standard wheelbase Nova. So all right, hey, attention while it's quiet-ish. Les Mayhew needs you to the tower, please. Les Mayhew needs you to the tower, please. So Robert Bingham at a Night Gen, California, wherever that is. 25 years old, wheeling that 67 Nova over there. 526 cubic inches of Brad Anderson. And another Brad Anderson combination is Andy Corinas out of Pacifica, the plumber. FTP back to 68 Camaro out of Pacifica. Got that Kurt Coons tune-up on it. Kurt's that guy that basically has got his hand in a lot of things. Nitro cars, boats, Pro Mods, all the Pro Mods. Kurt Coons, one of those tuners to the stars. Made champions out of a lot of people. Jeremy Hanger, one of them. Mike Maggio. Just to name a couple. But I do like the 67 Nova of Robert Bingham. First time I've seen that car myself. I'm a fan of standard wheelbase. And it looks to be a metal body because it's got drip rails on it around the windows. So a Nova with gutters and a carbon fiber Camaro that if you took a Camaro and stuck it in a microwave and stretched it, swooped it, and formed it, it would look like this. And then you put the most non-aerodynamic friendly thing on the planet out front, the big bug catcher that sticks above the roof, and voila, you got yourself a Pro Mod. All you got to do is drive it straight. Now that is where the professionalism comes in, because I couldn't do it. I'll leave it to the professionals to do it. So the last bit of preparation is underway right now for both drivers, Andy and Robert. Crew chief spraying the de-icer on the blower hats. We're going to send these drivers down their respected lanes. And here we go. Data acquisition system getting turned on. Doing some driving over there. Andy in the Camaro, and he gets out of it at about 800 feet. 708 gets there second. 731 now first at 123 miles an hour. To sum it up, Andy was out front. He was 163 miles an hour out front, and he goes through at 120. So he wasn't happy with the second to third setup, or the third to fourth. He couldn't get into high gear. So next up, we got Jeremy Hanger and Carl Wilson. Wilson's one of those guys that's got one of the loneliest, coolest jobs on the planet, to me, at least. He's a railroad conductor. You don't ever got to worry about traffic on the railroad. You just got to worry about dummies not crossing. And then you got Jeremy Hager, another one of the Kurt Kuhn specials. This one's his car, 59 Corvette. So once again, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod. Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Hot Rod, you guys should be in the lanes. So Jeremy Hanger out of Yorba Linda, 59 Corvette. Hanger was out here last weekend at the Tri-5 Association. Him and John Shelby are out here just making some test laps. It went 6 flat, like 257. Just a good shakedown pass. And Carl Wilson, the railroad conductor out of Anaheim, that 93 Corvette, 471 Brad Anderson. Same combination for the Corvette over there, Jeremy Hanger. Turning on the air bottles, checking the wheelie bar height, making sure the pins aren't in the parachutes. And then they will put Carl and Jeremy, point them straight as they can down this all concrete quarter mile that is Famoso Drag Strip. Kurt Kuhn steps away, crew chief for Carl steps away, and here we go. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Staged and ready is the vet. Here comes Jeremy Hanger. And it don't gotta be pretty, but it was on a good pass until about 400 feet. Problems for Carl at the hit of the throttle, but Jeremy Hanger was .974 to 60 foot in 2.82 seconds to 330, and then something went haywire, and he just said, nope. And he just legs it on out, 877 at 111. And Carl Wilson, he didn't even make it to 60 foot. He barely made it off the reaction time beams, and that was it. All she wrote. So here we go. Top end clear. We've got Ed Marks. And for the award, in my opinion, for best appearing in Pro Mod, how about this guy? This Corvette is stunning. Out of Cherry Valley, California, Marks Motorsports 1953 Corvette. That car is stunning. Then got Josh Kalis out of Aramis. 1953 Studebaker, and it needs more wing on it. 526 cubic inches of Hemi, powering the Studebaker here in the Budweiser side. So again, first time seeing that car for me, Josh Kalish's car, that 53 Studebaker. Doors open, clearing the smoke. Ed Marks backing up. That beautiful 1953 Corvette out of Cherry Valley. A few more cars here in Pro Mod, and then we'll get things rolling into Hot Rod. So that'll be quite the contrast. You go from loud, crazy, big inch, monster alcohol-fed motors with blowers and all kinds of stuff on them, and then you go to bracket cars. Like 8 seconds is the fastest one on. Josh Kalis having a hard time seeing over the blower hat, or the bug catcher they call him. the mechanic Adam Aramis. A couple of the crew guys ain't happy with the direction the Studebakers pointed. Well, Wild and Woolly Pro Mods, 500 feet out, doing a lot of driving. 719, 131. Josh Kalis gets down there, 866 for Ed Marks. And he was 974, a lot more aggressive for Ed Marks. And the front half setup of the race car, .974, they were swinging for it, and then went into shake about 500 feet, and that was about all she wrote. So we got Sean Renteria coming up next, and Troy Ferry. Sean Renteria, my favorite four-door. The Bodyman 1965 Plymouth Valiant for R.E. Borman Steel, 451 cubic inches of I think it's just bitchy. Four doors. You can see the bug catcher over the roof. Gotta love it. Ginger tuned and ginger powered 65 Valiant. Got little Renteria out there with the beard. That's the kid making the decisions. So Dad Sean behind the wheel. Troy Ferry. Challenger switched things up, went from a clutch to a converter. Staged and ready's Renteria, and here we go. Nice pass there for Renteria. Good look, 596, 244 miles an hour. Good pass there. Renteria was 993 to 60 foot. Goes 595, 244, and Troy Ferry, hot on his heels right there, 609, 232.55 miles an hour. So the final pair, and then we got a turbo car after this. I know that's John Shalpy's car. And John Shalpy's out on the left side of it, from Palmdale. So in this combination of cars is blown, traditionally fueled on methanol. And what's coming up after these is a Studebaker that you put in a microwave with twin turbos on it, sponsored by the EFI store, the Wildman. We'll tell you all about that in just a second. But we got right now a pair of 57 Chevy Pro Mods, the last pair, and then we're going to run a single turbo car. Then we're going to get into Hot Rod. Hot Rod, if you're not here, you are late. Hot Rod, we will run without you. So some chop, some stretched out, swooped out. 57 Chevy Pro Mod's going to give it a go right now. And John Shalby, that car's been a couple iterations. I remember when it was blue and white. At the Super Chevy Show in 1997 in Pomona. Everybody stepping away. Somebody forgot to turn the hydraulics off. 681 in the right lane over there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side at 159 miles an hour. So good lap right there. It's the first time I've seen it go under power to the finish line for the 57 of John Shalby. 159 for speed. In an 872, 131. So we got Eric Peterson. The Wildman, twin turboed, 526 cubic inch Hemi out of Washington. I'm just learning all kinds of new stuff here today, Mike Rice. Enumclaw, Washington. Twin turbo, so the contrast is noise. So big inch Hemi with a blower on it. There's the contrast. Twin turbos versus blower. So the EFI stores, Eric Peterson of Enumclaw, Washington. 51 Chevy. I thought it was a Studebaker. The Wildman. And after this, we're going to get into Hot Rod. So just like what you see on Monday nights, but different. 737, 186 for the Chevy. Cool. We're going to get into Hot Rod after the Cackle car here. And the voice himself, Bob Beck.
All right, a push start Cackle car coming your way. This is a sign of what you're going to see here tomorrow as we bring all the Cackle cars out on track and fire them up. Now you can walk through the pit area and take a look at the array of Cackle cars we have. This one is an unusual small block Chevy car running on nitro. All right, he fires up finally and he's going to head down track on his own power. Small block Chevy power, big blower, running on nitro. I thought he started up, but now he's slowing down. Not sure if he's doing that on purpose or he lost fire again. We'll see if the push truck catches up. Bob Fry will be hosting the Cackle Fest later on tomorrow. We'll both be out there on track introducing you to the nitro cars and the drivers. Gentleman Joe Schubeck is out here with his original Lakewood machine. TV Tommy Ivo's car is out here. And there's a host of other cars that were history makers back in the day. All right, hot rod drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. Hot Rod, you should be suited up and ready to go. And Pro Mod qualifying was pretty interesting. Sean Renteria goes to the top of the heap. We've been watching Sean for many years. Car started out as a gas car, then he went up to double A gas, then into Pro Mod. This car has made some huge leaps over the years. They used to tow it with a matching Valiant station wagon. Nice to see Sean on top of the heap with a 595 at 244 miles an hour. More racing action to happen here at Auto Club, Famoso Raceway, Famoso Drag Strip in Bakersfield. Your place to race. We're doing some track prep now, getting ready for the hot rod cars coming out. We've got a huge field of hot rods. Everything from Mustangs, Camaros, vintage 30s Chevrolets. How about an F1 Ford with a great set of flames on it? Novas, Fairlanes, Mopars, and more. All getting ready to come out in the hot rod category. So stick around with us as we get ready to run. It's Hot Rod coming your way. And this is their test and tune round 2 for Hot Rod. Got a lot more qualifying sessions to do. After we secure the track, we're all headed over to the DoubleTree for the RE presentations. DoubleTree will be a big car show later on. And thanks again for coming out for the first day of the California Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here with us. If you haven't gotten your Hot Rod Reunion program, pick it up because it gives you a lot of insight into the honorees that are going to be spoken about tonight and introduced to you at the DoubleTree. Our Grand Marshal, Ed Iskandarian, 100 years old, still operating Iski Cams out of L.A., Gardena, California area, Compton area. His sons are running the operation for him now, but he still goes into work. All right, here come the hot rods coming out first. 1966 Mustang taken into the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Mustangs were introduced in 1964, April 1964 at the New York World's Fair. I'm so darn old, I was there. Camaro second gen car over in the left lane, one of the big bumper cars. Mustang took the world by storm. It wasn't the first of the pony cars. Because of the popularity of the Mustang, the pony car name was coined, and that pony car name sticks with all Barracudas, Camaros, Firebirds, Challengers, Javelins. Those were pony cars. A lot of people called them muscle cars when they got big motors, but they were still pony cars, just with big motors. Norm Bergman out of Concord, California, 66 Mustang with a 408. Tony Citro out of Oakley, California, a 75 Camaro with a 496. This is a bracket class, so qualifying is just getting used to the time trials. There's no qualifying time. It's just what do you run so you know where to dial. Better reaction time for Bergman, 073 to an 078. Camaro runs a 1051 to a 1064. 129 miles an hour for the Camaro, 124 for the Mustang. F1 Ford, Walt Arnold, the third out of Victorville, California. 51 Ford taking on Dave McGuide out of Running Springs. Rim of the World High School. 71 Camaro. Second gen Camaro, small bumper, 434 big block, student built, auto shop class project. Driver's name is McGuide. He goes 1062 at 128 miles an hour to a 1217 at 113 for Walt. Walt was running at the Antique Nationals, I believe it was, just last week at Irwindale. Don Momey out of Stockton, California. Got to see him race at the Kingdon Reunion Race. 38 Chevrolet with a 540 big block. Jerry Tucker out of Redding, California. 66 Plymouth Satellite. 470 Mopar motor. They pull into the beams, the lights begin to drop, and wheels go up in the air for Momey. 029 to an 031 reaction time, but Momey's got the horse pressure to pass, and he takes the win with a 921, 143 miles an hour to an 1164 at 113. Steve Madrigal out of Haywood, California. 69 Nova, Dart 565 big block. Andrew Pressamone out of Lost Wages, Nevada. He's driving the 76 Nova with a 502. And the right lane falters on the hit. Left lane pulls away. 145 to an 030 reaction, but something happened after he hit the throttle. Left lane goes 939, 142 miles an hour in the three-way Chevy lane. 1057, 141 in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Beautiful first-gen Nova, Fred Shoemaker Jr., flooring contractor in the 64 Nova with a 585. Kenny Sims out of Bakersfield, the course maintenance man, 63 Ford Falcon with a 502. Nova tilts over just a bit, digs in with a better reaction time, and is powering away from Ford. Coming up in the stripe, it is Fred Shoemaker's 919, 150 to a 1061 at 125. 64 Fairlane Sport Coupe, Don Thomas out of Sonora, California. He retired from AT&T. Can you hear me now? I don't know. 64 Fairlane with a 557. Vince Generalo out of Las Vegas. He's got the Nova. Chevy digs in. 073 to an 040 reaction time. D-Gas to the lanes. David Gas. D-Gas to the lanes. 10:09 in the three-way Chevy lane to a 973 in the Budweiser lane. Nova. Doug Holmes out of Tehachapi, California. 64 Nova. And Mark Bevan out of Queen Creek, Arizona. 008 reaction for the Chevy driver. The Duster trying to stay out in front. Coming up in the stripe, it's tight, but the Duster goes 11:05 at 119 to an 11:38, 118. Chabelle over in the three-way lane. Doug, let's see, get the names up here. Bob Sanders out of Glencoe, California. Mike Thomas out of Camarillo, California. Police Sergeant for Oxnard PD. 64 Falcon with a 427. And it is going to be the three-way lane, a 1017 to a 1091 for Mike. 56 Chevy Bel Air sedan, Carl Kemerol out of Torrance, California. 406 small block, Kurt Camerell. Oh, I think they're related. From Redundant Beach with a 72 Nova. The Nova is gone. He cuts the light too, an 019 to a 193. Kurt goes 1014 to Carl's 1203. Another nasty Nova here in the Budweiser lane, Greg Racecoat out of Ventura, California. 63 Nova with a 409. Herschel Ward out of Morgan Hill, an elevator mechanic. A 68 Camaro with a 427. Lights begin to drop, and they are gone. Red light start, 003 red light for Greg in the Budweiser lane. Herschel through the lights. Hirsch goes 10:19, 131 to an 11:44 and 1:15 for Greg. Steve McReynolds out of Visalia, California, works for a pallet manufacturer. 71 Vega with a 540. Ken Morris out of Sacramento, California. Striker off the Phoenix is where he works. 73 Camaro, 383. Last of the small bumper Camaros. Second-gen Camaros were introduced late in, about February or March of 1970. A lot of them are referred to as a 70 and a half. Because of that late introduction, the 69 Camaro was actually built for 2 extra months. They were having trouble with the fender stampings on the new Camaro. They couldn't get them just right, and that delayed introduction. Lights begin to drop, and off they go. Vega with a 135 reaction to an 083 for Ken Morris. Morris hasn't got the horsepower, though, and the Vega goes 754, 138 to 1144 and 117. All right, during the first generation of the Novas, there were 2 different body styles. In 1966, they changed. 66 and 67 were pretty much the same. The Chevy 2 nomenclature was for the base model. The Nova was for the higher line, a higher trim level. Kristen Frizzell with a 565 cubic inch big block powered 67 Chevy 2 is here in the Budweiser lane. Jack Mullinex, more Mulino, out of Bishop, California, a retired welder in the 67 El Camino. Now, the El Caminos were first introduced in 1959 on the full-size Chevy platform. They were only produced from 1959 to 1960 when they went out of production. GM brought the El Camino back in 1963 as a 64 Malibu-based car or truck, where it stayed until it ended production in the 1980s. There was talk of GM bringing the El Camino back, but it was going to be based on the Australian-built Holden and sold through Pontiac dealers for some unknown reason. But the Pontiac dealers went away, and the El Camino did as well. So Jack with his 67 El Camino, 396 big block for power, going up against Kristen in her 67 Chevy 2. Actually, it says Chevy 2, but yeah, there he is. There it is. Both cars ready to go. Pre-stage, full stage for both. Now the lights will drop. The Nova, 180 reaction to 042 for the El Camino. This is just time trials for them. 9:15, 147 for the Nova, 10:87 for the El Camino. Vega here in the Budweiser lane. Lloyd Anderson from Visalia, 73 Vega with a Dodge 440. George Thomas out of Mariposa, auto body shop owner, 1956 150 wagon. The handyman. Wheels come up in the air for the wagon. 098 to a 154 reaction, 1460 foot to a 15. And at the stripe, the Tri-5 takes the win light with a 1049 to a 1082. Another Tri-5, gasser style, Lucas Nunez out of Rich Grove, California. 55 Chevy with a 434 big block. Dale Hicks out of Goodyear, Arizona. Emergency vehicle tech in a 68 Camaro with a Dart, 555. Red light start for Lucas. 004, near perfect reaction time for Dale Hicks. Hicks through the lights, going 950 at 141 miles an hour to 1148 and 114 miles an hour for Lucas Nunez. 1962 Corvette. Last of the first generation Corvettes. But you see signs of the Stingray in the tail end as they mirrored the tail lights and back end. Thomas Stencil out of Bakersfield. Health and safety is what he does in the Corvette. Dale Thomas out of Chowchilla, 68 Dart. 086 red light for Stancil. 201 green for Dale Thomas. Stancil goes 1032 to Dale Thomas's 11 flat, 121 to 130. Justin Crosby with his 46 Plymouth Coupe got a Hemi. He knows how to use it. He's the owner of BB&J Racing Performance Shop out of Lancaster, California. Lancaster, I call it Lancaster. John Hildebrand out of Encinitas, California. 31 Model A Coupe, the hot rod. Light goes green and then on. Penalty actions out of 007 for Hildebrand. Hildebrand's Model A through the lights with a 925 to a 1002 for Justin Crosby. William Sinclair out of San Diego, 68 Nova. You know, the standard engine, that 68 Nova, was still the 153 cubic inch four-cylinder. Yeah, you don't see too many of them, but that was a pretty big car to have a small engine like that. But it was still the base engine. It's got a 327 in it, he says now. The SS Chevelle alongside goes 014 green to a 027 red. Both have 4-second 330 marks. At the stripe, though, it's the Budweiser lane with a 987 to a 1233. Try 5 Chevy, the 55 210 sedan. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, NE3. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia 3 to the lanes. Bill Beatty out of Moreno Valley, California. Retired Fire Captain 73 Camaro goes gone. Larry Ward with a 001 misses a perfect light by a thousandth of a second run. Pulls the front wheels up. It's Beatty going 997 to a 1073. Small window Beetle here in the Budweiser lane. NE3, Nostalgia Eliminator 3. We need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 to the lanes. D-Gas, you should be in the lanes as well. Chop Top Beetle over in the three-way lane. Stephanie Bracey out of Woodland, California. 63 Bug, 2300 cc's. Jeff Newcomb out of Reading, forklift driver in the 55 Bug. A red light start for Stephanie. Both Bugs with 2.3 liters worth of flat 4. 1232 to a 1202. Newcomb quicker, but left a little bit later. Couldn't catch up. Goes 110 at 45, 110.45 to 109.79. Thunderbird and Rapid Marvelous Marvin Bolt rolls over in the three-way lane. 72 Vega with a 540. He is a track champ at Irwindale. Todd Ferguson, Lakeside, California. 56 T-Bird with a 292, he says. Right, yeah. Green light, they're gone. Rolls with an 032, lights with 024 for Ferguson. Ferguson's moving with that T-Bird. The Thunderbird cruises through the lights, 980 at 136 to a 1031 at 131. Dodge Corvette, Ed Cooper from Yucca Valley, California. 65 Corvette, and yeah, he's got a Hemi. Taking on the Junkyard Blues Chevy sedan delivery. Ooh, and a big red light for both. Cooper with the bigger red light. I mean, it was blatant red. 430. It looks like he's slowing down, and the Junkyard Blues pulls around him. Goes 1288 to a 1482. Bill Freeman out of Bakersfield, California with the 57 Chevy. He says it's an old F-gas machine. Texas Gold. Now, it is a Bel Air, and one of the ways you can tell if it's a Bel Air, look at the top of the fins. You see where the stainless goes all the way up to the back window? That indicates it's a real Bel Air. If it only goes halfway, it's a 210. If it only goes about 6 inches, it's a 150. To his left is a little Vega, I believe, yeah, Vega sedan delivery. 037 to an excellent 002 reaction for Freeman. But the Vega's got the horsepower, goes 1026, 128 to an 1165 and 116. All right, car in the right lane's also running AFX category. So Dan Davis getting some seat time here in this La Quinta-based 64 Polara with a 519. Dan Jordan out of Chino, California, the 65 GTO, gas, tires, and oil. He was running it down at Irwindale just a couple of weeks ago. Lights dropping. And, well, one driver saw it. So Dan Jordan goes 985 at 133 miles an hour. We're going to reset the tree. '64 Dodge Polara, one of my favorites. You know, the original Dodge Charger was based on the Dodge Polara body. It was a show car with a chopped top, and it became a two-seater. That's the original Dodge Charger. Now, the original production Charger came out in 1966. Dan Davis digs in with an 017 reaction time, a 1.360-foot mark, and cruises through the lights with a 971, 135 miles an hour. And it looks like something came off the car just before the finish line. So we'll check that out before we send any more cars down. Hot rod drivers get ready to go as we continue on. And then the gassers coming your way. And FX with lots more cars coming up here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So the D-Gas cars are coming at you next. They are in lines. You should be suited up. It's always good to see friends out here at the reunion, and that is what this was about. And two of my friends coming up right on the starting line now. Al in the GTO, a member of the Road Kings Car Club of Burbank. This is his high school car, and he keeps running it. Ron DeHoop over in the left lane with the Lucas-sponsored Chevelle. Ron DeHoop. Al White getting ready to go. Al White out of Azusa, California, 65 GTO with a 455. Ron DeHoop out of Bellflower, California, 67 Chevelle with a 427 small block. Ron is the number 3 qualifier in the D-Gas category, 1065 on a 60 index. Al White under the number with a 1046 will attempt to slow it down, and Al rolls through the beam, gets a red. Not what he wanted. Keep stage. So DeHoop heads down track, goes 1054 under the number, so his 1065 will hold. Al White nowhere near what he wanted, going 1391. Nova here in the Budweiser lane. Ron Workman out of Wasco, California. James Burt out of Kingsburg, California with the Tri-5 Chevrolet, the 55 Bel Air. 427 in the Tri-5. He's the number 9 qualifier with a 1087. Workman, number 11 qualifier. He was under the number by 1,000th of a second. He ran a 1059 with a 9. He's trying to slow it down. He may be slowing it down too much. And it's Burt through the light with a 1065. And Workman not even close with a 1334, so he went the opposite direction too far. I've been told that many times, but it had nothing to do with cars. Bill Rogers out of Bakersfield. He ran a 1085 on his last run. Tony Citro out of Oakley, California. A 1063 is your number 2 qualifier. Or actually, Citro's out of Washington. And is he going to improve? No, he slows down. 1073, 1080 for Rogers. A slight improvement. A 1080 over a 1085 on his last run. Dave McGuide out of Running Springs, California, auto shop teacher, ran under the number with a 10:56. Danny Shrokosh was under with a 10:48. Pair of Camaros running to the stripe. Left lane, much faster. Is he going to be too quick? Yep, but he slowed down. He goes 10:57 to a 10:64. McGuide where he wanted to be. Vincent Reilly out of Sacramento, 71 Nova, 421, number 6 qualifier with a 10:66. Dave Brown, the man on top out of Visalia, California, number 1 qualifier running a 10:62. We'll try to improve on it. There's an 0.29 reaction to an 0.90. They're running side by side. I think really he's trying to fender race him to get the right number. He goes under with a 10:49, and an improvement by 0.03 of a second for Dan Brown. He goes 10:62 with a 0 against his 10:62 with a 3. So he stays in the number 1 spot with a slight 0.03 of a second improvement. Norm Bergman out of Concord, California, the roofer. 66 Mustang. He ran under with a 10:56. Got to slow it down. Gary Hardy ran 7th with a 10:66 in the 73 Pinto. Wheels go up in the air in both cars. The Mustang goes higher. The Pinto just goes straighter. Looking for the number. 10:56 under. 10:66 where he needed to be. Bergman closed down and comes into the right side of the ladder. Charlie Gass, C Gas to the lanes, please. C Gas, Charlie Gass to the lanes. C Gas, you should be in the lanes. Steve Barta out of Bakersfield, 62 Chevy 2. Mark Storms out of Acton, California, 57 Chevy. Chevy's got to slow it down. Barta got to try and pick up the pace. 57 Chevy is running slower. Will it be slow enough or too slow? At the stripe, he goes 10:56. Under the number, but closer. 10:63 for Barta, a big improvement for him. Almost a full 1/10 of a second. Jeff Patton out of Rancho Cucamonga, 71 Camaro. The Little Anglia, Don Fournier out of Sunnyvale, California, the auto shop instructor. He ran a 10:69. Patton has not made a run yet. He pulls the front wheels up in the air. 172 reaction to an excellent 0.23 for Fournier. Coming up on the stripe. He's looking for that 10:60. That's the number they want to hit. And it's a 10:60 with a 5 for Patton. He is number 1 qualifier. 10:63 with a 5. Fournier puts him at about the number 3 spot. Yep. Fournier's number 3. Patton goes into the top spot. Kenny Sims out of Bakersfield, that's 63 Falcon. He ran a 10:55 under the number. We'll have to slow it down. Dave Curiagra out of Santa Ynez ran a 55. Both of these guys, 55s, you got to slow it down. Kenny Sims goes red, but that's not going to matter. They're looking for ET. They've got to slow it down to 10:60s, and they do. 10:57, way off. 10:94. Slight slowdown for Curiagra, but not enough. And a 10:94. Well, that gets him in the show. Another Cackle car going down track. Ms. Bevins behind the wheel for the first time while it's rolling. Now, she's cackled the car stagnant, but she's never driven the car while it's running, and this is her first time out there. All right, so a little Cackle car going down track as we get ready for another category. Mopping the starting line. Again, guys, don't do this at home. These guys are professionals. If you do it at home, your significant other is going to find out you know which end of a mop to hold. And guess what they're going to make you do? Yeah, don't do it, guys. All right, the next category coming up is going to be Nostalgia Eliminator 3, and Warren Evans is going to take over on the mic. He's the guy also bringing you DragRacer.tv, where you can see a live stream.
Thank you, Bob Beck. Appreciate the opportunity to change seats here for a couple minutes and just kind of stretch out and try something out. Let's see, we need Sea Gas and Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the lanes, please. Sea Gas and NE2. Come on down to the lanes, please. We can use you. Sea Gas, Nostalgia Eliminator 2 lanes. And we'll start out with Nostalgia Eliminator 3 category. A mix of all sorts of hot rods here. They're looking at a 960 index. That'll be the number they'll be running against here. Right now, Jeff Fallon, your number one qualifier in the group with a 961. Robbie Udell with a 962, and on down the list, look like 14 cars made an attempt here in the first qualifying session. This is qualifying session number 2. We'll start out with Lindsay Lister, left side, out of Los Angeles. Little front motored 383 Chevrolet power dragster. And Gabe Brown, 34 Ford Coupe. See the louvered deck lid there on the car. Top end says a 966 at 136 for Lindsay. That's an improvement, sneaking up on that 960 number. Gabe Brown, 954. Jumped up a bunch, but a little too much as he goes 6 under the index right now. 2 more coming at you. Ed DeStout, Rosemead, California. I believe he's a former champion in this category. He'll be on the 3-way Chevrolet side of the track. That's the left side. Right side, that is Cameron Webb from Bakersfield, right here, the Sarmiento chassis machine. And again, 960, the number they're shooting for, 963 at 138 for Ed DeStout. If you're dyslexic, it's the same number, but it's not really. Cameron Webb, 936 at 118 for Cameron Webb. He was the quicker of the two. So Webb sneaking back towards that 960 number. He's way under the first time around, a little closer this time. Ron Anzalone, Los Osos, California, and Mike Gillespie from Concord. They'll pull up now. Anzalone, troubles on his first hit. 1343, not representative of what that car can do. And Mike Gillespie was a little bit under on his first try. Again, the closer you get to the 960 without going under, improves your qualifying opportunity. Mike Gillespie leaves before the tree is activated, will get no time. Ron Anzalone improves a bunch, goes 963 at 137. And for Anzalone, that puts him number 4 now in the qualifying order. Mike Munzer, Trabuco Canyon, California. Front motor dragster over there on the left, small block Chevy making the power. And Don Mallory over here on the right, the 23T Ford, the T-Bucket. Center steer machine out of Citrus Heights, California. Mallory and Munzer both a little bit trouble plagued on their first pass. C, Charlie Gas to the lanes, please. C, Charlie Gas and NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. We need both of you to the lanes. Munzer rolls it deep. That does not matter. Mallory was late. At the top end, it's a 10:55. That's much better for Mallory. Still some room to go. 126 for the speed. And Mike Munzer, 11:31 at 133.05 miles per hour. Jeff Fallon. Best qualifying effort so far. Went 961.0 first time up. The runner out of Mission Hills, California. Big block Chevy powered T-Bucket over there on the left, and Don Morris on the right. From North Highlands, California, the Neelan Parks built Roadster over on the right-hand side. Again, 960, the number they're looking for up on the scoreboards. Fallon goes too quick, 958 at 136, but he's honed right in on the number. Don Morris, 1031 at 132. Again, improving, not quite there yet. Robbie Udell comes up next. Irvine, California, 27 Ford. Kind of stretched out there. Dennis Keck over here on the right-hand side, also 27 Ford Roadster. Doing it a little bit different, each of them. Still the same concept. Big cubic inch machine. Nice wheels up start there for Keck as he heads for the other end. Udell looking for a 960, goes 966 at 136. Keck will slide into the number 2 spot. The Wyoming runner with a 961 at 134. So that puts him second on the sheet with that 961.5. Carl Carlson, another 27T replica over there on the left alongside. You guessed it, another 27T on the right. Here in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. That is Art Justice out of Mojave, California. Big block Chevrolet left and right. Carlson out of Discovery Bay, California. Justice backs up from the burnout. He'll get sorted out. Carlson pulls forward. C Gas, final call, C Gas, Charlie Gas Eliminator to the lanes. And Nostalgia Eliminator 2, we need you as well. NE2 to the lanes. Justice dead late off the starting line. Carl Carlson will shut off the timers to a 970. 970 at 135. Justice way off pace, 1206 at 110. Still looking for some performance. Hopefully for him, he will find it tomorrow. John Miner comes up now. Single pass coming up here on the left-hand side. That is the three-way Chevrolet lane here at Famoso Drag Strip. Final car coming up here in qualifying session number 2. Off the starting line, and the little Roadster looks at the finish line and says 967 at 130. He's not 960, but he's in bracket mode as he went 68 and 67 back to back. So qualifying after 2 sessions, Jeff Fallon, number 1 qualifier with a 961.0, followed closely by Dennis Keck at a 961.5. Then it's Robbie Udell, Ed DeStout, Ron Anzalone, Lindsey Lister, and John Miner. Carl Carlson, number 8, Gabe Brown, number 9. Then some folks trying to find some performance, Mike Munzer, Don Morris, Don Mallory, Art Justice, Mike Gillespie, and Cameron Webb. 15 cars in the category so far, with qualifying happening tomorrow as well. Some Cackle cars getting set. Saw our first Cackle car down there at the finish line. Here's the Soapy Sales Top Fuel Dragster. These historic dragsters from the early days of drag racing out here. And how about that little Mercury pickup? Motor comes to life on the Soapy Sales car. Charlie Gas coming up now. C Gas will be your next category coming up. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the lanes. NE2 to the lanes. So here we go with C-Gas. Category changes, but the index stays the same, 960. The number we're looking for. K.O. Mallory did it first time around, 960 with a 6. The only one to run a dead on 960. Pretty good group of cars here as 26 cars made a shot first time around. Here's Jay Biddle, San Diego, California, 66 Shelby, and Fred Shoemaker Sr., Carson City, Nevada, the 76 Corvette. Looks like both of these cars are new to the category. So we'll see where they wind up on the qualifying sheet. Again, 960 is the target. You see that up on the scoreboard. NE2 to the lanes, please. NE2 to the lanes. Pro Tree start. Away they go. Jay Biddle, 958, 137. He's under by 2. Shoemaker under by a whole bunch more than that, 947.0 at 139. Here's Bill Becker coming up next. And it looks like it's going to be a single here for Becker over on the three-way Chevrolet side of the track. The Paso Robles 34 Willys. Heads to the top end. 968 at 140, slows down just a little bit. Still on the safe side of the number. Here's Rocky Young and Ernie McAllister coming up next. Young, Bermuda Dunes, California, the 41 Studebaker. Alongside the 65 Corvette of Ernie McAllister. McAllister better getting off the starting line, 043 on the tree at the top end. It's a 963 at 140 for McAllister. That complements the 962 from earlier today. Rocky Young off pace 991 at 134 miles per hour. Mark Capps and Bryson Kleeman coming up next. Kleeman, Division I car out of California, Maryland. The 69 Camaro on the right. Taking on Mark Capps from Madera, California. Owner of the Mustang Ranch in the Mustang. Kleeman is 008 on the tree, 967 at 139 at the finish line. He is 7 over. No improvement there. Mark Capps, 958 at 139. He's consistently just a little bit too quick as he went 958.8, previously 959. Tom Christian from Reno. The 67 Nova left, the Moonliner off and running alongside the first gen Camaro of Steve Papalias. San Jose, 966 on the three-way Chevrolet side for Tom Christian, 136 miles an hour. Steve Papalias with a 977 at 141. Alan Brown and Kent Combs coming up now. Combs for McGee's Old Time Photos. That is the white rally striped Camaro right side. Left side, the 34 coupe of Alan Brown. And Brown with a 964 at 136. He gets on the right side of the number. Kent Combs improves and goes 962 at 141. Here's Ron Combs coming up next, Alberta, California. The 67 Corvette. Alongside the little shoebox Nova over here on the right. Billy Teague, Reedley, California. Both of them finding the tree. Nice little reaction times for both. Top end of the track. 963 at 138. Billy Teague sneaking up on that 960. Ron Combs, he's sneaking up on it, but he's got a long ways to go. 976 at 141. Chris Ray and Stan Heber coming up now. Ray from Elk Grove, California. In the AV business. His 64 Nova, left side, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Right side, the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. That is Stan Heber from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. The Nova. Might have had one too many numbers in the box there for Heber. And he detects a problem and he pulls over and stops just past the 330 mark. Chris Ray, 967 at 137. So Heber has stopped on the track out there. We'll hold up our next pair. Again, NE2. If you're not in the lanes, need to be getting there. NE2, you'll be up next after C Gas. As we've mentioned multiple times today, all of today's action is being live streamed on dragracer.tv. It's free and available on the YouTube channel. Just go to your YouTube and do a search for Drag Racer TV. Or you can go to the website, dragracer.tv or dragracertv.com. Both of them get you to the same spot. And there is a link right there at the top of the page for the live stream here today. So you're out here, you're watching it live, which is still always the best way to do it. For your friends and neighbors and everybody that you want to keep informed about what's going on out here, they can always go online and take a look. And it is free for the entire weekend. Again, just send them to dragracer.tv or dragracertv.com. It's the same site. Or go to YouTube and do a search for Drag Racer TV. It's also available on the website for the NHRA Motorsports Museum. Again, NHRAmuseum.org is the quickest and easiest way to get there and find out all about the Wally Parks NHRA Motorsports Museum, their mission, their purpose, their schedule of events, everything you might want to know about their mission to preserve the heritage of drag racing and motorsports. This event is one of the major fundraising efforts for the Motorsports Museum. So if you get a chance, be sure and stop by, take a look at the merchandise. Just find out how you can get involved to help preserve the history and heritage of this sport. So Stan Heber being moved off the top end there, or the quad out there. Give him a little push down the right-hand side, Budweiser Carrillo lane here. And as soon as we get the all clear from the top end of the track, we will put our next pair in the water box. Connie Wold and Lee Roberts Jr. Both cars fire up, pull towards the water box. Left side, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Connie Wold out of Buena Park, California. The little Vega. See the car pulling forward right now. Right side, I believe it says Iron Bits on the side of the little truck over here. 41 Ford pickup. Big block Brodix built power under the hood for Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada. Again, looking for 960s. Off the Pro Tree they go. Roberts better, reacting to green. Top end of the track, it's a 968. At 133 for the pickup truck of Lee Roberts Jr. Connie Wold's Vega goes 976 at 138.67 miles per hour. Another first-gen Camaro over here on the right, Cale Mallory. So far best in qualifying, went 960 with a 6 earlier today. Alongside the Plymouth, the 63 Plymouth of Larry Cordone, Royal Oaks, California. Cale, 003 on the tree. How about a 958 this time around at 137? That's a little quick. Larry Cordone, a little quick as well. 956.6 at 129. That is an improvement. Getting closer to the index number. John Friel and Chris Robbins. We'll give it a try now. Left side, the 67 Nova for the farmer out of Arbuckle, California. He's on the three-way Chevrolet side left. The Budweiser CP Carrillo side right, Chris Robbins out of Mariposa, California. All forward all the time, the Thunderbolt. 64 Fairlane. 580 cubic inches of blue oval power. Scoreboard says a 965 at 138 for Chris Robbins. He is slow by 5. John Friel a little bit slower than that, 976 at 142. Gary Lynch, Sylmar, California. His 383 powered 58 Austin. Little wheels up start there for the green machine on the left. Larry Hessman over here on the right, the 72 Pinto. And at the top end, the Pinto 9673 at 135. He is safe. Gary Lynch goes 959.2 at 140. He's a little too quick by 8 thousandths of a second too quick. But Lynch also tuning towards that 960, improving on the second pass. Randy Harmon, Scott Morgan come up now. Harmon out of Bakersfield, the 75 Vega. Scott Morgan, Tracy, California. Also in the AV business, 67 Camaro. Relatively close, leaving the starting line. How close can they get to a 960? Top end says 966 at 139 for Randy Harmon. He is not better. Scott Morgan goes 963 at 141. Jay Biddle and Scott Hodges coming up. Hodges, their 37 coupe, easy for me to say, 965 at 139. Biddle, 945 at 141. One more car in the category, looks like. This is going to be Jason Barta from right here in Bakersfield, the UPS driver, 69 Chevelle. Got that big old Pro Mod style deck lid on the back there. He was 2 thou too quick earlier today, going 9:59.8. Car makes its move down there towards the finish line. And your final car in the category, 963.9 at 136. NE2 coming up next, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. And I'll step out of the way and turn it back over to the voice of the California Hot Rod Reunion. This is Hot Rod Bob Beck, going to tell you about Nostalgia Eliminator 2, which will start out with Sam Tucker and Michael Nitz.
All right, thanks, Warren, and we are back to racing action. Not that we left it, but moving on through the categories. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Little T Roadster taking on the Bantam. Tucker in the Bantam. Mike Nitz in the T. Index is 860. In the last 10 with off they go. Perfect reaction time for Michael Nitz. Trip zip. Perfect reaction time. Michael, come see me. I got a perfect light pin for you. He goes 864 on a 60 index and 862 for Tucker. Now, he's already the #1 qualifier with an 860. So no improvement on that, but his reaction time was beautiful. Tucker, slower this time than his previous run, so he stays in the #4 spot. George Chatterton III, the Hitman. 37 Topo, #12 qualifier. He ran an 869. Terry Lindblad out of Chico, California. #7 qualifier with an 864. This group is tight. The top 10 are 67 or quicker on a 60 index. So 7/100ths of a second separates the #1 qualifier to the #10. Both these gentlemen trying to improve. They're gone. Chatterton pulls away. Is he going to be too quick? 864. An improvement to an 867. Not good enough for Lindblad. As a matter of fact, that actually puts Chatterton right behind Lindblad. He goes from the #12 spot to the #8. Robert Duke Baker out of Thornton, California. 69 front engine dragster. He's the #22 qualifier. If you want to call that qualifying, he ran under the number by 0.08 of a second. Jerry Bonds hasn't made a pass yet. B gas, B, Bravo, B, boy, gas to the lanes, please. Boy, gas, B gas to the staging lanes. B gas to the staging lanes, please. B gas to the lanes. All right, getting the burnouts done. Bonds has not made a run yet, so not going to be anything to back up on. So he's going to try and qualify right now. Jerry Bonds in a Fry chassis car, built 92. 350 Chevy small block for power. He's out of Escalon, California. Robert Duke Baker out of Thornton, California is the number 22 qualifier. Not really a qualifier. He's under the number by 8 thousandths of a second. He's got to slow it down. Looking for 860. That's the elusive number. Hi, I'm Hot Rod Bob, and I'm back. Warren Evans, thank you for taking up some time. Gave us a break back out here. There we go. Bonds looking to get in the field. It's a non-qualifier. Baker onto the number and out of it. Reaction times nearly identical, 068 to an 069. They're both looking for 860s. 869 to an 863. Baker where he wanted to be. Bonds is in the round. That's the good part. The 869 puts Bonds in the 14th spot. The 864 puts Lindblad in the number 8 spot. So Bonds goes to 14th. And Lindblad goes to the number 8 spot. So right now the top 10 are all 865 or quicker on an 860 index. Eric Warner out of Redding, California also ran under the number with an 857. Brock Chesser out of Forest Ranch in the Budweiser lane ran under with an 856. So both of these cars need to slow it down just a bit. Let's see if they fender race. Well, no fender. They will race down to the stripe. They don't want to go too quick. They don't want to go too slow. They want to get into the show, and they're looking for 860s. 862s for each of them. Eric Warner goes 62 with a 2. Brock Heiser goes 862 with a 5. That puts them up into the number 6 and 7 position. Now the top 10, you got to be 864 or quicker, and Lindblad is there. Neil Schneidler, 865 is what Neil ran. He's getting a single. B-Gas, you should be in the lane. Neil looking for an 860, goes 008 red. And he goes 866, slows down, not going to be an improvement. James Overton over in the three-way Chevy lane. Ran 911. The index 860. Gabe Wood ran 867. Number 14 on an 860 index. Topolino going to take on the dragster. Topolino, Italian for Little Mouse, and it was their economy car they came out with in 1937. Obviously, this is not quite the steel Fiat they came out with. It's a fiberglass replica. Now, what they didn't tell you is Simca, the French company, was building the Topolino as well and calling theirs a Simca. Most of the Simcas, though, were not open roof like the Fiat. It was a solid roof, and I had one of those. The body style stayed in production from 1937 through late 1948, although obviously during World War II there was no production. RPMs come up, they're gone. Both with identical reaction times, 153. Are they going to wheel race? Well, you got to catch them to race them, and left lane gets there first. 862 for Gabe Wood in the Budweiser lane. He actually scoots by and gets a better run. 885, an improvement for Overton. So the 862 puts Warner in the number 7 spot. The 868, well, that gets him into the number 15 spot. So Troy Moyle out of Carson City, Nevada, 23T, over in the three-way lane. Taking on the Budweiser lanes, Lauren Kirsteins out of Littleton, I believe that's Colorado. So Lauren ran an 882. Moyle an 898. The index is 860. So both have a long way to go to improve. Light goes green and they're gone. Better reaction time for Moyle. Moyle out in front. Lauren not closing the gap, not keeping up. And it says 976, a slowdown big time for Moyle, as is the 1229 for Kirsten. That is not going to be a good run for either one of those drivers. So right now they stay in the position they're at. Lauren at number 18 and Moyle at 21. Gary Ryan. Gary Ryan out of South San Francisco, the Juggers Racing Team. 32 Bantam in the Budweiser lane. Alan Westbrook out of Porterville, California. Another 32 Bantam with a 468 Chevy. Gary hadn't made a run yet. He's headed down track looking for that 860. 861 was what Adam ran last time, so if he wheel races him, he should be close. Well, Westbrook runs under with an 857, so the 61 will hold. 876 for Ryan. Gets him in the show. Doc Beebe out of Porterville, California, an educator. Dan Beebe chassis, number 23 with a 927. Got to improve that a whole bunch. Ron Kolb, number 26 with a 1468, not even close. 6 seconds out. All right, here we go. We're getting ready. Moving up. Pre-stage lights are lit. Full stage RPMs are up. Wheels come up on Beebe's car. He bounces it back down. Had an 025 reaction time. He's looking to improve. Got to cut a bunch off. Looking for the 860. He goes 869. That is a big improvement to an 882. That's a better run from that 14. So they both improve significantly. George Lawrence out of Las Vegas, Nevada, a banquet rider in a Swindell chassis car. Hasn't run yet, so this will be his first run. Jim Miller out of Rancho Santa Fe, California, the number 3 qualifier with an 861. Beautiful old school dragster. Got the parachute enclosed in the body, injected small block Chevy powered. Taking on the mailbox over in the left lane, the flamed hot rod, the Model A. Getting ready to go. We're going to check the track. A little bit of maintenance going to be done. Something going on out there. We'll check it out. So right now, we're looking at the qualifying list. It's Mike Nitz with an 860 on an 860. Jason Truby, 861. He's number 2. Jim Miller's number 3. And that is the hot rod over in the Chevy 3-way lane. He's running 861. Sam Tucker also with a 61 in a 6. 3 thousandths behind Jim Miller. Another 61 is Adam Westbrook. He's 3 thousandths behind Tucker. Eric Warner with an 862. Gabe Wood with an 862. Jeff Brockheiser with an 862. Wes Anderson, an 863. Robert Duke, 863 with a 9. Terry Lindblad, number 11 with an 864. George Chatterton III, 864 with a 5. Neil Schneidler, 865 with a 4. Gary Battenberg, 8666 to the 14th spot. Eddie Lucas in the 15th spot with an 868. And Jerry Bonds, number 16, with an 869. Jim Miller and George Lawrence, out of Las Vegas, Nevada, getting ready to go. The old school style dragster, injected, small block. Love the body work on this. I like the old school style body with the parachutes enclosed. He hasn't made a run yet. The car alongside him is the number 3 qualifier, so it'll be good to keep up with him. See how he runs. Pre-stage light lit here in the Budweiser lane. And it's a left lane, three-way Chevy 033 reaction to a late 261. And Miller goes 864, not an improvement. 877 for Lawrence, and at least gets him in the top 20. Jason Justice out of Aliso Viejo, number 18 qualifier with an 876. Jeff Schultz out of Gold Hill, Oregon, an HVAC installer with a Topolino, has not made a run yet. So we'll try to improve. All right, Schultz out of Gold Hill. Taking the topo down track. Got the big wing thing going on. Trying to keep that thing stable at speed. Get some downforce on those tires. RPMs come up, they're gone. The Jeep moves out with an 068 reaction time. The Fiat getting close to the wall. Straightens it back out. Goes 858 under the number. 892 off the pace for Jason. About 2/10 slower than previous run. So too quick for Schultz. An 858 on an 860 index. Wes Anderson out of La Mirada, California, a 52-year-old TV repairman. They actually repair TVs still? Wow. 27 Ford over in the three-way Chevy lane. Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, 48 Topo in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. RPMs start to come up as they stage. Truby into the beams. Now Anderson, and they're gone. Anderson red lights, 106, deep in the red. It's qualifying. Red light doesn't matter. Let's see what their ETs are. 860 with a 0. Wes Anderson is now your number 1 qualifier. Jason Truby slows down to an 863, but Anderson down to the 1,000th of a second goes to the top spot with an 860 and a 0. So Anderson now takes over the lead, running a 860 on the 860. Robert Johnson out of Visalia, California, S&W chassis with a 427 Ford for power, the dragster over in the three-way Chevy lane. James Howe out of Apache Junction, Arizona. The T-Bucket with a 565 Chevy big block. He's run 13:49, not even close to the number. Almost 5 seconds off. Johnson's got to slow it down. He ran 38 under. So Howe with the big picnic table spoiler on the back of his machine. Got to try and get the numbers. He was way off. I don't know if he had problems in the last run or not. Picks the front wheel up, and he's gone. He's running strong. Side by next coming up on the finish line stripe. It's going to be tight, and it is 8:48, way under for James Howe. He goes the opposite direction. 8:66 for Johnson. He's right where he wanted to be. He had run at 8:56 last time. This time at 8:66. Gets him in the show. Pair of Fiats. Larry Buttenberg out of Cool, California. The number 14 qualifier with an 8:66. Clint Ariel out of Parowan, Utah, was an 8:82 runner. He's got to cut 2/10 off. And Battenberg, if he can cut 6/100ths off, he will be right at the top. So 2 Fiat Topolinos, the Little Mouse. As I said, I was building one, the Simca version of it. Got it ready, got it up on wheels, got the engine running, got it ready to go. And the wife said, where are we going to put the kids? So the Fiat, or the Simca, had to go. And it was an all-steel car. To be youthful and stupid back in the day. RPMs come up and they're gone. 037s with 090 reaction time. They're wheel to wheel, headed to the finish line, looking to see if they can improve their times. 860 with a 1. Battenberg goes to the number 2 spot. 853. Clint is too quick by 7 hundredths of a second. All right, now we move over to the gassers. This is B-Gas. Pair of Novas. 2 first-generation Novas, but the 2 different body styles that were available. Remember the first-generation Novas came out in 1962. Had 2 body styles, 62 through 65. Looks like the 3-way lane. And then in 1966, they changed the body style for 66 and 67 only. Using the same chassis, therefore they're the first-gen Novas. 68 Nova was a totally redesigned vehicle, nothing carried over except the base model 4-cylinder engine. All right, so Mark Leager out of Windemar, California, number 16 qualifier under the number with an 857. He's looking for the 860. Jimmy Black out of Paso Robles. He was under with an 849, so they both have to slow it down. Looking for 860s. This is B-Gas. And at the stripe, 855 and an 866. So Leager, he does what he needs to do to get in it with an 866. The 855 for Black is still too quick. So Black is down with that 856. And the 868 is good enough. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. NE1. Not anyone, but NE1. Nostalgia Eliminator to the lanes, please. All right, Tim Gorman out of Bakersfield, the Tri-5 Chevy, number 17 qualifier, ran under with an 1856. Megan Gorman, similar names. I wonder if they know each other. Out of Bakersfield is under by stubble 07, 7 thousandths under with an 859. RPMs come up. Camaro over in the 3-way Chevy lane. Tri-5 in the Budweiser lane and looking for 860s, and it's Megan. 860 with a 6. Tim with an 861. So the Gormans are on top of the heap. Megan number 1 with an 860. Tim with an 861. I bet there's going to be some bets going on back in the pits later when they get back there. Rick Cruzanaga out of Cypress, California. Tri-5 Chevy, number 6 qualifier with an 867. Chris Dolinger out of Exeter, California. 69 Mustang with a 632 cubic inch engine, has not made a run yet. So 55 Chevrolet, number 6 qualifier. Dolinger not qualified yet. Light goes green and they're gone. Reaction times nearly identical, a 58 to a 54. Headed down track, fender to fender. Who's going to get the 860? 864 for Chris, good run. 884, no improvement for Rick. So Chris goes to 864, putting Chris in the number 5 spot. Mike Rabbiter out of Paso with a 67 Camaro, number 16 with an 859, under by 100th of a second. John Solani out of Lake Havasu City, under by 017. These guys got to slow it down. The air is good. They're running strong. 69 Camaro, beautiful machine with the multicolor paint. Taking on a 67 Camaro. 67 was the first year of Camaro. It took Generous Motors a couple of years to catch up with the Ford Mustang. When they did, the Camaro came out as a highly customizable vehicle right from the factory if you knew what buttons to check. 005 red light for John Solani, and it doesn't matter. It's a qualifier. He's just looking for the ET. They're looking for 860s, 861 to an 860 with a 9. Rabbiter goes to 869, number 2 spot. John Solani goes into the number 3 spot, and Tim Gorman gets separated with an 8:61.3. So Megan Gorman still up on top. Tim now falls back down further on the ladder. Chris Turek out of Queen Creek, Arizona. Hi, I live in Queen Creek. 70 Chevelle with a 632 cubic inch V8 engine is under the number with an 858. Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles, he's with an 868. So an 858 to an 868. Armstrong in the number 11 spot. Chris Turek in 18th. 57 Bel Air against a 70 Chevy. Definitely a replica 57. Got the chop top and the trim all painted on nice and neat. RPMs come up, they hit the lap pedal, and off they go. 029 with no fix 5.6 reaction. Randy Armstrong might be too quick on this one if he keeps up. 866 each. They both run 866 with a 9. Identical ETs. Armstrong a little bit faster at 155 to 153. So Armstrong improves by a little bit, and Turek gets in. He's quicker than his 858 under the number run. Or slower, but it's good for the win. Val Miller, Bakersfield, California, 71 Barracuda. Brian Franks out of Elk Grove, California, 68 Camaro. Miller, number 5 on the list right now with an 863. Brian Franks under with an 853. So he's got to slow it down by about a 10th.
Nothing good.
Miller, he can try to improve. That 863 puts him solidly in the show, the number 5 spot. The B-Gas category on the road. 24 cars qualify for the category. The right lane is way out in front, even though the red light came on for the left lane. And actually, Brian Franks left so early, he won't get a time. 865, not an improvement for Miller, but Franks couldn't wait and left before the tree could even get activated and will not get a time. So Brian Franks struggling here. Steve Paulin out of Indio, California, 69 Camaro, sitting in the number 14 spot with an 868. Mark Schoff, under the number, big time, with an 832. He's got to slow it down by 27. So the big, deeply pocketed fenders of Paulin's machine in the right lane, the Budweiser lane. Pair of Camaros, 69, and a Henry, not a pair of Camaros, a Henry J. 52 Henry over in the left lane. They were a sales disaster, but they're more popular among racers. Oh, and he's got a problem right off the line. Not going to run the number. Ran under last time. This time he's not going to even come close. 922 for Paulin. He backed out of it big time. Schoff, unable to even get the car running very well. Goes 17 flat. All right, we're going to have a quick check of the track. See if there's anything out there. Neil Westbrook getting ready to go out of Pixley, California. 68 Camaro with the 572 cubic inch engine. He's the number 15 qualifier right now with an 868. And he is sitting over in the left lane. Beautiful candy apple red Ford Fairlane here in the Budweiser lane. Could not make a decent run last time, so didn't get a time. But that thing is set down low. Almost looks like there's something taken out of the roof. Chopped the top just a bit, or the scoop is just really tall and the car looks squashed. But it's sitting down low. One of my favorite years for the Fairlane was the 1964s. And we've checked the track. It's okay, so fire them up. Big picnic table wing on the back of the Ford. Not only does it keep the car stable at speed, but it holds 6 people in the pits. All right, the Ford brings the RPMs up, but the tires don't turn. They'll try it again. All right, now they're turning a little bit. Now he's getting a little more motion. And gets sideways. Finally getting the tires to turn enough to heat them up. Turn them and burn them. 64 Fairlane taking on the 68 Camaro. Camaros were introduced in 1966 as the 67 model. 68 Camaro, pretty much the same as the 67. Only addition was side marker lights, different tail lights, and they removed the wind wing and added flow-through ventilation. Both cars weighing about the same, not much difference mechanically. Uh-oh, they're sending the Ford back. He's got another problem. They're waving at him to go back, and he's not realizing it. There he goes. And they're trying to get him over a little bit. He's too far over to his left. They want to get him back into the area where he did his burnout, which is kind of difficult. So he was sideways doing the burnout. Trying to get him back over the rubber. He just laid down because that's going to be where the best traction is. So Neil Westbrook in the 68 Camaro, patiently waiting. Fairlane moving up. See if the Fairlane can get a run this time and get a time. Westbrook in the 15th spot with an 868. Ford late on the right, but it's not a matter of reaction time. It's a matter of ET. Where's he going to go? He's slowing down. Camaro pulls away, goes 875. Not going to be an improvement, and a 1077 for the Ford, backing out to only 89 miles an hour. Not the direction he wanted to be going in. Rich Zondervan out of San Jose, 72 Camaro, number 12 in the hit list with an 868. Mike Munoz out of Ojai, California, 868, also qualified. 868 with a 2 against Zondervan's 868 with a 1. So your number 12 and number 13 qualifiers. The Oldsmobile Cutlass, the 442 here in the right lane. Take it on the second gen Camaro over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Double reds. They both leave early, but it's not a matter of red light. It's a matter of finish line times. Let's see what happens. Looking to improve. 866, an improvement for Zondervan. 868 with a 1/1000th of a second improvement for Munoz over his previous run. Kevin Riley out of Santa Clara, California, 67 Barracuda with a 572 Mopar motor. He's currently with an 887. Definitely has to pick that pace up by over 0.2 of a second. Justin Fendermeyers out of Snoqualmie, Washington. He ran a 9. They backed him out. So let's see where he's going to be at. Riley is here, but A gas to the lanes, please. A gas to the lanes. When Kevin Riley does well, the lady that's down there with him, the blonde, starts her victory dance. So let's see what happens now. Wheels come up in the air, leaves the line with an 0.32 reaction time. 1.260 foot mark, 3.6 at the 330, 5.7 at the 8th, 870. An improvement by 17, but still getting closer to that 860 index. Goes 157 miles an hour. All right, Weasel Enders out of South San Francisco. 66 Chevrolet Chevelle pulls away over the three-way lane. Bill Miza out of Glendora, closing 844. Too quick for Weasel again. 862, a good improvement for Bill, and he moves up into the ladder. Boyd Shower out of Menlo Park, California with his Oldsmobile, the world's fastest 1940 Oldsmobile. Greg Peterson out of Chino in the Camaro pulls the wheels up, and Shower headed down track, chasing him down. He's coming on strong. Is he going to catch him? Shower gets there first, 875 to an 885, so that gets Shower in the show. The 887 also helps Greg Peterson, who ran under with an 850 previously. It's Gerald Wald. Hi, Gerald Wald, the Screaming Norwegian from Buena Park, California. Owns Brothers 3 Auto Repair. Heads to the stripe, goes 909. Still off the 860 index he needs to be on. Another Cackle car headed down track. I love the old school front engine dragsters, but that pickup truck is flat cool. 1956 F100. Big window truck. That's so you can get sunburnt on the back of your neck on those sunny days. But that's a sample of what you're going to see during Cackle Fest tomorrow night. Bob Fry will be telling you all about that. We'll be both on the starting line, giving you what's hot, what's not. And we have hundreds of cars here today, and we've got a big group of Cackle cars for you to hear and see Saturday night under the lights here at Famoso Drag Strip. All right, 91's coming at you right now. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. And with that, we're going to turn the microphone over to Mike English.
So Nostalgia Eliminator 1, qualifying session number 2, sitting up in that lofty number 1 spot, Jason Barnett, 761.8. So we're going to have a little fun again as we did earlier. In session number 1, Dustin Lee was the bad dude in NE1 at 006 on the tree. Steve Schoenfeld wasn't bad. Mr. 253 was 009. But as you know, it's all about down on the scoreboard there. So Ed Silverman, far side, that's King Baby. Mark Ingalls dragster. Ed Silverman, well, if it wasn't overcast, you could look up in the hills there, and Don, go ahead and take a look right over there where I pointed. That's where Ed lives, up there at Lake Isabella. and Hans Jacob. Oh, I know this is just funsies. This is qualifying, but I love this pair. This is a couple of prime time players in this category. You know, a couple of guys that if they had run the full season, probably would have had a good bet at the championship. Oh, check that baby out. Look at that Ed Silverman, double 01 on the tree. Hey, that's best in class down there. It goes 771. Hans goes 770, 766. Now, Ed picks up 3. Hans slows 7. But Hans gets on the good side of 760, which is where you'd kind of like to be. But Ed Silverman, that's just like, woo, look at that burnout riffraff. I got like confused there. Pete Corona, in from Montana. He's one of those, that burnout was cool. I don't care what you say. That baby came to a stop at half track. And Dan Shrokosh, wife Kim out there backing the hubs up out of San Marcos, which is down there by San Diego, you know. Dirty Dan and Pete Corona. Montana versus California. This is like a war, isn't it? Now, Pete Corona over there in the Riff Raff Altered went 2 quick 751. Session number 1. Dan Shrokosh over here went 2 quick 759.5. Missed that perfect by 5 thou. Now, Jason Bartas sit number 1 at 761.8. So he did leave you a little bit to play with. I thought that might not hold up in session number 1, but it did. So here we go. Oh, man, Pete Corona rolled through the beams. He's not going to get a number. Dirty Dan, down there top end of that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, 763, 177 for Dirty Dan. That improves a bunch, and it's going to put Dan Shrokoff up to the number 3 spot in qualifying behind Dustin Lee, Jason Barta. So Petey rolls her back, stages her up again. 751, session number 1. Well, that's on the good side. 768, $1.69 for the team out of Montana, which will move him into the number 6 spot, right behind Hans Jacob. Is now Max Cassie and Corey Bogue. Mac is burnout. That's in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Corey Bogue over there far side. Now, Corey has one of my all-time favorite sponsors, the San Fernando Brewery Company. Just saying. Just wanted to interest in fair reporting, right? Of course, Max Cassie over here. This is a couple of very good players here. Max, the Neal and Parks chassis car for the team out of Sacramento, and Corey and the team in from Chatsworth. Supercharged small block Chevrolet over there for Corey and the team. Corey went 771 session number 1 for the number 9 spot, and Max over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane was 772 for the number 10 spot. Of course, everybody's chasing that. Jason Barta sitting number 1, 7618. Which, by the way, I just thought I'd bring it up to you that we'll talk about it when Jason Barta comes up. We don't want to, let the cat out of the bag. So front motor dragsters a pair, injected big block right side, supercharged small block left side. Of course, the brewery company over there far side. They're in set. Here we go. Corey with a red light start. Now it's qualified. It means absolutely nothing. It's all about numbers down there top end. Corey goes 764, 178. Max goes 763. Corey goes 764.6 to put him number 4. Max 769.9 puts him number 8. This is big, qualifying wise. Jason Barta, Dave Lawson. Dave Lawson over there far side. That's the custom home builder out of Mariposa, just down there, He is sitting number 1 in the points for the NHRA Heritage Series National Championship far side. And Jason Barta, the Barta Coburn S&S Fabrications car, Big Block Chevrolets, both drivers. Steve Barta, that's Dad out in front of the car there. Jason, 7618, number 1. Dave Lawson, far side, the guy they call Maverick, 764-8, at number 5. By the way, Jason Barta, and I'm really surprised that he painted his car orange. Reason being is Jason Barta is a huge Dallas Cowboys fan. And I mean huge. I would have thought, but me thinking is not a thing to do. So Jason, Dave, Steve Barta walks away from his kid. About to see what happens here. 0-15 on the tree, Jason Barta. 30 on the tree, Dave Lawson. Down there, top end, 7-6-5-6. Jason Barta stays number 1. 768-3. Dave Lawson stays number 5. Is the next pair coming around the corner? Spare change. I have none. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. That's the Fiat coming up here. That Fiat's cool. I dig that car. Ryan Doyle in the team, and I believe Ryan's going to take a single run here. I believe. But I have absolutely no idea, which is no surprise. Ryan in session number 1 was 8.335, and when you're running on a 760 index, well, Ryan needs to step on it this time. So the spare change Fiat for the team out of Tehachapi. I've been to Tehachapi. There's a prison there, by the way. I wasn't there for the prison. I just thought I'd bring that up. Just wanted to be fair to let you know that. So improve on that 8.33.5. About to find out. Here we go. And that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Wow, 7.639, $1.79. That baby stepped up big time, right up to the number 4 spot. Nice job, and that's going to get some high fives down there from that crew as the next pair continuing on qualifying session number 2, making our way to that scheduled 4 o'clock time for Nitro Funny Cars, Top Fuel Dragsters, and Double A Fuel Altereds coming out in the next session of Nitro, scheduled to go about roughly 30 minutes from now. Subject to change, of course, is Steve Schoenfeld, the Sonny's Toy 2, Mr. 253 over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane, and Bobby Lee, the movie dude, Whiplash, the 23T for the team out of Monrovia. Steve Schoenfeld, far side, sitting number 2 in the points for the national championship for the team out of Murray, Utah. 7:55.4, session number 1. Little bit too quick. Bobby Lee, all kinds of problems. Put up a 16-second number up on that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane in session number 1. And, well, Bobby needs to step on it. Steve over there far side needs to whoa on it. Bring it back closer to that 760 number. So far, in Nostalgia Eliminator 1, best in class off the starting line is that Sprite Young Ed Silverman, 001. That ain't bad. That's a thou away from perfect. Which, if you ask Ed Silverman, he's always perfect. Thanks, Don. You're always perfect? Yeah, okay. Just kidding. So Steve rolls up there far side in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. A couple of guys taking a look at Bobby Lee's right here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Nice move off that starting line. Steve Schoenfeld down there, top end. How about dead on two goes to the top? Number one qualifier, Steve Schoenfeld. 0.23 on the tree and then goes dead on to buck 71. It goes to that number one spot for the team out of Utah's Bobby Lee. Wow, Bobby stepped on it. 744, 191, but that is a number to work with now that Bobby and the team can pull it back and start working towards that 760 index. There's their next pair coming back from their burnouts. Shandon Contrell. Shandon over their far side, in from Nuevo in southwest Riverside County. And Dave Isley, Mr. 7600, coming back here, the team out of Ontario. And I say that for Dave in the greatest respect, as that dragster here, the Budweiser CP Gorilla Lane, seems to have a way with that 760 number. Session number one, he went 754.8. Shandon Cottrell, Shandon over there, 859.4. So far side needs to pick it up a bunch. Dave Isley needs to just whoa her back a little bit. Dave Isley, nice move off that starting line down there, top end. I told you that dog can hunt. 761.8, 176. Dave Isley. That will move Dave into the number 3 spot, right behind Jason Bartas, 761.7. Steve Schoenfeld's at number 1, dead on 2. As Kenny Upton, the Parcourt team car out of Garden Grove, the hills of Garden Grove, overlooking Disneyland, and George Johns. Thunderstruck himself for the runner out of Bakersfield. George Johns did not run session number 1 over there in that supercharged big block Chevrolet Fiat. Kenny Upton sit number 14, 7725 for the Fabricator out of Garden Grove. Couple of guys are pretty good at this. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Kenny Upton rolls up pre-stages, waiting on George over there far side. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Kenny bumps in here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Ready, set, go. Oh, Kenny Upton double 05 on the tree. Now, goes 7,600 down there. Wow, George Johns goes low ET for anyone. 742, 181. Kenny Upton, 7,651. 174. Kenny will move to that number 9 spot, gets into the top 10. Tom Ellis and Garrett Crisp. Garrett, of course, the fire captain out of Visalia for the team of Bobby Law and Bless. The 23T altered. John Rodek, big block Chevrolet, injector sitting in front of the driver. Had problems in session number 1. Tom Ellis, trip 7s, at 172, sitting in that number 15 spot over there for the dragster for the team in from Minden, Nevada. As I always team Tom, hey, he's a Ford parts rep, but that means he's got a big block Chevrolet in it. So Garrett, who would like to get to the finish line under power, here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Tom Ellis like to improve on that 777 for the dragster out of Nevada. Woo! Garrett Crisp 0-11 on the tree. I mean, that's great, but you know it had Silberman. Garrett's out of the throttle again, 823, 134. Tom Ellis picks up some and goes 7665 over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane at 174. Tom to the number 11 spot. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Exhibition, need you to lane 8, please. Exhibition, need you to lane 8, please. AFX, need you to the lays, please. AFX, need you to the lays, please. Sabrina Pecora and Bill Workman. Jungle Jesse in the house. Backup babe extraordinaire out in front of Sabrina, the Pecora Family Motorsports. Dad, John, behind the car there. And Jungle Jesse Jungle Jesse modifies models brown boots like nobody models brown boots. So Sabrina, by the way, on October 5th, Sabrina and I celebrated our second wedding anniversary. We're just not married to each other. We both got married 2 years ago on October 5th. Thought it'd be that. Bill Workman over there, that's the Vulcan's Car Club new ride. Workman move off that starting line. Sabrina was 770, session 1. Bill was 751 down there at the other end. 776, Bill Workman, that improves. Sabrina slows 5 to a 775. Sabrina Pecora will be number 14. Bill Workman will be number 16 on the qualifying ladder. Is the guy who's in the hunt for the national championship, sitting in the number 3 spot, Dustin Lee. The team coming back here. And I'll tell you, I said it earlier in session number 1. Take a look at Dustin's car. You see the valve covers there. That is not a small block Chevrolet. That is not a big block Chevrolet. That is an LS-powered dragster for the former national champion here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Far side there, Larry Rosenbaum, the altercation altered, who at session number 1 had to tow down the return road with problems. So Dustin sitting in that 4 spot at 762.4, sitting number 3 in the points for the championship, and he is going to have a very outstanding weekend to bump that Dave Lawson off that top spot. Not say it's impossible. Rosenbaum rolled the beans. Dustin's going to truck right on down there and improve on 762. Oh, man, how about that? Dead on 5, Dustin Lee. 173. Larry got no time over there in the beams. Dustin Lee up to that number 2 spot behind Steve Schoenfeld's dead on 2. But that boy, Dustin Lee, the former champion, making a run again to take that championship away from Dave Lawson. So Tom Brown and the team in from Hawaii, part of that Born Vintage race team, Kamaka Pocock and Kevin Raposo out there helping out Tom and the team, far side, and Cole Foster. Cole, of course, the son of legendary chassis builder and funny car racer Pat Foster, the Soul Crusher Dragster out of Salinas. And I know that when Cole gets this car done, I mean, just take the time and go over to the NE1 pits and look at the work on that car. Tom Brown at 2 quick 7:41, session number 1. Cole Foster did not run session number 1. But as I said, supercharged Hemi for Cole, and that car is just, you look at it, engineering masterpiece. Whoa, hang on there, Tom Brown. Don't you dink a coin down there. A cone, I'm sorry, a cone. 838, 113, Cole Foster. 892, 2, 103, Tom Brown. Taking the long way to the finish line down there in a slip sliding away, run down there. Is waiting for our next two to come out of the box there. Oh, we're going into A-Gas. Oh, cool. I'm going to stay here because I like this. A-Gas index is going to say the same, but it's going to be all door cars. And it's going to be Al White, the GTO Brutus, coming up here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Ron Connor, the Corvette. Couple of supercharged big block Chevrolets. Al White, 756, 2 quick. Ron Connor, 765, 4 for the number 6 spot. So the GTO for Al White and the team. Ron Connor with the red light start means absolutely nothing. Goes 7:54.6, picks up a bunch. Al White slows and improves because he's on the good side of 760 at 772.2, 183 miles an hour. So Al White will be in that number 8 spot. Ron Connor will stand on his earlier 765 for the number 6 spot as Roy Castanetto. That's the Nova for the team in from Concord, and Ray Padgett. Ooh, this is kind of a fun matchup here. Two pretty big-time hitters over there. Ray and the Corvette, that's the laser leveling team car out of Santa Paula, which is on the western end of Highway 126 by Ventura, which the entire town, well, it seems like, goes drag racing. And of course, Ray sitting number 1 in the points for the national championship. The Nova and the team out of Northern California. Number 1, dead on 8, is Castanetto, Roy Castanetto, the 67 Nova. Ray Padgett, 15. Move off that starting line to the Nova. Down there, top end. 762.8, Roy Castanetto. 762.1, Ray Padgett improves a bunch. Gets on the good side of 760. Ray Padgett up to the number 3 spot, right behind Frank Miranda's dead on 9, and Roy Castanetto's dead on 8. Is now Brent Pilcher and Cliff Boyles. Session number 1, Cliff was one of the good boys off that starting line. Cliff was 005 on the tree, and that's like best in class. Brent Pilcher, 767 qualifying for the number 8 spot in the yellow Camaro here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, 3-way Chevrolet lane. Cliff Boyles, number 4 at 762.4 with that 53 Studebaker. The 53 Studebaker that's not stock. Of course, I guess you knew that. But look at that, up on the scoreboard. 4 thou separates him off that starting line. Top end, parachute out, Cliff. 783, Cliff, 146. You can see he was not under power. Brett Pitchler, 775.6, and he will stand on his earlier 767.6. Is Jim Teague and Rafael Quiroga. Jim Teague over there far side. That's the Nova for the Paint Dudes. Number 2 in the points for the national championship. And Rafael Quiroga for the Chumash Indian tribe over there in Santa Ynez. Inset, here we go. Move up that starting line. Oh, they're identical. Check that baby out. 0.44 on the tree together down there at the finish line. 7.667. Boy, Jim Teague improves a bunch. Rafael picks up 2 to go 7.75.1. Jim Teague jumps up to the number, work with me here, number 8 spot. Rafael to the number 11 spot. There's Tom Fowler and Terry Newton. Things make you go, Tom Fowler, former champ. That's the flagship car for the King's Oil Tools. That 70 Camaro out of Paso Robles. Of course, he is the assistant manager at King's Oil Tools because wife Evelyn out there, that's the boss. Facts are facts, I'm just saying. And of course, Terry Newton over there for the McClure family. His son Josh tuning the old man there with 7.59.6. Too quick by 4 stinking thousandths of a second with that 53 Studi for Lucas Oil and the team. And by the way, while Tom's backing up there, want to give a big shout out to Jana Thompson back home. Hey man, we're all thinking of you, wishing you all the best. Get you and mom back out here again and wishing the best. And hurry back. So Tom rolls up here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Terry Newton, the Studi, Alan Johnson power, and a Josh Newton tune-up in that 3-way Chevrolet lane with that Studi. Too quick by 4 thou was Terry Newton. 7.65.1 Tom Fowler. And I told you earlier, that black Camaro has a way with 760. You look at the run and go, oh man, that doesn't look that good. And all of a sudden it goes 760. They're 4 thou separated off the tree with Fowler and the Camaro, the better of the two. And Tom Fowler, all misses her by 6 thou. 7.59.4. He will stand on his earlier 7.65.1. Terry Newton improves to a 7.69.3, and Terry Newton will move to that number 10 spot is Richard Wilson, the Voodoo Hemi. I love that car because I get to say Voodoo Hemi. The Dodge Aeroflow, who went 7.63, and Brian Rogers. And you know, Steve LaBarbera was up here earlier, and he alluded, you know how many cars are here this weekend from Lake Havasu? It's like, of course, they come in from Lake Havasu, they're probably freezing. Because, you know, it's like, what is it, 110 in Lake Havasu today? Oh, 105, I'm sorry. Forgive me, I missed by 5 degrees. It's beautiful here, and they're probably like, man, this is freezing cold. Brian was 758.2 in the 67 Nova, and I said Richard Wilson in that number 5 spot at 763.7. Now, when we go into eliminations, It's not about, oh, you ran this or you ran that. It's get to the finish line first and don't run quicker than 760, and that little white light's going to come on in your lane. Richard Wilson, 007. Brian went batted 022 down there top end, 756.8. Brian goes too quick again with the Nova. Richard Wilson improves a Hun to a 762.5 and moves to the number 4 spot. Oh man. Oh, I love this. You could not get two cars. You could not get two cars that are more non-race car than these two cars. Jim Data over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane, far side, the 57 Pontiac Chieftain, which, well, you know, let's be honest, it's big and it's not really aerodynamic, but back in its day, it was a pretty good race car. But Frank Miranda, the Rambler wagon, and I looked up Rambler wagon in the dictionary, and it said absolutely nothing about race car. It said grandma, grandpa, and 5 grandkids in the back with the window open having a good time. Oh, you can't do that anymore, can you? Yeah, you got to be in the back seat. The Rambler wagon sitting number 2, dead on 9. Jim Data, 8-second right. Oh, look at Data. Carries the front wheels. That is just bad daddy, isn't it? Top end, see what the Rambler does? 769.8, 179. Jim Data improves. It's 783.0, a $186. Jim Data, number 13. Frank Miranda, with his earlier dead on 9, stays number 2 is Casey Truer. The 33 Willies, and Casey, the mechanic over at King's Oil Tools that maintains all the race cars. And I said earlier, his daughter Jana, who had an unfortunate racing incident in Sacramento, back home. And again, Mom Kim not out there backing Casey up. And I got to say, in my honest opinion, I cannot remember the last time that Kim was not out there backing up her husband. But Kim home taking care of Jana. And Jana, looking forward to you coming back out again real soon. But right now, we'll see what Dad can do here. A 12-second run in session number 1, which is something real unusual for that 33 Willys in from Santa Maria. Casey's 016 on the tree. I can tell you right now, that's not going to be a 12-second run. 770, $174 for Casey. 770, $174. That wraps up session number 2 of A-Gas. Exhibition cars, you will be out next. Exhibition cars, you will be out next. AFX, you will follow the exhibition cars. AFX, you will follow the exhibition cars. So with the exhibition cars coming out, Bob Beck's going to slide in. I think that's how you do that. I'm not sure. Something like that. And he will take us through exhibition, AFX, and then Nitro Funny Car scheduled in a few minutes. Session number 2, followed by Top Fuel Dragster and AA Fuel Alter. That's yours. I've already introduced you.
Okay.
I told him you were a nice guy. I lied.
All right, exhibition cars out there. Casey Truer out of Santa Maria, California. No, that's not Casey. Oh, it's Rex Albera out of Winters, California, 61-year-old contractor with a 55 Chevy Bel Air. Bill Weber out of Briar, Washington. He's a fabricator, 63 Plymouth with a 440. So 400 cubic inches worth of Tri-5 Chevy. The Mopar pulls out first. 374 reaction to a late 790 as they head down track. Exhibition run. Let's see what they can do. Mopar out in front. 1334, 95 miles an hour to a 1334, 98 miles an hour. Identical ETs, but difference in reaction times. How about a 59 Plymouth? Got the wings and all. Sil Brender out of San Jacinto, California. 59 Plymouth with a mega block Mopar. He won't tell us how big. Bruce Boardman, gasser guy, with his little Anglia. He's never run it here before. Now he runs his 55 most of the time. This is the first time down the Famoso strip. He leaves a little soft. Didn't know if the front end was going to come up high. I know his 55 does. And he heads down track chasing, but the big old Plymouth goes 1178 to Bruce's 1326. And his car's capable of a lot more, but that was just a checkout run. All right, the Candy Apple Red Fairlane has had some issues in his runs. So he's done some work on the car, brought it back out to see what he can do and see if he's got them fixed. Now, his first one was under the number for the index. He's running the second one. He can barely move. So this time they hope they've got it corrected, and they're going to bring it out. 1964 Fairlane. If you remember back in those days, and most of you back here are old enough to remember, the Thunderbolts came out in 1964. It was Ford's answer to the Mopar Hemi cars. They picked the lightweight Ford Fairlane body. Had Detroit Steel do the after manufacturing upgrades, put the 427 in it. And they went drag racing. We talked to Gas Ronda a few years ago up here in the tower about his days driving the Thunderbolt. And he said if he could get it off the line and go straight on the launch, then it was all right. If you couldn't do that, then you couldn't make it. Michael DeWare, please come to the tower. Michael DeWare, please come to the tower. Michael DeWare, please come to the tower. All right, the Ford leaves the line this time. 1560 foot mark. Got a little more horse pressure going. It's picking up the pace, heads to the stripe. Goes 869, 163 miles an hour. Pops the parachute, and he goes through the lights on a good, clean run. So he's probably got the problems corrected that he had earlier on. But we'll see. Those are your exhibition cars. Now the FX car is getting ready to go. Yeah. Why don't you give me the papers, too? I've got them on the table there. The papers on the table. Hi.
In for perfect light.
See me a little bit later on. I left it in my car. Okay, all of them. Thank you. Come on out. Yeah, if I don't get it, I'll give it to my wife in the t-shirt booth and she'll have it for you. Okay.
No problem, thanks.
Make this announcement real quick while it's flying.
Hey, Mike, we need a rebuild kit for a CNC 7/8 master cylinder. Could you please make an announcement for All right, so we need a rebuild kit for a CNC 7/8 master cylinder. If you've got it, please come up to the tower and let us know. Take it to the Killer Crower car. 70 Pro. See Eiley, and she'll tell you thank you. They need a master cylinder rebuild kit for a 7/8 bore billet master. All right, let's come on.
I'm just getting all the way out of the way.
All right, it's getting tight in here. But it's warming up. I like it. All right, Randy Winkle coming out with the Famoso Speed Shop original style funny car. And there's Stormy Bird pouring down some bleach to get this thing to spin him hard. He says, go for it. Old school funny car. Oh, baby, getting it all which way but straight. So Randy Winkle got this thing, long wheelbase, steel body from the cowl back. It's got glass doors and a front end, extended nose, kind of like a Pinocchio, I guess you could say. But it's a very old school. It's still got doors that are... Now, not only is the car old school, but so is Randy. As a matter of fact, they both qualify as antiques. Of course, the car is in better shape than Randy, but that's another story. All right, he's backing it up, but he's lost. So they've got to give him directions on how to get back to the starting line. All right, so Randy backing it up. He's getting ready to make a run as we get ready to run some FX cars and a little bit of a celebration for Doug Hampton's life. So Randy doing a dry hop. Randy bouncing it. Randy brought this car out to the Gasser show at the Driving Museum. Did one hellacious burnout down the street. It was great. All right, Randy Winkle moving up to the beams, getting ready to go. No smoke, no fuss, no muss. Takes it to the finish line lights, goes 8:46 at 165 miles an hour. All right, now we're going to do a little bit of a tribute to Doug Hampton, one of our racers who just passed away recently. Then this guy was one of the nicest guys around, ran in FX and in Gasser, I believe B-Gas with his Fairlanes. He had two, the Bad Penny and his beautiful white 66, 67 Fairlanes. He passed away unexpectedly while working in his garage. He had been doing some welding and had some fumes really attack his lungs. In the left lane, we've got Randy Armstrong. He's wearing Dave's racing helmet. He's got the racing helmet on board. Ernie, the attorney, will red light first, and Armstrong is going to try and run an 860. Doug Hampton passed away just a few weeks ago. It was a silver and bronze star winner. Okay, what are we doing? You doing taps first, or are they running? That's good. Here we go. All right, let's go ahead. All right, we're going to play taps right now in memory of Doug Hampton, a military hero. All right, gentlemen, fire those motors up. Ernie, the attorney, in the Fairlane, reminiscent of Doug Hampton's machine. And Doug Hampton, as I say, a war hero, was awarded the Bronze and the Silver Stars for his heroism when he was stationed in Vietnam. Doug Hampton started racing back in the 90s. Ran B-Gas and AFX. Oh, the 57 Chevy doing a burnout across the line, heads down track. Ernie, the attorney, with the fat lady. That's what he calls the car. Here in the right lane. Doug won the California Hot Rod Reunion FX class in 2012 and 2014. And he's currently the points leader in the NHRA Heritage B-Gas class. He was born in 1949, the 11th of August. He passed away September 29th at his home in Hollister, California. Leaves 2 daughters, Pam and Kim, a young son, Brody. There they go. Ernie gets all out of shape, spinning the tires. Armstrong runs through the lights with an 878. Ernie getting every which way but straight and goes through with a 14:24 at 81 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us here as we do the little tribute to Doug Hampton.
Okay. We've met before. Potentially? Yeah, no, I think we've talked and we've met before, but I don't remember where. I've been in Porterville for 20 some odd years. That's okay. Keys? Wow. Keys. I think she's got some kind of pull, huh? My wife grew up in Ducor. Dad built here by Good job. No. You were sitting there. I didn't know what you were doing.
Peggy kicked me out because she wanted to talk to you and I was blocking the
Oh, that was a quick talk.
So was there
All right, we've got a little track prep going on here. The FX guys are getting ready to go. Are you ready for more racing action? We got it for you here at the California Hot Rod Reunion.
Is there a list of these exhibition cars?
It'll come up on there. Oh, the exhibition cars?
No.
If they've got a tech car, it comes up on there. They've got it already posted, otherwise no.
These guys.
aren't exhibition.
Those were.
Yes.
This is AFX.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Right. Ernie is also FX.
Right. He didn't come up. Oh, okay. So he did both.
Yeah.
Okay. But those guys will come up on the board.
They should if they're tech cars. If the tech car hasn't been entered, I won't get any information. So they're still working. A little prep on the starting line. We'll get back to racing action. Joe Walla keeping the guardrail warm over there on the starting line as well. He'll be playing music for you with the band later tomorrow.
Saw Russ down there a little while ago. I said, yeah.
All right, FX coming out. Here's 2 Mopars. The Sayonara Todd Hoffman Plymouth and the Iron Eagle Plymouth Valiant getting ready to go. Come on in, close the door. Two Mopars, the Little Valiant, driven by Doug Steyer out of Grand Junction, Colorado. 64 Valiant with a 422 big block. He's currently 12th with a 1017 ET. Todd Hoffman out of La Mesa, California, 14th with a 1023 ET. Both are AFX machines. 2 mighty Mopars. I guess in this case, Mopar means move over, Plymouths are racing. Hoffman pulls the front wheels up in the air. 112 to an 085 reaction time. The Little Valiant pulls away and leads to the charge to the stripe. 10:05, an improvement. A slowdown for Hoffman. Dodge Coronet here in the Budweiser lane. Marv Reiser out of Escondido, California. 65 Coronet with a 530 cubic inch Chrysler motor. Brad Schaefer out of Wiggins, Colorado. He owns a Napa Auto Parts store. It's a 67 Fairlane. 557 cubic inches worth of Ford motivational power. He's run a best of 990. He gets the better reaction time of 085 to a 145. Marv Reisner trying to close in, but it's the Ford going to get the win. 976, an improvement. A 10:05, another improvement for this driver. So both move up in the ranks. Schaefer currently number 7, Reiser number 11. Chevy Chevelle and the Mustang getting ready to go. Steve Whitmore in the Mustang. And Moreland, red lights, leaves a little too early, but it's a qualifier, so that's not an issue. He goes 10.95, a little bit quicker to a 10.48. Again, a little bit quicker. Temperatures dropping, ETs are as well. Mike Rogers out of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the 65 Chevelle, and it falters on the hit. Dale Schroeder out of Keensburg, Colorado, 64 Fairlane Thunderbolt style, heads to the stripe. And we got it. No time on either one. Paul Sear out of Norwalk, California, 64 Plymouth. Mark Lang out of Cambria, California, 70 Dodge Dart. Going to try and stick it to him. Lang ran a 10.28 on his previous run. Paul a 10.12. They leave the line. Mark with the better reaction time of the Dart. He sticks it to him right at the starting line. Dart coming up on the stripe. Goes 10.15 to a 10.45. Cyril slows it down, whereas Lang picks up the pace. Greg Melton out of Escondido, California, an engineer in the 68 Plymouth Roadrunner. Meep, meep. Wedge 440 for power, the number one qualifier, running 880 at 152. Jerry Kella from Ramona, California. He ran an 11:13 at 121 miles an hour. So Melton got the quickest Mopar on the track right now. And he hits the loud pedal, it bogs, and then goes. Reaction times are close at 120 and a 121, but he's not going to run that number again. He goes 9:35 to an 11 flat. Improvement for Keller, not so much for Greg. He actually slows it down by 5. So Greg Melton, though, still holding on with his 880 in the number one spot. Bruce Wallace in the Fernley, Nevada, 62 Belvedere, 413 for power, ran a 10:35. Rich Woods out of San Diego in the Nova ran a 9:32, and he's already pulling away from the Mopar. He's out in front. He's going to get the win light. Goes 9:40, slows it down at 142 miles an hour, but speeds up in the mile per hour. 10:31, slight improvement for Wallace. Robert Norris out of San Diego, 68 Barracuda with a 440. He ran 10:75 on his last run, puts him in the number 25 qualifying position. Sean Bush out of El Cajon in the 19th spot with a 10:34. 69 Roadrunner with a Brodex 500 cubic inch mountain motor. So the Plymouth Roadrunner getting ready to go. He's the 19th position car, and he leaves the line. Barracuda notchback trying to chase him down. Runner with a better reaction time by a full 10. Looking to improve. That 10:34 goes slower with a 10:68. 10:90 for Robert Norris. He slows down as well. Mike Dunn out of Yuba City, California, 63 Plymouth Savoy. Going to take on Sidney McDaniel, the 63 Savoy. A pair of 63s, one of my favorite body styles. These are the lightweight sedans, and it looks like Dunn's got a problem. He's backed out of it. McDaniel heads down track, goes 9:67, just a slight improvement from his 9:68 previously. Won't change his position. But Dunn, he's done. Not a good run for him at all. He's just kind of coasting through with a 23.84 slow ET of the day at 37 miles an hour. Dodge Coronet and the 60 Chevy getting ready to go next. Mitch Akers ran 10:37 last time at 128 miles an hour. He's got a 540 cubic inch rear Morrison motor in that 60 Chevrolet. Daryl Dinkle out of Mac, Colorado, 67 Dodge Coronet, with a 383. Top Fuel and Fuel Altereds to the lanes. Top Fuel and Fuel Altereds to the staging lanes, please. Top Fuel, Fuel Altered. Is going to be a lot of nitro in the air in just a little bit. Top Fuel and Fuel Altereds to the lanes. Chevy and Mopar ready to go. Better reaction time for Dinkle. Agers is right there with him. 1:4 60-foot mark. He makes up the difference in the reaction time in the first 60 feet. Coming up on the finish line, Agers goes 10:40, slows down. 10:60 for Dinkle, slightly ahead by 0.06 of a second. Ron DeHoop out of Bellflower, California, 67 Chevelle from Lucas Oil. Brodex 400. He has run 10:67 so far. Dan Davis out of La Quinta ran 9:83 and backs out of it. He started going towards the center line. He lifts the throttle. DeHoop goes straight down the line with a 10:33, 0.3 of a second improvement for him. Dan Davis, well, he's got a coasting through. Maybe he's coasting. There he goes, 20:31 at 40 miles an hour. I bet he drives faster than that in parking lots. Kevin Jones out of Whitewater, Colorado, 69 Barracuda, ran 10:75 last time out. Dakota Berry out of Grand Junction, Colorado, ran 10:77. Old 1970 Dodge Dart with a 470. Fuel Altereds do not come to the lanes. Kevin Jones trying to get out there with his Barracuda. And it is a 10:48. Big improvement for Dakota to a 10:83 slowdown for Jones. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Cancel the call for Fuel Altereds. Cancel the call to the lanes for Fuel Altereds. Fuel Altereds do not come to the lanes. Top Fuel, we do want you to the lanes. So. Beautiful Sox and Martin replica racer, the Barracuda of Ron Kisner. Number 5 qualifier with a 964, goes 969. No improvement there, although he does go a few miles an hour better. All right, some track prep going on right now as we get ready for more racing action. And I see a lot of bodies up in the air. They're all plastic. They're funny cars, and they're getting ready to go. We need Top Fuel to the lanes. Top Fuel to the lanes. Top Fuel to the lanes, please. And Mike and Donnie are getting ready to come back here for the Nostalgia Funny Cars. And then Nostalgia Top Fuel will follow. They don't need them in the lanes yet. There's too many cars in the lanes right now. So they'll wait till the Top Fuel cars run out, or the funny cars run out before we call top. Before we call them. All right, it's time for Nitro. We're going to bring out the funny cars. They'll be followed by the Top Fuel cars. So get ready. Get your headsets on. If you got kids, cover their ears as we get ready to go with all Nitro. The funny cars and the dragsters coming your way. And the dragsters have not made a run yet today. It'll be the second time out for the funny cars. And this could provide some interesting runs, because the funny car guys have already set the standard for what they're running, and some didn't run quite as well as they expected. Donnie and Mike are getting ready. They're going to tell you all about the funny cars and the Top Fuel cars coming your way. Okay. Away you go, Bob. Well, the way to go is out the door, and I will do that. Okay.
Are we in your way? I'm gone.
All right, okay. He has naked pictures of himself on Facebook.
Will the gentleman, the racer who got the perfect reaction time, come back to the tower? The racer who got the perfect reaction time, bring your ET slip and come back to the tower, please.
I don't think we need this anymore. I was going to go with something real sarcastic, but I decided better not.
Yeah, 'cause there's girls here. Otherwise, we could say whatever we wanted.
Girls, where?
Lovely ladies, I think is the word you're looking for.
Oh, you know what? Look at that. I requested your friendship.
You
but
did?
You didn't accept
I
it.
didn't. Well,
Damn it.
He probably like, who is that girl?
yeah, I gotta be careful.
You know what?
God, Donnie, you're kind of a little bitch about this.
See how you are?
Yeah.
He probably has too many friends. And it's full.
No, I just hardly
And
get
you're
it.
friends with your, oh, you're friends with Bonesy.
With who?
Bones.
He doesn't have friends, he has acquaintances.
Bones. Which Bones?
Associate sale. I was supposed
Why,
to
where are
bring
you
this.
from?
I was supposed to bring this.
What happened? Liana Reed.
He's 150 years old, he can be tired. I told a friend
He
of mine.
deserves it, man.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. And kudos to you for all you're doing with him. That's
You know what?
pretty nice.
I feel like anything I can do to help that gorgeous man smile, and any time I can bring him out to share him with everybody, you know, it's a win-win for everyone.
Oh. Can't believe it didn't tell me something about that.
Yeah. You just rubbed the bomb against the leg, too, brother.
There you go.
I'm just saying.
Wow. You should.
They call it divorce attorney.
See, I hope that made your day at the track better.
You would never see that in my book, a divorce. You would never. I've had enough of those.
Me too. Today's my 33rd anniversary.
Are you divorced? Of your divorce? Or?
No.
Oh, okay.
Bullshit.
Happy
This ain't your.
anniversary.
This ain't your anniversary. Get out of here.
That is.
Happy anniversary.
Is it today in the net? Let me come.
Did you post happy anniversary on Facebook?
Probably should get out.
Well, there is.
Go on and she's
There.
with her sister and they have the doctor.
You better go on there and accept my friend request, or I'm not going to be your friend.
Well,
What's the choice there?
Yeah.
Well, a little bit of track prep going on there as we prepare for session number 2 of Nitro Funny Car. And I will tell you, this is going to be a very, very interesting session here for the Nitro cars. Of course, follow Funny Cars, session number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator. By the way, again, I want to give you that quick reminder that all of you are welcome to join us down at the Doubletree tonight as we honor all the great honorees and just a great part of the history of drag racing in the NHRA Heritage Drag Racing Series. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and you are all invited. I'm going to give you a quick reminder. The Rosedale Highway exit off of Highway 99 going south is closed. So what you want to do is get on the 99, start trucking south, get off at Golden State Avenue, stay in the right lane and take the first off-ramp. You go down to the stop sign, hang a right turn, around the curve to the stoplight, hang another right turn, and that will take you down to Rosedale Highway, and you can scoot under the freeway there, and the Doubletree will be on your left. It's going to be a lot of fun and a great time, and just a great time to get together. And, hey, I guarantee you can get a famous person's autograph there. I know that for one fact, Donnie Couch will be there. You can even get your picture taken with him. So a very, very great time and stuff, and it's just a real good reception, a get together with all the honorees and hear their stories, which are just some of them are just classic stories. And of course, legendary NHRA announcer, now retired, Bob Fry, will be your master of ceremonies. So a good time, and looking forward to seeing you all there. And Hey, if you see me walking around, please feel free to come over and say hi because I really enjoy talking to everybody, and it's just a lot of fun. And, oh, what a day number one of the reunion, Donnie.
Well, how about that first session of Funny Car? We saw some great runs, saw some excitement, and the Funny Cars are lined up, Mike. They're going to be coming out next, so
Take a look back to the 99 highway again.
yeah, and
Yeah.
the air's cooler, the track's cooler. We're going to see some pretty quick runs here the second session.
Looking forward to it for sure.
There's Pete Kaiser, my hero out there.
Man, has he got
Dan Horan going in the Funny Car and the dragster.
yeah, and I'm looking now. This could be interesting because Funny Car runs, and then right after that is Top Fuel Eliminator. Horan's going to make a run in the Funny Car. He's got one of his guys down there with the scooter. He'll jump on the back of the scooter, scoot on back down here, and hop in the Top Fuel dragster. Of course, Dan Horan is already wrapped up the national championship in the Heritage Series in Top Fuel Eliminator, and so he's. Well, there's still other places. I mean, he can't get bumped out of that spot, but there's still a race to win.
Yeah, and winning that in the Top Fuel dragster, he built that as a tribute to his father, and hats off to Dan.
That is a very, very cool deal. And hats off to Pete Kaiser for doing the job. And an interesting note, Dan was up here after session number one, and his son Ryan, who went to the Frank Hawley Drag Racing School, the Paul Smith Nitro Drag Racing School, to get his license, is going to drive one of the Horan Nitro cars. They haven't decided if it's going to be the dragster or the Funny Car, which my suggestion was if you're having trouble deciding which car for him to drive, you should probably just let me drive.
Oh, there you go.
That'll work.
That'll be
work.
interesting.
Yeah, that would be.
Maybe you could be, and they walked away. You could be on that series.
I would walk away.
Decade of thrills, you know.
That would be about 10 seconds of thrills. My wife said.
10 seconds included a shower.
That's all. That's it.
Well, Mike English, I see the Funny Cars have pulled around. We got the quarter pounder with Jeff Moniz coming up. He'll be in the left lane, the three-way Chevrolet lane, and he'll be up against Billy Morris in the problem child Camaro.
Rick Morris and Eddie Knox and the team, and I see Eddie and John Wirtz having a conversation down here. Should be kind of interesting. Now, Jeff Moniz in session number one stepped into what we call, he won a career best run at 568.1 for the number 3 spot. But Jeff did something that no other Funny Car here this weekend did. Down to that first orange cone, that 330 cone, he dipped into the 240s at 249, which is Twilight Zone numbers. Had that car ran that full pull to the finish line, that probably been sit number one.
Exactly.
They were only 236 miles an hour, and as you well know, those cars are high 240s, 250. Of course, Dan Horan, the national record holder, speed-wise at 264.95 miles an hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
Trucking.
So just waiting for the word from Dave Layton to go ahead and fire him up.
Yeah, the starters are plugged in. The crew is standing by in both cars, and it looks like we're getting the signal, Mike. There you go.
So Billy Morris. Dad Rick standing down there, Eddie Knox and the team. That's the problem child. Sitting at number 13 spot with a shutoff 766.3, 118. And Jeff Moniz, the quarter pounder. She's a beaut, Clark.
Yep, she's a beaut.
A name that's been part of Southern California drag racing
forever.
Remember at Orange County International Raceway, the alcohol Funny Car that Keith Clark and Dale Van Gundy campaigned for so many years. And by the way, we should mention Jeff's father-in-law there, Keith Clark, out in front of the car. Happy 75th birthday.
The guy's a stud, man. He built that car. Billy Morris, nice burnout. I seen Billy Morris racing a Top Fuel sand dragster.
Oh, yeah,
at
right.
Saboba.
That's where they came from. Exactly.
And Eddie Knox was their crew chief over there, too.
And they
So
took-
this team's been together.
They took the sand car and the boat and kind of came up with a funny car. I'm not sure how that worked out, but
Well, I'll tell you how it worked out. Eddie wanted to get out of boat racing, advertised his boat. Somebody called, wanted to buy it. He goes, I'll give you the money as soon as I sell my funny car. And Eddie said, well, wait a minute. You got a funny car. Why don't we just trade? And that's how that happened.
yeah, absolutely. So the problem child coming back here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and Jeff Moniz looking to, man, after a career best 568.1, and it was an early shutoff run over there for that quarter pounder team. The guy who is Jeff Moniz, who we talked about in session number 1, Donnie, his fabrication work is just,
Second to none.
oh, it's just off the charts.
I talked to Billy Morris and the team over there. They had some clutch problems, got out of the groove, spun the tire, and shut it off down there.
766.3. Crew chiefs walk away from their cars.
Pre-staged.
In set, here we go.
Wow, Jeff Moniz on
Wow,
a nice pass.
both of them. Check that baby out. 5, 6, 3, 5. Billy Morris at 239 miles an hour. Let me tell you something, folks. You talk about Twilight Zone. Billy Morris up to the number 2 spot. Jeff Moniz at 623, 137 at the 330 cone. Donnie Couch, look at that. They were both in the Twilight Zone. 246.7. Jeff Moniz far side 60-foot time was .938. Billy Morris was .956. Half track, they were both over 200 miles an hour. They were both in the 360s. And then Jeff getting over near the wall there and said, yep, we're going to save that baby for another run and parachute out 623.4. And Billy Morris, check that baby out. 563.5 to go to the number 2 spot.
Nice run for them. Of course, you got perfect conditions as far as the air density and everything. You got the best prepared track out there. These guys are now on their second run getting this track and the weather figured out. I knew Eddie could do it.
No surprise at all there from that team there, the problem child. How about a nice round of applause for that white truck there? Great job to go to the number 2 spot, man. Congratulations there. Great job for that problem child and Redline Oil team. And then following right back here, that quarter pounder team. Of course, the birthday boy sitting in the back of the truck there. Father-in-law, that's Randy's dad, by the way. Keith Clark back there, 75 years old today, man. Congratulations. Keith did a great job there. Is Tony Gerardo and Drew Austin, the funny car debut in the NHRA Heritage Series for Drew over there, a 595 in session number 1. Of course, Tony, 575.7 for the number 7 spot.
Of course, that Tony Gerardo Capital Punishment Camaro, that car's up for sale, Mike. Somebody wants to go nostalgia funny car racing. That's a great operation.
Yeah, and it's fast.
Yeah, it's fast. And, of course, no slouch in the other lane. Pat Austin, he's got his son Drew in the car. Pat, multi-time champion.
Yeah.
Walt Austin, the dad, he's over there.
Pat Austin, you know, they talk about at the NHRA Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series and the NHRA Camping World Series, the double up.
Yeah.
Pat Austin was the first ever to win 2 categories in one race the same weekend. Pat Austin is the only one ever to do it in a professional category and a sportsman category. Won top alcohol funny car and top fuel dragster.
I remember that
ever.
was the Castrol cars.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was in their heyday, and
Yeah.
they were hard to beat.
Yes, they were. Of course, Tony Gerardo over here. Jason Bunker is doing he's tuning both the nostalgia car and the
Big
Camping
Show
World car.
Yeah.
And, I mean, really a big-time credit to Jason for the job he's doing to get these cars, you know. And, I mean, well, you know, you've been a crew chief to the Stars. It's two different
Two different animals.
Two different animals,
and
yeah.
you got to have a good crew on both cars, and he's really paid attention. He came from Pro Mod, and he did good in that class. He did good in this class.
Yeah.
And he's making his mark in the Big Show funny cars. So
Now go over to the far side there at that three-way Chevrolet lane. Drew Austin in his Heritage Series debut out of Washington, of course. 595-2. And they had been testing this car, the only Ford-powered car
On
in
the
field,
property,
on the
yeah.
property. Well, not on the property. Robert Johnson's down there in NE2 going, hey, what about me? Yeah.
In the class, funny car class.
Yeah,
And I'll tell you, they ran that car on a dyno.
Yes, you were saying that.
Inside a metal building. You imagine how loud that was?
Wow.
Here we go. Tony Gerardo's Capital Punishment car comes to life.
Because Tony, the owner of Capital Glass up there in Pleasanton, he's the guy who puts windows in big buildings, real big buildings.
Yeah, he's a big-time glass guy. And, got a first-class operation, 2 first-class operations.
Yes, he does. And, of course, that Promax team car out of Tacoma, Washington, the Boss 500 Ford-powered Nitro Funny Camaro body.
Tony Gerardo's just having fun.
Oh, he is. Of course, Drew in testing was 571, 250 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So that is
And Grandpa Walt Austin said there's plenty more. where
plenty
that
more
came
in
from.
it. And running that Ford motor, which, his dad Pat standing down there is very, very good at. When Pat finds his way, look out.
Look what he did in A Fuel.
Yeah, remember that car? That was first car into the fives, was that Austin team car. What has ended up as quick as 560. So Pat out in front of his kid over there. Grandpa Walt standing down there watching his grandson. And Jason Bunker is going to bring Tony Gerardo up the Capital Punishment.
Yeah. Both pre-stage, Mike English.
Yes, they are. Going to roll them in. RPMs come up about 3,000 RPM. Ready, set, go. That Promax car. That baby's got good numbers down there far end. Drew Austin, 577, 241. Tony Gerardo, 578, 250. Drew made a big-time move off that starting line. He goes to the number 8 spot. Tony Gerardo will stay in the number 7 spot with that session number 1, 575.7. But those numbers, well, Drew Austin was 254 to the 330, but then at half track, he was 195 miles an hour. Donnie, you said when that speed drops off like that, it's usually spinning the tire.
Yeah, it's hard to keep these things stuck to the track down there. They get up to speed, but they don't have the big spoilers on it like the big show cars, so maybe they might look into that. But
downforce is a premium.
Yep. Look at the next pair is already ready.
Sutton here?
Yes. He's with the.
He's right here.
Oh, okay.
Are you going to say hi? Huh? I said, are you going to say hi?
Yeah, I don't think you know him.
Here we go, Mike English.
Next pair, fired up former national champion and soon to be Top Fuel national champion, Dan Horan, the contractor out of Silmar with the Infinity Plumbing Design and Berry Speed Shop. The team out of the San Fernando Valley with a 426, that late model Hemi.
Yes.
So prominent in funny car, but not so much in Top Fuel dragster.
I bet that'll change.
Yeah, it will. And Don Knobloch, the Atomic Punk.
The Atomic Punk, nice burnout. Of course, Jeff Deal, the crew chief over there. We know him from the big show.
Yeah.
The Surfer.
The Surfer. In fact, Jeff Deal's wife, Lisa, down there, going to help Don Knobloch's team with the backup babe duties there. Of course, Lisa, a whole lot of experience with her husband back in that, Jeff Deal Racing, JDR.
Right. Not bad to look at.
No, not at all. Not at all. So Dan Horan, and of course, Ryan Horan bringing Dad back there, who will make his debut next year behind the wheel of either this funny car or the family Top Fuel dragster. And Don Knobloch in from Washington. A pair of late model Hemis for these two cars. Don won a 7:05 in session number 1 for that very lucky number 13 spot. And Dan Horan, the number 3 spot at 5:66.7.
All right, as they pull up, crew chiefs will make the final adjustments with the air fuel mixture and then tell their driver to roll it in the beams.
Pete Kaiser leaning over that Dan Horan car there. Boy, Pete has got both of those cars just flying, Donnie.
Very talented guy. Of course, his family ran a top fuel flat bottom
That's
called the
right,
Crazy
yeah.
Horse and dominated boat racing. And
Jeff Deal walks away from Don Knobloch, the Atomic Punk.
yeah.
I love that car.
Yeah. Here we go. Pre-staged.
I'd watch that Dan Horan car.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I told you to watch that baby down there. That scoreboard in that 3-way Chevrolet lane, 561.4, 256 miles an hour. Don Knobloch improves to a 654, but Dan still stays number 2 right behind Bobby Cottrell's 5.609. But man, now Horan was also top speed of the meet in session 1 at 2:59. Don goes to 6:54.2, gets to that number 13 spot, but at 155 miles an hour, you see up on the scoreboard there, was not under full power at the finish line.
Well, they're still trying to figure out the combinations. Pretty new team, and Don's new to driving a fuel funny car, and they're making progress every
Got a
run.
pretty good teacher, though, in Jeff Deal.
Yeah, he is.
Is Jerry Espethith, the Atlas Testing Laboratories Camaro, who went 5.72.9 for the number 6 spot, and Ryan Kono, who struck the tires in session number 1 and coasted through with a 28-second run.
Ryan Kono's car comes to life, Mike English.
I would look to see this Mustang step up big time.
Yeah, it's period correct and just a beautiful car. Ryan's done a hell of a job driving this
Hasn't
thing.
he?
It's really improved.
Of course, Jerry Espethith, he's only been behind the wheel of a Nitro funny car for a couple years now.
He came out of the box driving good, and he's
Yes, he
continued
did.
that program.
He is the former Nostalgia Eliminator 1 champion.
Side by side.
And he'd been a crew member for Jason Rupert and Brad Littlefield, and they wanted to sell the car. And Jerry says, I'll buy the car as long as I can buy the car and the crew.
Right.
And so Jason and Brad said, heck yeah. Big Al out there was part of that team, and he's still part of the team. And then, of course, Ryan Kono for Cookies Zangian and Tom Lemon in the team. Tom Lemon standing on the starting.
Sponsored by our favorite.
The hat, pastrami sandwiches.
Oh, man. Can we stop there on the way home?
I think that could be arranged.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, while the crew chiefs are making the final adjustments, I want to welcome Jack McGee to the program. He's back in Elko, Nevada, watching the Drag Race TV online.
Oh, right on. Great. Glad to have you, Jack. Appreciate it. So, again, here we go. The traditional clutch here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. The pedal clutch, which will bring the RPM up to 4,500.
Yeah, somewhere in that
5,000.
area. Yeah.
For Jerry Espethith over their far side.
Jerry's in. He's pre-staged. Ryan's in.
Here comes that RPM up. Struck the tire big time. Ryan on a pretty good run there.
Wow.
581.8, 249 miles an hour.
Great run.
And look at the early numbers. I'm surprised. 102 to the 60-foot time.
Soft.
261 to the 330, and then 385, 198 at half track, and then 581.8, 249, and that moves him up in the ladder to the number 10 spot for Ryan Kono and the team, man. So a nice 5.818, 249, and that baby looked pretty clean down there. Jerry Espethith coming to a stop down there. While it's quiet, Donnie, while it's quiet,
It's not going to be quiet for very long, Mike.
I got to give a shout out to our good friend who raced here before. He's back home watching Colin Millar back home in sunny Scotland, as he said. He's got a nice shot of whiskey sitting in front of there, watching on the TV and Drag Racer TV. And then Rachel, Ben Mudford, the land down under, watching down there. What time is it down there? Is it tomorrow morning down in?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'd have
Or
to check
before.
it. Oh, Rachel's going to
It
text
still
me
might
anyway.
be, Thursday there.
Yeah,
Who knows?
exactly. Denise Gilbert up in Northern California watching there. Say a big shout out. She said, I wish I was racing. So do we, Denise. And missing you, just nice people that send a text. And we appreciate that very, very much. So
There
here
you
we
go.
go. Fired up. Corey Lee, James Day. Session number 1, it's rich or poor. Corey Lee, 571 at only 228 with Gary Turner's Peddler and James Day. Speed Sport Omni. who-
Interesting. James Day used to drive the Peddler.
That's right.
Right?
I think it'd have been easier to say which car here James Day hasn't driven.
right?
Absolutely.
In what class?
Oh, Donnie, Rachel just texted me. It's 10:45 Saturday morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very good.
That means we're on overtime, right?
Yeah, that's it. We've been here since, yeah. But
That's
Rachel,
extra pay for us.
yeah, Rachel said her and Ben are coming to the reunion next year and looking forward to that.
Everybody
'Cause,
should be here.
Yeah, because
and the March meet.
she brings Tim Tams, and those are very
Ooh.
good. Oh, love those things. So here we go. As I said, rich or poor, Corey Lee, 571 at the Peddler, shut it off at only 228. James Day, man, you talk about up in smoke at the hit of the throttle over there in that Jim Broom Speed Sport Omni.
I think they got Johnny West
I was
over
going to
there
say,
tuning their
Donnie,
car.
did
Yeah?
you see who's leaving over the ejector of that James Day car?
He's no
Johnny
slouch.
West. Boy, that is a Hall of Fame driver there.
Yeah, now he has a fuel altered and running that on the series.
Plan A.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Plan A. Johnny West has been around. They're both pre-staged, Mike English.
Bump it in. They like to send it. Woo! Hang on there, James Day. Watch that Peddler car. 5.684, 257 for Corey Lee. Man, James Day was right alongside him at the 330, and then you saw that baby make a move. Corey Lee up to the number 5 spot with that 5.68.4. Top 5 are all in the 560s. James Day at 869. That'll get him into the number 16 spot in the field. But man alive, those two, they were both in the 250s to the 330. James Day was 255. Corey Lee was 256. And then you saw that Speed Sport car kind of go.
Looked like it got out of the groove a little, and he had to correct it a little, so he got out of it wisely.
Oh, how I love the drag races.
Yeah. Look at this. Evil, wicked, mean, and nasty. Dennis Taylor's car.
With Justin driving it, his son Justin Taylor and Chris Davis.
The old school Nitro era,
Yeah.
man. We love that car.
Justin Taylor, of course, got Hall of Famer Larry Sutton in the house with him this weekend.
And Hall of Famer John Wirtz,
Yes, that too.
right?
Chris Davis, 599, session number 1, sitting in that number 3 spot. Justin Taylor, 579, the number 9 spot. I love Justin because he always wanted to drive Dad's funny cars. Even when Dennis had the gas burn, of course, back when Dennis had the gas burn, he wasn't old enough, but he always wanted to drive the funny cars.
Doing a great job.
He really is, really is. You know, a guy, very heads-up deal. I was over talking to him when you were there, and he said, after they came back to the pits, he said, hey, Dad, I think that we threw a rear wheel weight on because it was vibrating in the lights. And it come to find out that one of the tires that developed a bubble in it.
Yeah, it started coming apart, so threw the balance off, but he was able to detect that, and that car going 250 miles an hour, and pretty good driver. He's paying attention, and the ZTs are getting better, and better watch out for that team.
I was just saying, your dad would be yelling at you.
Right?
Yeah. But DT walks away from his kid here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. John Wirtz is going to pull him up. Of course, Terry Morrow not in the house this weekend.
No, he's still on the team, but he broke his leg on a motorcycle accident.
Yeah. Wishing Terry all the best, and get back out here, brother. Missing you. And, of course, Chris Davis in from Washington. The plumber, they're both set. Davis with a nice move. Woo, that evil wing, look at it nasty. 595, Chris Davis. I'm a little surprised. Justin Taylor's 594.
Yeah, that fell off.
Yeah, Davis will stay in that number 3 spot. Justin Taylor will stay in that number 9 spot. And both of them were on the soft side. They were in the 260s to 330, and they were both 190 at 8 miles. So that was kind of interesting. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. 7-0 Pro. Need you to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro. Need you to the lanes, please. Very.
Oil.
Oh, word is from the top end of the track, we got a little bit of that stuff down there as we will wait on the next pair as the safety Safarians are going to roll and get it down there. It's going to be Bobby Cottrell, your 4-time national champion, for Bucky Austin, Mike and Jeanette O'Brien and the team, and Bardall and Bucky's RVs and Benchmark RV and Northwest Chevrolet and Good Vibrations Motorsports and Kamaka Pocock, Don Nelson's California Hustler. 589 Kamaka, session number 1 for the 12 spot. Of course, Bobby right on down through there, 5609 for that number 1 spot for the Austin and O'Brien team.
Ross Howard, you and Mike sounding good here in Oklahoma. Even the dogs are watching. Good job, guys. Jack McGee, tell Mike I said thanks for the shout out.
So just waiting for word from the top end.
Blueger's dog. With my daughter. She came through surgery okay? Yes. Well, just a little bit of cleanup down there, Mike English, and we've got Top Fuel coming up after this, and you got about 3 more funny cars, 3 or 4 more funny cars, 2 pair. There's one car I haven't seen before.
That's 4.
Is it?
Yeah.
Did you go to college, Mike?
I got me one of those D's Grease.
D's Grease?
Yeah, whatever that is. So,
What's that car up there?
Buddy Hole? Really? Well, so we're going to check things out down there. Is a little bit of stuff on the track there, and Bobby Kamaka will pair up here, and Bobby is like well, you know very Bobby and Kamaka.
Oh, okay.
Come on, don't pressure me. I got here on my own, okay? So just very, very good pairs. We're continuing on the field there. And that bump spot down there is dropped down to an 869.3. By the time we go into round number 1 tomorrow evening, Donnie, I do not think 869.3
No, I don't,
will be even close.
That's not going to be part of the show.
What? 7? Word is from the top end of the track, we are about 7 minutes away from going back and continuing on with session number 2 of Nitro Funny Car here at the NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion, number 29, Donnie Couch.
That's amazing. I went to the first one, and I can't believe it's we've been this far.
Been a lot of fun. Been a great ride, and appreciate everybody along the way who's just had part of it. They've done just a spectacular job, man. And this thing is just, every year you just kind of like, wow, this is really something, and it's even more. By the way, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just think it's nice everybody checking in from around the world that's watching the broadcast from Australia, Elko, Nevada, all these people, England, checking in with you.
Well, Elko,
enjoying the
Nevada.
show.
Pete Ortiz just sent me a text message, having a good time watching over there. Wonder what Pete's having over there. He's always cooking good food. Yeah.
Can he get it up to the tower, though?
Well,
Right.
from Elko, that'd be kind of far. By the way, a quick reminder also that Kamaka Pocock is one of the 2 candidates that's up for Rookie of the Year in the Legends of Nitros from Stith Printing. Appreciate
Well, you know
Kevin.
what? He's done a good job over there in the Don Nelson car. I was out here one weekend when he was getting licensed, and he looked like a professional that first day. So doing a good job for Don Nelson, and they're trying to make that team better. They've had some changes. Of course, Ronnie Swearingen leaving the team, and the team stayed together, and they're running it by committee over there and doing a good job.
Doing a very, very good job. But it's just, this reunion has been just spectacular. Just again, just appreciate everything that everybody has done along the way to, well, I guess we could go back to Wally Parks.
Right? That's where it started.
Well, in 1951, he had a vision that was something that nobody really thought would work. And along the way, there's been a number of wonderful guys that you can think about that have done things. Steve Gibbs has been a part of it. There's been so many people. And Greg Sharp and Gretchen and everybody at the museum now. It's just amazing what.
Where's Greg Sharp? I haven't seen him yet.
Oh, I've seen him. He's working.
Is he?
Well, we come to the reunion and we're talking about the race, and we're up here having a good time and, working and in a way, and we get to go out, visit with the drivers. Hey, what happened that run? You guys going to be okay? Well, Greg walks into the gate at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and his work starts. Now, we get done here at approximately 5:30. We're headed to the DoubleTree. Well, Greg and Gretchen and everybody from the museum head to the DoubleTree. They've got work to do again.
Yeah. Honoree presentation.
Yeah.
And
It just,
cackle cars. And
just so much appreciation for everybody that's been involved with the reunion, starting with reunion number 1, just that was just people making runs. It wasn't racing and everybody getting together, and just a thing of beauty as it's turned into it, just continuing. I love the traditions that are continued on, and I'm deeply honored to be able to be a part of this team for 26 years, man.
I'm honored to be here and
glad to have you.
Be up in the tower with you, and we've had perfect weather all weekend. Normally it's over 100 degrees up here, and we've just had perfect weather, and the cars are making horsepower because of that cool weather.
Yeah, for sure.
And we got some good ETs out there.
Well, and speaking of good ETs, let's just take a little bit of note here. Kamaka Pocock's run there for the number 12 spot at 589 was only 195 miles an hour.
Yeah,
that
he
baby
shut it
was
off
down
early.
about 45 miles an hour, maybe 50 mile an hour.
He was
so
having trouble and shut it off early. And
yeah. Well, the driver's right foot is connected to the car owner's bank account.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And, if you don't do good in Don Nelson's car, you know where you go? Unemployment line.
Really? Wow.
He's had some drivers over there. Jeff Arend drove that car last.
Yes, he did.
And he's no slouch. But, it's just time to make a change for Don Nelson. And they're doing good. And
Yes,
doing it by
coming
committee
along real
and-
well.
Yeah.
Hey, my bud Eddie Plaisir, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Wow.
I will be there with the Anglia in March.
Nice.
Looking forward to that, man. We've got them all over the world. Australia with Rachel and Ben. Scotland with Colin, it's like.
What about Ron Hodson? He's up there in Edmonton, Alberta. We haven't heard from him yet.
Haven't heard from Ron in a while. Cindy Gibbs, you are so very welcome. Glad to. But just a lot of just the vibe around the world for these is just just exciting, man. It just man, you get out here, we drove up, came out yesterday, and then you get up this morning when things, it just kind of like gets your blood flowing.
Well, being in Bakersfield, it's like hollow ground out here.
Yes, it is. It's like Woodstock.
Yeah, I've been coming here since 1969.
Well, you're kind of old.
I know. Stood in the winner's circle here in 72 with Tom the Mongoose McEwen.
Which is why you've always been my hero.
With his Don Garlitz's rear engine dragster.
There you go. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I was lucky enough to come up here and I believe it was 64. and I got to meet John Lundberg, who is just a Hall of Fame announcer.
Yes.
And, here was a teenage.
Attention in the pits.
Yeah, for sure. And Bernie Mather couldn't make the call for Sunday morning for reasons along the way. And they gave Lundberg the microphone and said, here, take care of this. And Lundberg, just like he always did, was just a superstar job and everything. And I was just sitting there. And I had no intentions of being an announcer. I was going to be the next Top Fuel superstar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like
And
all
we
of us.
consider you as that.
Yeah, well,
You're at that stature with Tony Schumacher and Antron and Leah.
yeah, okay.
When we think of them, we think of you.
I doubt that, but thank you. But I used to, growing up in Santa Ana, I was friends with Mike Cool, who's no longer with us, and miss that guy big time. But I was in his shop all the time, man. 72. Carl Olson isn't going to drive anymore. Hey, I'm your man. And Cool's like, no, you're not.
Well, luckily, I know that you went to visit him at his home before he passed.
Yeah,
so
that was really
you
cool.
have that.
Go down there and have lunch with the cool one, and
Lynn.
man, I was very, very glad I got to visit with that guy, man. He was just a very, very good friend that I really hate to lose, man. Well,
Should be getting close. It looks
Yeah.
like the rigs are pulling off the track down there. And
Donnie, when you look down the track after something like that, less is better.
exactly. Now we got the next pair lined up. Bobby Cottrell in the Bardol car. Austin and O'Brien. Benchmark RV Special. Kamaka and the California Hustler, owned by Don Nelson.
Right over here on the Central California Gold Coast is Don Nelson. Just what a
He lives on the top of the hill looking Lake Nacimiento. Just a beautiful view. And
I was impressed that you could say Lake Nacimiento.
well, I can't say Kamaka Pocock too much,
Yeah.
but I can say Lake Nacimiento.
Wait a minute. What? John Bowser, what is that? Oh. Okay.
So,
Man, all our friends out there on DragRacer.tv, glad to have you along for the ride, man. We're going to have a fun weekend there. Of course, the messages we get from everybody
Yeah.
makes it a whole lot of fun there. All our friends out in the grandstands there. And by the way, all of those who took a day off work, I'm not going to tell your boss, but here we go. They're firing up the next pair of Nitro Funny Car with a 4-time national champion of Bobby Cottrell. Be up here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And far side, Kamaka Pocock, former A-Gas racer, got that call from Don Nelson and said, hey, son, you want to drive a Nitro Funny Car? Yeah.
the best part is he brings his parents out here and they cook some really good food.
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do.
You know Bucky's going to go for it on this run.
Donnie, conditions
Perfect.
just over the top right now.
Cool temperatures. These Nitro motors love that.
Yeah.
And the track, of course, we know it's one of the best prepared tracks in the country.
Yep. So Heidi Austin is always out in front of Dad's car and their driver Bobby, of course. The Austin and O'Brien team does something that nobody else does. Don Wiener, walking along the wall down there, is always down there with that car after the burnout, just in case something that, you know, a butterfly sticks or something, just to be sure. And then, of course, Heidi backing him up as she always does on no uncertain terms. Sporting the color of the funny car today, Heidi is.
Yeah, she is.
Yep. And, of course, Kamaka Pocock in from Hawaii. Boy, I'll bet you when he moved here a couple of years ago from Hawaii, he had no idea.
Yeah, that he could be a funny car driver.
Nitro funny car driver. Of course, he had a lot of luck and skill and did a great job behind that wheel of that Thames panel truck, the Boogeyman.
Yeah, those guys get noticed, you know. These
Yep.
guys are out here, the funny car owners, watching young guys like that coming up through the ranks, and they pick and choose.
So you want to go out on a limb and say that Bardall car goes into the 550s?
I say it runs a 5:59.
Wow, that was bold. That's a hun quicker. Kamaka's pre-stage waiting on that Bobby Cottrell over here, that 4-time national champion who's already clinched the title here. They are in, they are set.
Oh, look at the California Hustler.
Wow, watch that baby down there. Check that out.
Wow.
Wow, I'm stunned at that. 568.4. Kamaka picked her up big time in his first venture into the 560s ever. Bobby went 577.5, 241 miles an hour, and that was a strange run because they were a thou apart at the 60-foot time. Kamaka was 255 to the 330. Bobby was 258. At half track, Kamaka was 376, 203. Bobby was 380, 201. At the finish line, Kamaka 568.4 for the number 6 spot at 252 miles an hour. Bobby was 577, 241. And that motor in that Bardall car, I'll get her here, seemed to be nosing over down there.
Yeah, it must have, because they had loaded for bear, trying to run a 550, but very impressive run by Kamaka.
The next pair coming up, it's going to be Jeff Gregory, just over on the Central California Gold Coast, Elk Grove. The Madness, Camaro, and Terry Haddock. Now, if you watch the NHRA Camping World Drag Racing Series, that Terry Haddock over there, the team in from Texas, has been part of that for a number of years. A great independent team that Terry just does a spectacular job. He does more with less than just about anybody out there.
Yeah, he runs a funny car and a top fuel car.
And a top fuel drag.
Of course, one of my heroes, Cameron Friere, used
Drove
to
his
drive
top,
for him. Now
and
he's
he's
driving
good.
for the Pattons.
Patton family, that's true.
And just got a word in that Angie and Cameron are watching us, listening to us.
Right on.
So shout out to you guys, man. We miss you.
Big time. Would love to see Cameron get back out here again. Heck with Cameron, I want to see Ange be out here. She's doing a great job in that Super Comp car.
Cutting some good lights, I'll tell you that.
Yes, she is.
And I have to hear about it all week at work.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't mind working with Ange. That's another story here. So it is Nostalgia Funny Car debut in the Heritage Series. Terry Haddock over there far side, and Jeff Gregory. Now, Jeff Gregory has Mike Halstead out there as his driving instructor. And you say, well, what do you need that for? A guy who can out of the throttle is Jeff, and man, that Haddock car, that's kind of lazy down there. Goes 743, 196 was Terry. Neither one of them had exactly numbers that they were looking for, but Terry Haddock at 743, 196 will be in the number 15 spot. Jeff Gregory in the 16th spot with a shutoff earlier, 834. And we were talking about that. Mike Halstead helping Jeff out in the team, and Mike's just said, here's what you want to do here. And, you know, of course, Mike Halstead.
He's driven a lot of cars.
Yes, he has. He along with James Day are
Yeah, they've driven everything.
Yes, they have.
With success, I might add.
So that will wrap up this session number 2 of Nitro Funny Car. Bobby Cottrell right now is in that number 1 spot. Top Fuel Eliminator. The Kings of the Quarter Mile, Donnie Couch, will be out next.
One of our favorites, Adam Sorokin, in the Champion Speed Shop car.
And Dan Horan, your newly crowned
national champion.
Oh, man, this is cool. Number 1 in the points, the Budweiser CP Carrillo Lane. Number 2 in the points, Adam Sorokin for Bobby McClanahan and the team in that Champion Speed Shop. Small block Chevrolet on Nitro. For Adam Sorokin and Bobby jogging down over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Dan Horan coming up here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane.
Short burnout for Dan Horan.
Now, Horan has already wrapped up that national championship, but we know Adam Sorokin pretty well, Donnie, and
they've had good success here at this
yes,
race.
they have, and even though it's qualifying, when you get 1 and 2 in the points, it's
They still got something to prove.
Yeah,
Adam
we're
does.
gonna this baby. We're going for it.
Little Chevrolets on steroids over there, and they can throw some numbers up on the board.
Do you know how you spell steroids? Nitro.
There you go.
Did I spell that right?
Yes, you did. Beautiful champion speed shop, full-bodied car. Got the windshield in it. Car's got a lot of history, that McLennan family.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Remember Champion Raceway up on the San
Oh, yeah.
Francisco Bay that
Yeah.
Bobby's dad, Jim, had? That was like Lions Drag Strip North.
Yeah, it was. Pete Kaiser, the tuner on Dan Horan's car, making final adjustments there. You can see him standing over the motor. Thanks to that, man, he's got a championship in the bag.
You know, and it's interesting. We talked about Dan Horan's son Ryan going to drive one of these cars. Well, Pete Kaiser's son Hans is coming up through the ranks.
Yeah, he'd like to get in the seat of a top fuel car, be like his dad.
Yeah.
I think that Pete Kaiser would still like to make some laps.
Of course, Pete, the youngest ever to win the March meet in Top Fuel at 25 years old.
Yeah.
They are pre-staged first pair Top Fuel Eliminator. Oh, hang on to that champion car. Dan Horan now waiting around 5610, 260 miles an hour for Dan Horan. 255 to the 330. Adam Soroka, that baby made a good move off that starting line, and then that may have been one of them underwear browning runs there.
I'm surprised we don't see a tire track on
Yes.
the guardrail down there.
Yes, you ain't kidding. That baby made a dart to the left that I tried to turn it back to the center of the lane up here.
Yeah.
But 561.0, 250, 260 for Dan Horan Jr. to start off Top Fuel Eliminator, and he's top 4 in both classes. And 255 to the 330 for a Top Fuel dragster with those small tires is very impressive.
Oh, yeah. 10-inch tire.
Yeah, 208 to the half track there. And, you know, you take a combination like that, and just a tribute to Pete Kaiser.
Well, he's got the late model Hemi in it.
Which
Most
is-
of the class has the early model Hemi or a Chevrolet motor.
Small block
in it.
Chevrolet.
And they said that late model would never work. Well, guess what?
Yeah. Well, it's not working. It only went 561.
Yeah, they're only the
There you go.
national champions.
Yeah.
You see how many of those late models are in cars next year.
Yep. Very good matchup here. Jim Murphy and Tyler Hilton. The Great Expectations team in from Ohio.
Is Allison here? I haven't seen her yet.
Of course, Tyler's grandma, Allison Lee, the great Jim and Allison Lee, Top Fuel dragsters, former national record holders, former Division I champions.
Grandma still works on the car.
Oh, yeah. Tyler, I was talking to Tyler early, and I says, Grandma here yet? He says, no, we can't do anything to the car.
I talked to Bobby Hilton. I said, where's Allison? Well, she wasn't going to come. And he goes, I told her she had to because I would spend more time telling people why you're not here than I had time to work on the car.
There you go. So the big block Chevrolet over there, far side, Tyler Hilton. Of course, Bobby Hilton, his dad, standing behind the car there. A pretty darn good Top Fuel driver himself back in the day.
Yeah, they blew it up bad and
Bowling Green. Whoa.
changed the motor combination around. And they've been testing and doing a very good job, and they're very happy with their new tune-up.
Yes. Of course, Jim Murphy coming back over here out of Northern California, Santa Rosa, the home builder with the early style Hemi. Donnie, as you said.
He's got Bob McRae over there helping out. Yeah, Jim Murphy, he's been running pretty good.
Yes, he has. Dan Wilkerson, he'll move up to the left side of that car. Walks away. I guess they're happy with it. Of course, Dan Wilkerson and Bob McRae putting their collective heads together. Boy, that Murphy car is pretty darn good. So we've had a late model, a small block Chevrolet, now the early model here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and a big block Chevrolet over there.
And they're both pre-staged, Mike.
Murphy banged one there. Tyler down there top end, 6:02.201. And Murphy was running away with it. You saw whiffs of smoke and then a flash out of Murphy's car in here in the Budweiser CP lane, and he shuts it off at 6:25. Tyler trucking on down through there at 6:02.201, and Dan Horan still sitting in that top spot with that 5.610. Man.
Hey, get over here. Jared Lynn.
So, Brent Williamson, Frank McGee Jr. Frank McBee in from Madera. The Valley Thunder team car will be in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Brent Williamson for Mike Fuller, the bunch, a race car builder, driver extraordinaire.
That car sounds pretty good over
Yes,
there.
it does.
Forever young.
From the garlic capital of the world, Gilroy. Yep. Brent Williamson, his burnout. Frank McBee Jr., his burnout. I'll tell you, Donnie, that 560 by Dan Horan's looking pretty stout.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But that was their first run, the first session of the day. So these guys got to get it figured out. They haven't been racing for a while.
I don't think Pete Kaiser will have a problem.
No,
figuring
he's dialed in. It'll be tough to handle the rest of the weekend.
Now that Forever Young team over there, Mike Fuller and their driver Brett Williamson, they did a lot of testing here. You know, when we were down to test in Tune Days, they were up here.
Well, they got a lot of resources there to run that car and a lot of parts and a lot of talent over there. They've just been missing the program a little, but they'll be around.
Of course, Frank McBee Jr. in from Madera, the Valley Thunder. Dad and the bunch down there, Frank Sr. A relatively new team getting their combination together. And as you continue to take strides in little baby steps, you take them big steps and, they can cost money.
Bring a new team to the biggest race that we have every year. It's a little tough, a little intimidating.
Brett Williamson pre-staged, Frank McBee Jr. pre-staged. In set, here we go. Well, that Forever Young car's looking pretty good. Frank McBee moving around down there top end, lifts off that throttle. Brett Williamson did 6:56.161. Frank McBee Jr. 6:26.203. Frank to the number 4 spot. Brett to the number 5 spot. And they were moving around. Neither one of them was particularly stout as far as the early numbers go. 60 foots were in the 1.0s, 270s to the 330, and both of them are 192 at half track.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's the first session for these guys, Mike. They want to get a reading on the computer and figure out where they're at instead of bonsaiing the thing and coming back with no parts.
Yeah, and of course, what we're racing in now is not what we're going to race in at eliminations on
nice
Sunday.
And cool out, overcast. Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be hot. Sunday will be hot.
Well, I don't know that
We're
I cons-
hoping.
Yeah, I don't know that I consider 75 degrees hot, but
Well, it's better than 125 like we see in the summer up here.
in the shade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, in the rent-a-car.
Yeah.
At 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The list of adjectives go
it can-
down
it can
in the
get
shade
brutal
at
here,
6
you
in the
know.
morning. Yes, it can.
I haven't been in hotter than 118 up here.
Ah,
That's for sisters, right?
Yeah, okay. We ain't going there, okay?
and it's snowing in Elko.
No way. Is it really?
Yeah.
Holy cow. So Dusty Green, the team, the Neal and Parks chassis car, and Brendan Murray for RaceCarParts.com, the professional drag racer out of San Jose, with a car. I just love Brendan Murray's car here, the Alan Johnson powered car. It is so period correct. Of course,
Yeah,
Dusty.
full body and everything on it. Here we go, Mike English. Brendan Murray and Dusty Green.
So
Side
Dusty will roll up over there far side in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Brendan Murray. Another one of those late models, Donnie Couch, coming
Yeah,
up here.
I see that.
Budweiser
They
CP.
need to have the Pete Kaiser tune-up in it, though.
Well, you mentioned the Pete Kaiser tune-up. They've got Pete Jensen down there helping out on Brendan Murray's car.
That could be trouble.
That is a very, very good guy to have on your team. And Pete is cool, calm, and collected. You just watch him standing behind that Brendan Murray car, who's not backing up.
Uh-oh. Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
RPM maybe up a little bit high there, and the car wouldn't go into reverse.
Normally, that's what they do, and the crew go over there and press down on the butterflies. They might not have returned to the stop that they have on the injector. Oh, boy. You're going to break it.
So Brendan coming back here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Dusty Green. Dusty is a very, very versatile driver, not only driving his Top Fuel dragster here, he wheels an A fuel car in the NHRA Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series with a driver that sits way out in the front there. Very interesting combo. Donnie, I think crew chiefs down here right now are just looking at this going, oh, please give me an opportunity at the track.
It's like Disneyland down here.
Pre-stage, Brendan Murray's in, waiting on Dusty Green. Dusty Green right down that three-way Chevrolet lane, shuts it off, 6:45.7, 163. Brendan down the throttle a little bit earlier at 7:43.3, 129. And Dusty to that number 5 spot, Brendan to the number 8 spot.
Brendan looked like he had raw fuel coming out this side of the exhaust, which means that not firing on all 8 cylinders.
Yeah, just something there. I know Pete Jensen's still down on the starting line there, kind of looking at things. And I know Pete very well, and he's probably looking at that thing kind of like, man, what the...
Missed that one.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, Pete will get his little notebook out and kind of look at things. And one more Top Fuel dragster. The overtime special.
Yep.
Tedford and McGee with Tyler Hester.
Yep.
Grandson.
Right up the 99 freeway.
Out of Visalia. Of course, Tyler does not work at the asphalt factory that all the other guys do up there in Visalia. He's a farmer.
He's a farmer?
Yeah.
Because
But
I
you
know they keep that car in Exeter, and it's right by Visalia. But
Yes.
that group, I know that they could beat anybody out here drinking Coors Lights.
Well, right now, I think it's all about quality.
Yeah, it's about getting in the show.
Where are they pitted at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? We could use a Coors Light, but we're still on duty, so here we go.
So Rick McGee, the guy who had so many laps in that car, and Tyler says, yep, I'm ready. Daryl Tedford walking up there.
That's quite a group there. Been together a long time racing Nostalgia Top Fuel. And
yes, they have. Number of
great
wins
group.
here on the tour, along with here, and of course in the Heritage Series.
Backing up from the burnout. Cackling on 8 cylinders. Nostalgia Top Fuel action coming your way, a single run.
Man, look at the whole town of Exeter crowd around that
Right.
overtime special.
Can't even see the car. It's
No.
surrounded by the crew.
Rick McGee making little adjustments there to the car. Daryl Tedford will walk up to the starting line, and Tyler's sitting there going, man.
Rick McGee gives him the okay to pull it into the beams. This car's put up some good numbers in the past.
Yes, it has. A very, very steady 570, 560 car. But you put one of them young kids in there, you know what that means, Donnie. Just 26 years old.
And probably lighter.
Oh, had to pedal it down there. That car left on a good one. Then you heard about 250 feet down there. Tyler had to pedal it, got back in it again. Then 8043 at 99 miles an hour. And that will do it for Nitro qualifying session number 2. And right now, Dan Horan going to start out of that number 1 spot in Top Fuel Eliminator. 7.0 Pro will be out next. 7.0 Pro will be out next. Bob Beck going to slide into the booth here and tell you all about this session of 7.0 Pro. Attention to pits, attention to pits. A fuel eliminator to the lanes, please. A fuel eliminator to the lanes, please.
All right, 7.0 Pro on the track right now. Mark Tarabacchia out of North Plains, Oregon. The 70 Barracuda with a Brad Anderson 521 cubic inch motor. Mark is currently in the 20th position. Steve Fowler out of Lake Havasu City in the Bantam Roadster. Fowler ran 7:07, the index 7:0. Mark ran a under 6:78, so he's got to slow it down just a bit. RPM's coming up. They're both stage right drop. Barracuda takes a hit, but a hop and heads on down track. At the stripe, he's on the brakes, on the chutes, goes 764. So he slows down quite a bit. 705 for Fowler. That is an improvement for him, but I don't believe it's going to move him up anything. No, it keeps him in the number 3 spot. But Mark goes into the number 14 spot. Now Chris Bates out of Redding, California, part of the Bates family of racers. He's qualified 12th with a 7:36. Ralph Fox out of Bullhead City, Arizona, 7th with a 7:10. So 5 positions separates them. Chris Bates. He's in the altered here in the Budweiser lane. Ralph Fox out of Bullhead in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Thanks for sticking with us as we continue on with first qualifying day of action here at Formosa Race Drag Strip. We've got 7.0 Pro, A Fuel, Junior Fuel, Pro Mod, AA gas, and then we'll secure the track. Chris Bates, family of racers. From his grandfather to his aunt, his dad, his brother, and himself. Come up and Bates has no problem on the hit. Backside gets back in it again. It's not going to help him improve his time. 7:03 for Ralph Fox. 7:71, not good for Bates. So Fox with that 7:0, the 7:10 was what he ran last time. 7:03 this time. It keeps him in the number 3 spot, though, moving him up a little bit safer. So a 7:03 puts him in the number 3 spot behind Derek and Richard as they go on to more qualifying rounds. I spoke with Eileen Stafford, the Crower car, and she is not going to make the call. They have a master cylinder failure, and, stopping is somewhat important. So they're not going to be able to make the run. They got parts coming, and they'll be back together tomorrow morning. Goleta, California. He says it's a 1990 Fiat. Yeah, not quite. It's a Topolino, so it has to be before 1948. Lawton Ferrier the second, Spring Valley, California, with the 48 Topo. Gee, they look the same, don't they? The Topolino was Fiat's economy car. It was something they created that Volkswagen tried to compete against. Back in the early or the late 1930s, both the Volkswagen and the Topolino came out. 1937 was when they were introduced. American Hot Rod Ingenuity saw them as a lightweight, cool-looking body to put on altereds, and they did. Fiat Topolino lives on in reproduction status as fiberglass bodies, as you see here. Topolino later name became the Fiat 500 as they dropped the name. Look at the hole shot here in the Budweiser lane. They're looking for 7.0, 7:10 to a 7:12. Big improvement for Blake Reynolds, and the 7:10, not an improvement for Lawton Ferrier. His 7:08 will hold on, but the 7:12 moves Blake from the number 18 spot up into the number 8. Dwight Garland Jr. out of Mission Viejo, California, comes in with a 760, the number 14 spot. Richard High out of Lake Havasu City comes in the number 9 spot with a 712. 2 front engine dragsters getting ready to go. Sun's gone down, temperatures drop. That's going to allow some of the guys to make a little bit more horse pressure. Dwight Garland ran a 760, but the index is 7.0. He has a 525 horse or 23 cubic inch Chevrolet. Richard High out of Lake Havasu, 500 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet. He ran a 712. Garland a 760. Both can improve. Garland has the bigger gap to improve from that 760. If he can get 0.6 off, he'll be right on the number. He ran a 760 on his last pass. Richard High ran a 712. He can improve by a 1/10 and be nice. He's sitting in the number 9 spot, only 0.12 off the index. Pedal it off they go. Side by next. 3 O's at the 330 mark. Side by side. 712 runs the same as he did last time for Richard High, but it is Garland who improves by 0.4 of a second, running a 724, 177 miles an hour. So that 724 puts Garland into the number 10 spot. Next up is our number 1 qualifier, Rich Phillips. He ran a 7 flat. Hard to improve on that. And Stan Hibler came in with an 836. He's number 18. He's got to improve. Oh, yeah. He wants to get those tires good and hot. Richard Phillips, the number 1 qualifier, 0.02 of a second off a 7.000. He's got 7.002 right now. He's still the number 1 qualifier. The closest to him is Derek. And Derek has a 7.01, so he's within striking range. Stan Hibler in the 18th spot, over a second off the index with an 836. Crewman doing the last minute adjustments, checking things out. Ready to go. Pulled the pins. 7.0 Pro. Run what you want. Center steer. Don't go quicker than 7 seconds. Come on, they're gone. Over in the left lane, but this is just for qualifying. A little bit of puff of smoke in the left lane, slows down. 7:10. Not an improvement for Phillips. 9:12. Engine problems slowed him down, so Hibler not going to improve. So Phillips holds on to his number 1 spot. Kevin Raposo out of Bakersfield, the number 7 qualifier with a 7.09. Dave Rosenberg out of Huntington Beach, the Snap-on dealer. He's run 790. Rosenberg was teamed up with Bruce Dyda for many, many years. Dyda getting out of the racing aspect of it with day-to-day racing and just concentrates on building race cars. DRE makes some excellent race cars. Dave Rosenberg getting the tires heated up. He was a tough competitor in the Nostalgia Eliminator ranks. Decided to step it up and go 7.0 Pro. He was running 760s for years. 750 at one point was the index for Nostalgia Eliminator. They bumped it to 760, and he still was one of the top guys and one of the toughest ones to beat. He stepped it up a bit. It's his own racing organization. He is a Snap-on dealer. And Rosenberg contesting the 7.0 Pro category. Currently qualified 16th with a 790, uncharacteristic for him. Let's see if he can improve his position. Deep stage for Rosenberg. Rosenberg, and he's gone. Reaction advantage to Raposo at the stripe. 7:03. What did I tell you? Rosenberg right in there. 8:12 slows down quite a bit for Raposo, but Rosenberg moves his way up the ladder with that 7:03 run. Chops 87 hundredths of a second off. That is a huge amount. Puts Rosenberg into the number 3 spot. Vince Generalo. Las Vegas, 32 Bantam. Hasn't made a run yet, so no previous run to plan on. Dean Nilsson out of Redding, California. He ran a 7:28, is sitting in the number 12 spot. The top 10, 7:12 or quicker. So Vince, no base run to get any ideas from. So this is his first chance at the track. Remember, tomorrow the racing action starts again at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. is start time tomorrow morning, so be here. Be ready to go. All right, sun setting. Formoso. Left lane running strong. Could it be too strong? Yes, 692, too quick. 735. Dean Nilsson does not improve. The 692 is too quick, but it gives Vince a baseline to judge for tomorrow's qualifying session. Jerry Buckley out of Talent, Oregon. Currently a 732, puts him in the number 14 spot. Derek Moria. Now he is the guy that can move up into the number 1 spot, most likely the easiest. Now Moriara comes out of Hilo, Hawaii. It's a 32 Bantam. He is the number 2 qualifier right now with a 701. He's just got to improve by a 100th of a second, and he can take over the number 1 spot. But that 100th of a second is a tough one. So Derek getting ready to go out of Hilo. The only thing missing from his car would be a surfboard for the spoiler. Bantam Roadster with a 540 cubic inch Chevy for power. Jerry Buckley in the Comstock front engine dragster, 406 World Motor small block. Let's see what they do. 7 flat, 7-0, the magic number. Derek currently sits in the number 2 spot. Jerry in the number 14 spot. The difference between them is Derek, 127 reaction to an 038, and at the stripe, 703. Derek does not improve. He slows down by 200ths. A 732 with an 8. His previous run, a 732 with a 7. Can you say consistent? Jerry Buckley, right where he was. Mark Vaught out of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Number 17 qualifier ran a 790, but we saw Rosenberg come from the 790 position to the number 3 position on his run. Mark can do the same. George Vanderpool out of Redding, California. Yahara chassis, 392 Chrysler Hemi. He's in the number 7 spot with a 709 on his previous run. Two front engine dragsters getting ready to go. Vaughn with a little bitty 388 cubic inch road deck motor. Some guys like them small, and they wind up high and tight. And we've seen different approaches throughout the years, even in Top Fuel. At one point in time, Pete Jensen, who is working with the Runnin' Wild team this weekend, was running the smallest engine in Top Fuel and qualifying well each and every race. He was running a 364-inch Hemi. But because of the size of the engine, he got a weight break and used that to his advantage. Less weight to try and pull off the starting line. And it would work. The car would dart out there in the first 60 feet. And that made it tough to chase him down. Mark Vaught with the Rodeck 388. George Vanderpool. 392. Vaught has a problem. Not going to improve. That car's not running right at all. How about a 712 for Vanderpool? Slows down, not going to improve his position. He ran a 709 previously, runs a 712 this time. 181 miles an hour, definitely had the horsepower, making it down the track. The 12 flat for Mark Vaught, not what he expected at 130 miles an hour. Larry Duncan out of Southgate, California. The Nielsen Parks chassis with a Donovan 417 has not made a run yet, so he has no baseline to work from. Brad Peters out of Lakeport, California, the engine builder with a Haas chassis, a 438 cubic inch Chrysler. He's currently under the number with a 697. He's got to slow it down. Duncan driving the Sturgeon Brothers car. Now, some of the cars in 7.0 Pro have dropped down from Top Fuel, making them very good chassis for the category. There was a time when the Top Fuel cars were running 7.0, and the record, the national record for a front engine car had been 713. But that was a decade or so ago. And technology and engine capabilities have definitely improved over the years, as we've seen with 6-second Top Fuel cars. Oh, left lane's got a problem. And Brad Peters just going to motor down track. He's not even going to try and back it up. Tough break for him, and he was the one that needed to improve because he was under the number, running 697. Larry Duncan has not made a pass, and by not having someone running alongside him, it's a little more difficult to gauge how quick you're going. But the Sturgeon machine has been in the hunt before, so he can do it. 417 cubic inch Donovan Hemi. He's going to get a single. No one to pace with, no one to keep an eye on alongside you to get an idea of where you're at. And he jumps off the line. It falters 1.360 foot. He lost 3/10 right there. Where's he going to run? 787. So high in the numbers, puts him in about the number 13 or 14th position. We'll see. Larry Duncan coming up. ProMod, AA gas. ProMod and AA gas to the lanes, please. ProMod and AA gas. Please come to the staging lanes. Attention in the pit. Attention in the pits. ProMod and AA gas to the staging lanes, please. And again, if you're having difficulty hearing PA announcements, tune your radio, your FM dial to 87.9 to hear PA broadcasts. Also, if you're on your computer, you can be watching and listening to us on dragracer.tv. All right, Sabrina Capps coming up. This is the A Fuel category, number 3 qualifier with a 692. Rick Ewens out of Paso Robles, the number 4 qualifier with a 696. 400th separates them, but Ewens was on the binders. He only did 135 miles an hour. whereas Sabrina Capps was at 213 miles an hour going through the lights. And Sabrina's car not sounding good at all. She hit the pedal and it was just all loaded up. So Capps over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Budweiser lane is Rick Owens. Budweiser Carrillo. Pro Mod and AA gas to the lanes. Pro Mod and AA gas to the lanes. The final two categories to run tonight are Pro Mod and AA gas. Car wasn't running well during the burnout, but it sure cleared up. Capps through the lights, 6:33. Huge improvement for Capps. 6:33 puts her in the number 3 spot. 6:19 for Owens puts him in the number 2 spot. Dr. Bates, Ken Bates, the number 1 car with a 597. 5 cars so far contesting the A Fuel ranks. The Doctor, he's got that thing dialed in with a 590. Jerry Cumray Jr. They had some problems on their first run, could not even make it. They got pushed off. Donovan 468. Wayne Ramey out of Simi Valley, California, Nielsen Parks chassis cars, the number 4 qualifier with a 637. All right, Wayne Ramey fires up. He's over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. The number 4 qualifier with a 637. Jerry Cumray Jr. out of Roanoke Park, California. A manufactured home sales guy. Driving the Ken Bates Jr. car. All right, if you see a white bicycle with blue accents, it's a GT bike. It has been stolen. Who's ever riding it is not the owner. The owner is here in the tower, and he's upset. He just lost his bike. Someone here just stole it. It's a white GT bike with blue accents. If you see it, stop the rider and let us know here in the tower or security, because it's been stolen. Someone went into the racer's pit to steal the bike. So again, if you see a white GT bike with blue accents and it's riding around with someone on it, unless he's like 15 years old, it's not his. He stole it out of the racer's pit. Jerry Coolbright Jr. here in the Budweiser Carrillo lane out of Roanoke Park. They didn't make a run. They had a leak last time. They got pushed off. Wayne Romay out of Simi Valley. Number 4 qualifier with a 6:37. Ken Bates Jr. trying to follow in his dad's footsteps. But rather than being a driver, he's the team owner. Pre-stage lit, full stage, here we go. Car using up a bunch of real estate, takes out the center lights, crosses the line. That run won't count. 6:16 for Wayne Romay. Good improvement for him. Unfortunately, Coolbright's run won't count. He crossed the center line, ran a 7:82, trying to get the handle on that car. He kept it rubber side down and shiny side up, but not able to keep it in the lane. A tough break for Jerry and the Ken Bates Jr. team. Now, racers, please listen up. Don't put your children in the pickup bed, please. All right, a little bit of dragging going on the track right now as we prepare for the next round of action. And again, we need Pro Mod and AA gas to the lanes. Pro Mod and AA gas to the lanes, please. All right, a little bit checking of the track there, making sure everything is all right after that run for Romay going every which way but straight. Plus, we've got to put new cones there for timing. So that's going to take us a few moments as we move on with Pro Mod and AA gas coming to the lanes. Pro Mod and AA gas, you should be in the lanes. Thanks for coming out to Famoso Drag Strip. Glad you could be here with us. It's the California Hot Rod Reunion, the 29th edition. And I've been lucky enough to be part of this since the beginning. And it has been nothing but fun. And I'll tell you what, the first reunion was an amazing reunion. And it's gotten better each and every year since. It looks like the track's coming back together quite rapidly. We'll get back to final qualifying rounds in just a moment. I'm Hot Rod Bob. Thank you for sticking with us and coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. All right, final cleanup going on as they pick up the pieces from the cone that Cumray disassembled for us. A little scraping of the track, a little rubber put down, and we'll get back to racing action in just a moment. Final cars in the A Fuel group. Then we'll move on to Pro Mod and AA Gas. Dragster over in the left lane, the three-way. Chevy lane is Dan Fenton out of Valley Springs, California. Number three qualifier with a 712. Tim Beeman out of Los Molinos, California. Physical therapist, he's the number 5 qualifier with a 730. Both can improve. Fenton, a tough competitor. 70 years young. Still competing on a regular basis. Molina, or Beeman, excuse me, for Molinas. All right, Fenton in the Junior Fuel B car in the three-way Chevrolet machine. Tim Beeman in the Budweiser machine. All right, so you got two different classes of Junior Fuel cars. Junior Fuel cars, small block configuration for the most part with injected motors. NHRA runs this category in the Big Show as the Nostalgia Dragster class. Oh, red lights for both, not getting battered. This is a qualifying run, but spinning the tires and backing out doesn't help. 8 flat, not an improvement. 8:48, nope, not good. So they're going to have to stick with their previous run. 7:12 for Fenton and a 7:30 for Beeman. More Junior Fuel action coming at you. Matt Baldonado out of Camarillo, California, 37-year-old automotive tech, a Ford chassis car, 406 motor, Bud Hammer from behind the car. He's qualified. Well, he hasn't qualified yet. He hasn't made a run. Brad Woodard out of Oceanside, Junior Fuel A car. His index 689. He's currently the number 2 qualifier with a 699 run. Baldonado has not made a pass to qualify with, but his index is 701. It's a Junior Fuel B. Now, the configuration Junior Fuel B is a combination of things, including, of course, engine size to weight and the cylinder head design, the angle of the valves and so forth. Darkness falling here in Bakersfield. All right, here we go. Getting ready. Moving up into the beams. Woodard trying to improve on his 699. He's currently number 2 in qualifying. Baldonado not made a pass. His car had pulled off last time. Didn't make the show. Let's see what happens this time. RPMs come up and they're gone. Baldonado moving. Woodard backs out. Baldonado on a straight, smooth run goes 731 at 183 miles an hour. His index 701, so he's 0.3 off the number. Woodard going to have to settle for his number 2 qualifying position at this point, but hey, tomorrow's another day. Don Enrique out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. The Ford chassis car in the 3-way Chevrolet lane is your number 4 qualifier, running a 737. He is a Junior Fuel C car. Jess Gutierrez out of Oakley, California, is a Junior Fuel A car. And he ran way off the number with an 853. His index is 689. All right, Dragster's coming back again. Pro Mod and AA Gas getting ready to go next. All right, here we get ready. Go. 3-way Chevy lane, Don Enrique. Budweiser, Carrillo lane, Jess Gutierrez. Gutierrez leaves the line hard on a red light, and Enrique's got a problem. Gutierrez backs out as well. 9:13, slower than his previous run. Enrique not having the run he wanted at all at 15 seconds. So their last runs are going to hold right now until tomorrow. Mike Lardy out of Torrance, California, the number 7 qualifier, is not going to make the call. Or is he? He's backed up. He's backing up now. All right, coming back slowly. Mike Larty out of Torrance, California, number 7 qualifier, ran a 7:62 against a 7:14 index. It's a Bolton chassis car with a 406 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Small block Chevy, fuel injected. The injectors are so short the magneto sits up higher than the injectors do. So this has not been a good session for the junior fuel guys. Most of them not running as well as they had the first time or getting out of shape. Track temperature has dropped, making traction an issue. They're making more power, but just not getting the power to the pavement. They pull the pin on the parachute as they get ready to go. Sounding good so far. Headed down track. Good, straight, and smooth. Looking to improve. Goes 789. Slower than his previous run. So the number 7 position with a 762 will hold. All right, Steve LaBarbera is coming up here next. He's going to be talking with you about the Pro Mods and AA gassers.
All right, just like that, Bob Beck done. I'm moving in for Pro Mod. I'm Steve LaBarbera. Let's have a great end of the day here for this Friday. Been a fun Friday, filled with all kinds of excitement and fun. We're doing a little bit of track prep right now, putting down some sticky stuff for the Pro Mods. I just talked to the Ginger himself, Mr. Jake Renteria, and he said, you know, much like Steph Curry, once I get lined up, I'm going to drop it into the 3, so I'm expecting a high 580, maybe a 570, but we'll see. Looking down at the staging list, folks, and we are full of Pro Mods, and then we're going to close the show down with a wheel standard, but in the meantime, it's going to be Pro Mods, Double B, Altereds, and then a wheel standard. I don't know about you. You should be in the grandstands because it's going to get fun. All right, so the glue is down, all tacked up, ready to go. We're going to send these babies right up to the starting line here. Fire these guys off. High 5 second cars all day long, 250 to 270 miles an hour. So Jim now, after the glue is tacked up, he's going to do a couple groove shots with the tractor, make sure the track is good and tight. Because if this track was a German, that would be the last name of the racetrack, good and tight. So next with the tractor, that lays down the rubber, which then activates all the stuff on the racetrack. Trust me, if you walk out onto this, folks, and your shoes aren't tied, you will leave them on the racetrack. It is a very sticky surface, super fun. And you wonder why cars could even move in it, but it's just horsepower. But the teeth on this racetrack are second to no other track that I've been to in the country, and I've been to a lot of racetracks, and this is probably the best prep surface in drag racing, and it's an all concrete quarter mile. I can guarantee you this is the best drag strip in the state of California, pretty much on the West Coast. So just getting the rubber down in the shake zone, and the rest of the track is good. Jim Black doing the voodoo that he do on the racetrack. Track crew out here, amazing, amazing workers. So hats off and thank you to all of the track staff out here that makes this track safe and sticky and awesome for all the racers. So one more pass both lanes, and then that'll be it. We're going to send down Pro Mod for their second qualifying session of the day. All right, so word from the track is we are good to go, and we're going to fire off our first pair. And just like that, Sean Renteria, a.k.a. Steph Curry, going to try to drop a three-pointer right now. The body man and painter out of Hollister, California. 1965 Plymouth Valiant going to come to life right here on the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. And Andy Karenis at a Pacifica for the Plumber. 68 Camaro started its life as an Alanabi backup car. It is a twin to Mike Maggio's championship-winning Camaro. 471 cubic inches, Series 10 Brad Anderson motor, with 60% of it sticking out of the hood. So both cars come to life, and here we go. Watch these burnouts to 300 feet. Sean already sitting on top of the qualifying heat. 595.5, 244 miles an hour. For all things good at Ari Borman Steel. That's 65 Valiant here in the Budweiser side. And Andy Cordes, 68 Camaro. Beautiful hot rod over there in the three-way Chevy side. Sitting in that number 6 spot with 731 at 123 miles an hour. Son Jake Redtree out there backing up Dad. He's also making the big decisions when it comes to the clutch weight, the amount of tune-up to put in the car. So you see on the car there it says Ginger tuned. Well, Jake is red-headed, and that is the Ginger. Ginger tuned, telling his dad he's good to go. They're just gonna check the height of the wheelie bars, turn on that data acquisition system, and turn that 65 Valiant loose on this All Crown Creek quarter mile. Pre-stage comes on for Andy. Finding his way to that beam, gonna be Sean Renteria, and Jake steps away from the car. Here we go. Pre-stage on, staged. 5.7. Said he was like a three-pointer top end. 595.8. 244 miles an hour. Is a little lazy in 60 foot with a 1 flat. 104 for Andy, who goes 617, and he goes from number 6 to number 3. Sean stays in that number 1 spot, 595.5. So the car is a bracket car now. 2 595s. If I was a betting man, I would dial that baby in at a 594 for first pass Saturday morning. So Andy and Sean going to put in the box for the night and come back out swinging tomorrow. So your number 1 qualifier stays number 1 for the time being. And just waiting on word from the top end to make sure that they cleared, and we'll bring the next 2 to life. And just like that, Kurt Coons going to bring to life his 59 Corvette, driven by Jeremy Hanger. Josh Kalish, that 53 Studebaker out of Aramis. 526 cubic inches of a Hemi with a big screw blower, lots of methanol. Josh Kalish sitting in that number 6 spot now in the number 10 qualifier. Jeremy Hanger definitely got more in the tank there. Been 6 flat, 590s last weekend at the Tri-5 deal. So Kurt Coons going to line him up straight, set him loose. Going to put that hook in there and try to run him down, and does. Wow, look at that. From the doghouse to the penthouse, 580, 257. And that was a statement pass there for Jeremy Hanger. He goes, yeah, you take your 595 and I'll go a tenth and some change quicker. And Jeremy Hanger goes to the top. And Josh Kalish goes number 6 and number 5 with a 629.7, 240. So good pass all around. I like it. And just like that, we are clear at the top end. We're going to fire our next two, Carl Wilson and Wade Schrodstrom. So Wade over here in that 57 Bel Air out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. That had to have been fun getting here right now during that all crazy stuff. And then the train conductor, Carl Wilson. So Ryan Ament, you could turn the radio off. You're not my fan anyways. Nobody cares what you think. You're a fire safety guy. So Carl Wilson and Wade Schrodstrom. The 57 Bel Air, the 93 Corvette. So ladies, we have a fire safety guy who's really single. His name's Ryan Ament. He lives in Redlands with his parents. Wow, big move toward the center of the racetrack with Carl Wilson, and both drivers out of it, and I see taillights swinging and blah, blah, blah. So here we go, 646, 176. But how about Carl? 75 miles an hour, he's 102 at half track. But that car was making all sorts of moves toward the center. So back on my rant. All the single ladies, we have Ryan Ament down there, Fire Safety Truck 1, first turnout. He lives at home with his mother in the basement, and he's a Twitter troll like no one's business, but he's a good time. So Dan Meyer's going to come up next with Ed Marks. Dan Meyer's the one driving Shelby's car, the 57 Bel Air. So Dan Meyer's at a Ramona, business owner, 57 Chevy. Was out here getting some seat time in it last weekend. Sitting in that number 7 spot with a 681. Ed Marks at a Cherry Valley. I love this car. 53 Corvette. 521 cubic inches of Brad Anderson. This car is stunning up close, stunning from far. Had a little bit of problems in qualifying session number 1. So he got into the number 10 spot with an 866, but that car's been in the high 570s, no problem at 102. So Cherry Valley just outside of Beaumont, I believe. And Dan Meyer's in Ramona. 57 Chevy Bel Air sitting in the number 7 spot with 681. And it looks like Ed Marks is having a hard time getting that thing into reverse. So they're going to rock the car a little bit or just send him down. And tough break again because I really want to see that thing go. And he's just going to clear the top end. Fire safety, get ready. Here comes one. Cool, so he'll make the first turnout, and Dan Meyer's going to give it a go on a single. Tough break for Dan Myers, or for Ed Marks, who couldn't get it into reverse. So not the way he wanted to end his qualifying session number 2, but Dan Meyer is going to try to improve that number 7 from a 681. Hopefully find a 6.0 in there somewhere, but that's a big ask. Nope. Not going to happen there as he got it right outside of 60 foot, and that thing went away. 103.1 to the 60, and then went right into shake, and he's just going to limp it on down there with a 1242 at 65 miles an hour as we got a twin-turboed car and Troy Ferry. Troy Ferry last weekend was out. He did a full transmission swap. Instead of going the traditional Lenco with a clutch pedal, he went converter. And I'm assuming a Turbo 400 that's really tightly geared to stay in the power with these things. I mean, that's a lot of what do those street racer guys do on Monday nights. They got automatics, really expensive ones. So Troy Ferry out of Antioch, 2014 Dodge Challenger that started its life as a 69. And Eric Peterson out of Enumclaw, Washington, that 51 Chevy with a 526 twin-turbo Hemi went 737 at 186, and I know there's more in the tank there. That was a solid checkout pass for the twin-turbo hot rod of Eric Peterson. So the final pair here in Pro Mod, and then we're going to double B Coops, and then close the night down with a wheel standard. General Jerry Lee. The wild man himself, Eric Peterson. A 51 Chevy that you molded out of hot plastic. Gotta love a car that's total 3.5, 4 feet from the ground to the roof. And his third brake light works. It's in the back window. It is the back window. Yeah, the back window is all brake light. Eric finds a pre-stage bulb, but so does Troy. Here we go. First 1 to 5 is the winner. It's going to be Troy Ferry, who's already 187 at half-track top end. 602, 242 miles an hour. Wow. He was .967 at 60 foot, 187 at half-track. 6026, 242 miles an hour. That is about 2.5 G's in the car. That's impressive stuff. That's going to do it for Pro Mod as we got Eric Peterson, who went 1-2 to the 60 foot, which is kind of soft for a turbo car. He's 143 miles an hour, almost a full 40 miles an hour off at half track compared to Troy Ferry. It's a 774. It's a 1.74 seconds slower. Next up, Double B Coops. Howard Anderson out of Applegate, California, wherever that is. For the Plumber, 38 Chevy. And Mike Molia, Grants Pass, Oregon, the chassis builder. Good looking 33 wheelies here for Mad Mike. So mid to high 6-second passes out of these next group of cars, and then we're going to close it down with a wheel stander, and then everybody's invited over to the DoubleTree for tonight's festivities. And please leave at least one spot available for Mr. Eric Arnett, who's been working really hard on the computer, him and his wife DJ here today at the DoubleTree. Thanks. And Warren, who's been providing the live stream, folks. So 2 spaces is all requested at the DoubleTree. Just like that, both cars come to life. Mike Molia. Good looking 33 wheelies here for Mad Mike. Howard Anderson out of Applegate, the plumber. 38 Chevrolet. 451 Brad Anderson under the hood of that 38 Chevy over there in the three-way Chevrolet side. And Mike Malia. 33 Willys. Mad Mike himself out of Grants Pass, Oregon. Another one of the Brad Anderson combinations. I believe there's only 6 of these guys. And then General Jerry Lee. And close it down. So crew chief walking with the Willys there, turning on that data acquisition system, and then everybody steps away. Howard Anderson, Mike Malia, here we go. Staged, green. I'm way red. So that sounds like it's driving through something, but he goes 779 and 164, and problems for Howard Anderson, who was sitting in that number 1 spot earlier, went 660 with a 4.191, and he's just going to limp it on down there like 12 miles an hour. 68. 12, 68, doesn't matter. 1905. So we'll wait for him to clear, and then we'll send our next pair down. So next pair here in Double A, Mike O'Connor out of Bend, Oregon, 57 Bel Air. The three-way Chevrolet side got that Brad Anderson 471 power and Gary Raniero out of Merced. 81 years young driving that 48 Austin here. The Budweiser side of the racetrack, 452 cubic inches of Brad Anderson. At 81 years old, this guy's my hero. That's exactly what I want to do. I don't care how cool you are. You're driving a car that goes 670s at 80 years old. Hero level. So here we go. Mike O'Connor, first time down the racetrack today. Gary already been down 678, 205 miles an hour in that 48 Austin here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side. So Gary finds the pre-stage. Inching on, then there's Mr. O'Connor. 57 Chevy out of Bend, Oregon. And here we go. Let's go racing. Stage green. Top end of the racetrack, how about that 681, 204 miles an hour for Gary Raniero. Mike O'Connor, 733, 161 miles an hour. Good lap down the racetrack, both drivers. So the final pair, as you can see, waiting in the wings here, General Jerry Lee, the wheel stander out of NorCal. But first, Scott White, Greg McCauley. Double A gas car is going to close it down. 41 Willys over there to the three-way Chevy side and a 38 Chevy Coupe. That sounded awesome. Gary over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side bid 728.7, 192. In first session, he's out of Gearhart, Oregon. He's self-employed carpenter. Another one of the Brad Anderson combinations. And Scott White out of Seaside, California, the contractor for HVAC. 41 Willys, 471 Hemi. First time down the racetrack today. RPM starting to climb up in these big inch Hemis. Let's go. 41 Willys, kind of a hop and a bang and a sputter, and he legs it on out. Top end, 678, 203, 705 for Gary McCollum, or Greg, at 197 miles an hour. Scott White goes to the number 3 spot. 678.3, 203 miles an hour. Howard Anderson sitting number 1. 660 with a 4 at 191 miles an hour. Next up, gonna shut the night down with a little bit of a wheel standard. Blown, injected Hemi on the back of a flatbed pickup truck. I'm not interested in driving it, but it looks fun. General Jerry Lee, folks, hands together. He only goes big unless you guys like it. And he's just getting warmed up. So there's like 7 people in the country that are allowed to turn around on a racetrack, and General Jerry Lee is one of them. So keep your hands together. Hopefully it turns back on. Oh, sounds like it. Oh, wait, it's moving now. All right, so where'd General Jerry Lee go? Come on back. I see him. He's facing the wrong way. Well, womp womp. And that's the way Friday's going to end, folks. And that is kind of a good punctuation point. That is just Destiny saying that's a wrap for a Friday night. Everybody go to the DoubleTree. Everybody have a great night. We will see you here tomorrow. I'm Steve LaBarber on behalf of everybody here at Famoso Drag Strip. You have yourself a great night, and thank you for attending the California Hot Rod Reunion right here. And we'll see you tomorrow, folks.